Takaru, can you just, like, blast him with, like, dying delusions? Like, mind powers, you're dying dead. I don't know. I know that's not how this works, but, like, come on. Special thanks to Winter Subathon gifters. Aeon VT, Granny Gumdrops, Relix Akusa, Ultramonte, Blooming Peachy, 6VTuber, and you for watching. Right, so, our suffering. The Chaos Child of suffering. Right, so... Chaos Child. Right. I know what I'm saying. So... This time we'll be for sure getting... ending. Yippee. Getting that common end tonight for real, because I know last time we didn't, because there was a surprise chapter 11. As far as the YouTube video goes, this will be all of chapter 11. However, as far as the actual live content goes, I tried to play through chapter 11 last time, but it ended up being longer than I had the energy for. So, we'll be finishing chapter 11 this time, and we won't be doing anything after that, unless there's, like, somehow more, like, an after credit scene or whatever. That's obviously gonna be fine. But there shouldn't be anything past chapter 11 for the common route. Right, so, let's just... get right into it. Let's finish the common end for real this time. Chapter 11, Takaru Miyashiro. Each time I took a breath, more cold, nasty sweat poured out of my body. What's going on? What the hell is happening? I've been asking myself those same questions for a while now. Can you stand up? Serika slowly offered me her hand. Her voice was different, but it was the same Serika. Yeah. I went to grab her hand and stand up like I always did. They said they were 4 hours each, but given that 10 was as short as it was, you're inclined to agree. Okay. And then I smacked it away without thinking. No, that's not what I want. My head was still a mess from everything that had happened, but I could feel my temperature rising. I thought once more of my sister's death, and my rage was just barely enough to support me. I stood up and glared at Serika. The urge to vomit had left me at some point. That's right. She killed No. Serika held the hand I knocked away close. She looked back at me. Why are you looking at me like that? Like you're hurt. There was nothing else I could do. Kurisu Nono knew who I was. What? I had to keep you alive without being mind-controlled myself, and she was in the way. Without warning, her body floated up and slammed into a nearby wall. I hadn't even had any time to think about it. I'd used my power without even realizing it did so. What the hell are you talking about? You and No were... We weren't friends. I have no friends. She could tell what I was thinking. That's my ability. I've always used it to keep you safe. Ever since you created me. Keep me safe? You liar. I'm not lying. Stop lying. What? Why are you smiling? You never change. Whenever you encounter information you don't like, your first instinct is to run away, isn't it?
幼い頃か
And that
ら
hasn't changed
変わ
since
って
you
い
were
ない
little. Stop it.
私を生み出し
It
た
was
時
even
も
like
そうだっ
that
た
back when you created me. Stop it.
私は
You created
お
me,
前に生み
and
出された存在そしてお前を生き延びさ
keeping
せ
you
ること
alive was the only thing that
それ
mattered
以
to
外
me.
は私に
Nothing
とっ
else was
て二の
important.
次なんだ
おい
Hey,
くだ
we
ら
can
ない
talk
思い
about
出
the
話
old
な
times after
死
you're
んでからや
dead.
れ
And there's a low, fierce voice. It came from Kunosato-san. She went up to Serika and grabbed her by the neck, then slammed her into the wall. Well then.
文句はない
You
よ
don't mind, do you? I could hear a horrible creaking sound coming from Serika's neck. Maybe she couldn't breathe because her mouth looked like it was gasping for air.
お前たち
You
委員
committee
会の
people
そ
all
の理屈
think
じゃ
you can do whatever
二
you
の次
want
の
to the
やつに
people
は
who
何
don't
をして
matter,
も
don't
構わ
you
ないん
know?
だろう
Stop it, Mia-chan.
黙れ
Stop it. I'm
私は
going
こ
to
いつを
kill her.
らしくない
Pets
な
don't like you.
思
Your
考
thoughts
が
are
め
a
ちゃくちゃ
mess.
だ
It's like your whole
まるで
head is boiling
頭の中
over.
が沸騰しているようだぞ
何
What?
私は
I helped
委
the
員会に
committee,
協
but I
力して
never
いたが
belonged to them.
属
It has
しては
nothing
い
to
な
do
い
with what happened to you in
お前の
America.
アメリカ時代の件とは無関係だ
Well, depending on what happened to her in America, it could have just been an American thing. Stop reading my mind! Kunosato-san's hands dug deeper into Serika's throat.
何
What
を
are
言っ
you
ている
talking about?
お
You're
前が
thinking
考
about
え
it.
るから
That's why I can see your
私に
thoughts.
伝わってしまうんだまあ
No,
考え
I
るな
guess
と言っ
it's
ても
impossible to
無理
not
か
think of something like that.
白
I've
黒
never
効
really
果
seen
を
the white
直
bear
に
problem
感
for
じたのは
myself like this before.
初めてだな
The what now? Okay, I understand now.
お前
You.
別に
I'm not making
バ
fun
カ
of
にしてい
you.
るわけじゃない
Would you take your hands off me?
手を離してくれないか目的
I
は
told you.
話
I'm
を
here
す
to
ることだと
talk.
言
And
った
if you
だろ
want, I'll tell you everything I know about the
Ah.
committee.
望むなら委員会の情報も知っているだけ話してやる有村がい
If
れば
that needs help,
本当
you
の
can
こ
tell
と
if
か
what
ど
I'm
う
saying
か
is true, right?
わかるだろう
Serika glanced at Arimura. Arimura took a frightened step back and then looked at the two of them. Kunosato-san roughly shook her hands off her. Her hands were shaking, and there were red marks on Serika's throat. Kunosato-san took a deep breath to calm herself down.
今回の事件
Tell
を
me
含めて
everything you know, including what you
こち
know
らが
about
聞い
the
たことに
case.
関して全て
Like you
話
said,
せ
without Amita here, there's no point in
自
trying to
分で言った
lie.
通り有村がいる以上嘘をついても無駄だ
ああ
Yeah.
それから
And don't read my thoughts when you
今のよう
talk.
に私の思
When
考
I
を読ん
think
で
of a
会話を
psychic
するな
looking at what's inside my head,
頭の
it
中
makes
が
me
能力者に
sick.
覗かれていると思うと吐き気がする
わかった
Fine.
それで
Is
構わ
that
ない
okay
か
with you? Serika sullenly looked at me. I couldn't speak. Why was she asking me?
知りたいんだろ
You
う
want to know the
真
truth,
実を
right?
お前は
And you came up
新
with a
聞部
lot
の
of
部
theories
室
in the
でいろいろ
newspaper
な仮
club room
説を
as you
立てて
tried
は
to figure out
事
the
件の
case.
全容を追っ
You
てい
got
た
pretty far.
確か
But
に
you made a
いい
mistake
と
at
ころ
the
まで言っ
end.
ていたが、最後に間違えた。佐久間や
You weren't able
組
to
織の
find out
存在
about
に気づ
Sakuma
く
or
こと
his
ができなかった。
organization. I made a mistake. That's right, I screwed up at the very end.
私が
I
全て
know
知っている。
everything.
お前がずっ
Everything
と追っ
about
て
the
きた
case you
事
spent
件
so
の
much
全
time
てを。
trying to figure out. Her words made me angry. It was as if she was going to tell me everything as a favor.
バカにするな
Don't
よ。
insult me.
僕はも
I
う
don't care about the
事件の
case
ことなんて。
anymore.
何？
What? Serika seemed surprised. And what difference did it make now? You and Nona were gone because I tried to solve the case. They weren't coming back. And don't think about revenge. Don't do anything dangerous. Forget everything and live the same life as everyone else does. But don't get buried among the crowd.
強く、しっかりと過ごしていってください。
もう
I'm not going to do
危険なこと
anything
はし
else
ない。
that's dangerous.
クルス・ノノの
So
せ
it's
いか。
Kurisu Nono's fault. Damn it, she's reading my thoughts again.
心配しなくて
Don't
も、
worry. I
私
won't
が
put you in
お前を
danger.
危険な目
In
に遭わ
fact,
せない。
it would help me a lot if you
むしろ
stayed safe.
お前が危ないことをしないでくれると助かる。だが、
But
委
you
員
need
会
to
と事
hear
件の
about
こ
the
とに関
committee
しては
and the
お前も
case.
聞いておけ。
You'll need it to
今
protect
後
yourself
身を守る
and
ために必要となる。あと、
やめろ
stop it. I yelled. I couldn't take it anymore. Stop it, Zerika. Stop talking like you're on my side. You were the one who killed Yui and Kurisu. You're the one who did that to Ito.
理屈より
You're
感情を優
prioritizing
先
your
するの
feelings
か。
over the facts.
それが情報
Is that what
強
a
者の
right
取る
sider
べ
is
き態度
supposed to
か。
do? Shut up. I know that. But what if I can't help it? I can't just calm down and listen to you.
今だけ割り切るんだ。
Just try to keep a cool head for now.
もうじき
This will
決
be
着が
over
つく。
soon. And no matter what happens,
どう
you'll
転ぼう
never
と
see me again.
私はお前の前に二度と姿を現さない。
何
What?
だから、
So just
今
stay
は割
calm
り
and
切ってく
listen
れ。
for now.
長くて
You
24
only
時間
have
ほ
to
ど
help
の
me
協
for
力体制
24
だ。
hours at most.
それに、
And Kunosato Mio. Sarika pointed to the girl who'd been strangling her only a few moments ago.
取引だ。
Let's make a
お
trade.
前の望み
I'll
を
grant
叶え
your
てやる。
wish.
そ
In
の代わ
return,
り、
I
今
want you
後
to keep
宮
Miyashiro
拓郎を預
Takuru
かってもら
safe.
いたい。
なんだと
What did he say?
順を追って
I'll
話
start
す。
from the beginning.
その途中
If
で
you have any
お
questions
前の
about
聞き
what
た
I
いこと
tell
を
you,
聞いていい。
ask them.
だが、
But can I
その
sit
前
down
に座っ
first?
ていいか。
A stomach injury
壁
opened
に
when I
叩きつ
got
けられた
slammed
時
into the wall.
腹の傷が開いた。
Sarika went to the sofa and sat on the edge. Huh. Only then did I remember what that Hadget said. He said that he cut open Sarika's stomach. When she sat down, she put a hand on her stomach for a second, and I saw that it was stained with blood. But what was eerie was her attitude. She'd been careful not to put pressure on it when she sat down, but she didn't look hurt. It was as if injuries like that were an everyday occurrence for her, and she'd given up on things ever getting better. The Sarika I'd always known seemed like a completely different person.
佐久間にや
If
られたという
Sakuma
こと
attacked you,
は
does that mean he has
あ
a
いつも
D
ディ
sword
ソードを
too?
持っているのか。
質問は、
Should I start by
佐久間
talking
のこ
about
とからでい
Sakuma
いの
then?
か。
Sarika didn't even bother wiping the blood off of her fingers.
いや、
No.
おい、有村、
Hey, Arimira,
こっ
come
ちに
here.
来い。
何ですか？
お前も座れ。
You sit down too.
長くな
This
る。
is going to take a while.
こいつが
If she
嘘を言っ
lies,
たらすぐに
tell me
教え
right
ろ。
away. Konosato-san didn't wait for Arimura's answer. She turned back and sat down across from Serika. Arimura looked scared of her, but...
はい。
Okay. And there's
私も
things I
聞
want
きた
to
い
know
こと
too.
ありますから。
She sat down next to Konosato-san. I didn't want to go near her. Images of Yui and Nono's deaths flashed through my mind, and I couldn't think straight. There was no telling what I might do if I got close. I ended up leaning against a wall.
百瀬さん、
Momose-san, I want
新庄さん
Shinja-san
にも聞か
to
せ
hear
たい
this
話
too.
です。
Call him and put him on
電話
speaker,
をして
would you?
スピーカーで繋いでおいてもらえますか？
わかったわ。
Sure.
それから、
And I'm sorry about what I just
さっ
did.
きはすみませんでした。
何が？
What do you mean? Konosato-san nodded to Momose-san, and then her expression tightened once more. Momose-san made a call and said a few words to someone on the other end, probably Shinjo-san. Then a moment later she nodded. Then Konosato-san began.
まず、
Let's start with the
根
most
本的
important
なことか
issue.
らだ。
What is the committee after?
委員会の目的は何だ？
わからない。
I don't know.
は？
Huh?
わかるといえば、
If I
嘘
told
に
you
なっ
I
てし
knew,
まう。
I'd be lying.
そもそも、
I'm simply
私は
cooperating
佐
with
久間と協
Sakuma,
力関係に
and
あ
I've
っただ
been
けだ。
told nothing about
お
the
前が
organization
盛ん
you
に
called a
委員
committee.
会と呼ぶ組織のことは知らされていないんだ。佐久間自身だって
Sakuma
委員
himself
会
is
の
only
末
part
端
of a
組織
very
で
low
ギ
level
ガロマニ
committee
アックスの
organization
研
that
究を
does
してい
research
ただ
on
けの人
Giggler
間だ。
maniacs.
委員
He
会
knows
全
nothing
体の
about
こ
the
とは
committee as a
伺い
whole.
知れない。
末端の組織というのは？
And what is this organization?
6年前、
The research
サー
group
ドミル
that
と
caused the third
渋
melt.
谷地震
The
を起こした
earthquake
連
6
中が
years
属
ago.
していた研究
They
グ
were
ル
in
ー
charge
プ
of the lab in the basement of
AH
AH
東京
Tokyo
総
General
合病院の地下
Hospital.
の研究所を管理していた。
I shook a little when I heard her say that. That was where Minamisawa Senri had been tortured. That was where Uki had been kept and forced to care for the patients. That had been working for them.
今、
You just said they
渋谷
caused
地
the
震を起こ
earthquake,
したと言った
correct?
ら、
Then it was deliberate after
じゃ
all.
あ、やっぱりあれは人為的なものだったのか？
人為的
It was the result
と
of
いうよ
some
り
kind
も
of accident.
何らかのトラ
The
ブルが
details
つ
are
いている。
top secret.
詳
Not
細
even
は極秘
Sakuma
で
knows them.
佐久間も知らされていないらしい。
ふん。
Looks like my theory was right
どうや
then.
ら、私の仮説は正しかったようだな。
She said matched most of Kunosato-san's theory.
渋谷地震
If the
が実験
earthquake
中のトラ
was
ブル
the
だとする
result of
と
an experiment gone awry, then is that why the committee abandoned
そ
their
のせいで研究
research?
そのものを放棄したのか？
少なくとも
And that's what
佐久間
Sakuma
はそう
says
言っ
at
ている。
least. The
6
accident
年前、
caused the
事
committee
故
to
のせ
pull
いで
out,
委員
and
会
the
は手を
basement
引
lab
き、
was
地下
dismantled
の研
too.
究所も解体させられたと。しかも委員会は
And the committee
ギガ
put
ロ
their
マニアッ
efforts
クスと
into
は
a
違
different
う案件
project
に
than the
力を注ぐようになっ
Giggler
たそうだ。
Sakuma was
佐
angry
久間
that he
は
was cut
自
off,
分たちが
but I
切り
don't
捨
know
てら
the
れたと怒ってい
details.
たが、詳しくはわからない。
ギガロマニアック
Is
ス実
that why
験
the
の被験
victims
者
of
た
the
ちが
Giggler maniac
地下で放
experiments
置
were
され
kept
てい
in
た
the
のもそのせ
basement?
いか？
そうだ。
And that's right.
はしごを
The
外された
researchers
形
had
の
their
研
funding
究者たち
pulled,
は、
so there was
山添
nothing
ユ
they
キを
could do
はじ
with
めとする
Yamazoe
被験者
Yuki
た
and
ち
the
を持
other
て余し、
victims, but leave
ああ
them
や
in
っ
the
て軟禁し
basement.
ておくしかなかった。だが、
But after a
しばら
while,
く経って、
they realized that some
irregular が
irregularities
発
had
生した。
surfaced. Serika glanced over at me.
白い光
The
による
psychics created
能
by
力
the
者の
white
こと。
light.
ああ、
Yes.
私はその
I
光
thought
を
that the light was some kind
事
of
故によ
casual
って飛び散った
factor that
ギ
turned
ガロ
people
マニア
into
ックスの
Giggler
発生因子だと
maniacs.
推測
I
したの。
suppose I was right then.
その通りか？
It's a safe assumption. Sakuma and his fellow scientists were saying similar things. He has people he works with? No. His former fellow scientists, I should say. All of them except Sakuma gave up on the research and returned to less illegal work. The head of the hospital where Miyashiro and Arimura had their brain scans done would be one such example. Then, the brain scans that were taken at the hospital were fakes, made as a favor to an old friend. Serika kept talking. What she said should have been a shock to me, but so much had happened that it felt like I was no longer capable of being surprised. So Dad, really? He was really a part of this committee thing? Dad, the guy who always drank too much? Dad, the lazy guy who got chewed out by Nono and Yui all the time, but whom everyone at Alba Dorm relied on more than anything? Dad, the man I loved way more than the people who'd actually given birth to me? It was all... No. It was all fake. When he'd been the head of Alba Clinic, when he'd been the dad at Alba Dorm, that was all fake. But then he killed Yui and Nono, who trusted him completely. I could feel pain in my hand when I punched the wall. But it didn't help me forget any of the other things I was feeling. What is Sakuma after? I told you. He wants to eliminate all the irregularities that were accidentally created. No, I mean his real goal. If he just wanted to kill the psychics, there are easier ways. Why might this all so complicated? Why leave the 11th Rorschach at the crime scenes? Why commit the murders on the same dates as the ones 6 years ago? That's right. That's how all of this began. The mystery was so compelling that I'd started to work it out with the rest of the newspaper club. And in the end, I decided that it was a game the killer was challenging me to, and I was wrong. It's a message for the committee. A message. You could say that he wants them to know he's cleaning up the Giglio-maniacs that were created by accident 6 years ago. Cleaning them up? Arimura raised an eyebrow. I felt so furious that it took everything I had to stop me from using my powers. Don't screw with me! You're telling me that doing that to Yui was cleaning? Nomose-san must have seen me, because she came over and whispered for me to calm down. I just barely managed to. These accidentally created Giglio-maniacs would be Otani, Takayanagi, Kakita, Watabe, and these two. Couldn't thought the sun pointed at Yamura and I. Serika nodded silently. That's right. Sakuma was only a part of a small organization, and he had no means of getting in touch with the committee directly, so he did things in a way they'd be sure not to miss. And by using the 11th Rorschach, the real sumo sticker, he figured he could make it impossible for them to ignore. All of the data about it was deleted 6 years ago.
データごと全て消去された。
They couldn't leave even a
当然
single one in
一
existence
枚たりとも
behind.
残っていてはいけないものだ。ところが、
But
そん
if
な
that
トップ
top
シークレッ
secret
トが
picture started
より
showing
にも
up
よ
in
っ
the
て事件
news,
に使われ
then the committee
ニュー
would
ス
be
で公
forced to
開
take
されたら
action.
委
They
員
made
会だって
contact
放
with
置は
him.
できないだ
That
ろう。
was what he was
必
after.
ず佐久間に接触してくる。それが狙いだった。
データごと消去
If
さ
the
れた
data
のな
was
ら
deleted, how did
佐久間はど
Sakuma
うやっ
get
てあ
it?
の画像を手に入れたんだ。
ある場所に画
He
像
hid
が保
it.
存されて
He
いた
hid
んだ。
it somewhere that
委
you
員
never
会の想
imagined.
像もつかないよう
And
な
then he
場所に
succeeded
な。
in getting it back.
それを取り出すことに佐久間は成功した。
というと
What do you mean?
脳の中
He hid it
だ
inside
よ
the brain.
地下で実
Inside
験
the
を受
brain
け
of
てい
one
た
of the
被験
basement
者の
test subjects.
山添浮
Do
が
you
連
remember
れてい
the
た
old
老
woman
人
who
を
was
覚え
always
てい
with
るか。
Yamazoe Uki? I remembered too. The blind old woman.
無論あ
Of
の老
course,
人だけでは
the old
何の
woman
役
was
にも立た
useless
な
on
い。
her own.
でも
But then he was
非常に
overjoyed
珍しい
to
能
find
力を
out
持
that
っ
she
た
could
ギ
be
ガロマ
paired
ニア
with
ック
another
ス
Gigalomaniac
山添
who
浮
had
と
an
の組み合わ
exceedingly
せを
rare
発見した
ability.
時佐久間は
Yamazoe
狂気して
Uki.
いたよ。
山添の能力
Yamazoe's ability allows her to
他人の
reboot
妄想
other
をリアル
people's
ブートしてしまう。
delusions. He used
そ
that,
れを使ったん
right?
だな。
そうだ。
Correct.
あの画像に取
That
り
old
つかれ
woman
てい
was
た老人
obsessed
は
with the image.
食事を
She
求
saw
める
it
ように
like you
画
and
像
I
を
seek
求め
food.
それを
And then
山添
Yamazoe
が
started
リアルブートする
rebooting
ように
it.
なった。そうして
And that's how the
11
11th
番目
door
のロ
shock
ルシャ
started
ハガ像
appearing
は
around
渋
Shibuya.
谷の至るところ
Sakuma
に
went
出
and
現し
recovered them,
佐
and
久間
then
は
used
それ
them
を
in
回
his
収して
crimes.
犯行に使
Their
った。
presence would force the committee to
ここまでやれ
act.
ば委員会が動かないはずがない。
佐久間は委員会
What
と
did
接
he
触
wish
す
to
ること
gain
で
by making contact with the
何を望ん
committee?
だんだ。
自分が
He
中
wanted
心
to
となった
restart the
ギガロマニ
Gigalomaniacs
アックス研
project
究の
with
再開。
himself in the lead. That was it? That was the only reason? That was the only reason he did all this?
で、
And
実際にあったのか。
did the committee
委員会
contact
からの
him?
接触は。
そのようだ。
It appears
委
so.
員会は
But before
研
they
究
were
再開の
willing
条
to
件と
restart
し
the
て
project,
今回の
they
事件
ordered
の
him to
収集を
finish
つける
cleaning
よ
up
う
this
佐久間に
incident
命じた。
first.
そこで奴は
That's how he broke his
私との
promise
約
with
束を
me
保護に
and is
し
trying to end the
宮代
killings
に
by
全ての罪をかぶ
portraying
せて
Miyashiro as
事
the
件の収
killer.
束を図ろうとしている。
For the first time, there was a hint of disgust in her voice.
結局、
So in the end,
佐久間
Sakuma
に裏切ら
betrayed
れた
you.
わけか。
Why is he trying to make him out to be
な
the
ぜ佐久間は
killer?
こいつを犯人に仕立て上げようとしている。
Kunosato-san pointed at me as she spoke.
本来であ
The
れば
original plan
事
was for
件は
Minami
南沢
Sawa
千
Sanri
里
to
が
play
犯
the
人
role
と
of
な
the
って
killer.
決着する
The
はずだっ
killings
たん
would
だ。
end with her
自
suicide.
殺という形でな。
I was caught off guard by the sudden mention of her name.
と言っても
Of
実際
course,
は
as you know,
お前たち
there's
も知っ
gonna
て
be
の通
another
り
woman named
ハイダリ
Haida
コという
Riko.
別人だが。宮代拓
Miyashiro Takure.
お前
You
は
always thought that
ずっと
Minami
南
Sawa
沢
Sanri
千里
was
が生きてい
alive
て
and plotting
自分に
revenge
復
on
讐
you.
しようとしてい
But
る
you
の
were
ではないか
scared
と
for
怯えていた
nothing.
が、それは杞憂だ。本当の
The
南
real
沢
Minami
千里
Sawa
は
Sanri
こ
is
の世には
gone.
いない。
She's dead.
確かに
And
死
she
んだんだ。
never hated you.
そもそもあいつはお前を恨んでなどいなかったしな。
お前、
Do Minami Sawa Sanri directly?
知ってたのか？
直接は
Not
知らない。
directly. But it
が
could read
クルス
Kurisu
ノ
no
モの
Mo's
思考
mind.
を読んだ。
また思考
More
盗
mind
撮か。
reading. That's one
大した
hell of a
芸だ。
trick.
皮肉はいい。
Your comments are
とにかく
unnecessary.
佐久間は
Either way,
全ての事件
Sakuma
の
planned
後
to end this
ハイ
killings
ダ
by
リコを
making Minami
南沢
Sawa
千里と
Sanri,
いうことにして
aka
自
Haida
殺させ
Riko, commit
事件
suicide.
の幕引きにす
This
るつ
plan
もりだっ
didn't
た。
work.
だがさすが
I
宮代
suppose he
拓
deserves
だ
some praise
と
for
褒め
this,
ておく
but
が、
he solved
お
some
前
of
た
the
ちは
mysteries of the
こちら
case
が思っ
faster
てい
than
る
we
よりもずっ
expected.
と早く事
It's a
件の
quick
裏に気づ
action.
き、すぐに行動を起こした。 そのせいで
Because of that,
殺
he
す予
wasn't
定だ
able
っ
to
た
kill
能
the
力者
person
が
he
殺せ
planned
な
to
くなり
kill,
順
and the
番
order
が
of the
狂ったん
murders
だ
had to change. Sarika looked at me for just a moment, then looked away. She was probably talking about Yuki. They were going to kill a little girl like that. I scowled at Sarika as hard as I could.
それで仕方なく
So he killed Haidariko
Haidariko
first since he
を先に
didn't have a
殺したのか。
choice.
そうだ
And that's right.
ニュージェ
The
ネの
return
狂
of
気
the
の
new
再来
gen
事件を
madness and
途切れ
incidents
させる
couldn't
わ
be
けには
allowed
い
to
かなかっ
stop.
たからな
I felt disgust as I watched Sarika calmly talk about murder. This can't be the Sarika I've always known.
それで
So, why is he trying to frame Miyashiro
宮
Takuryu
代
as the
拓郎を犯
killer?
人に仕立て上げようとしている理由は何だ。
実は
I
よく
don't
わから
know,
ない
but it might be
Well,
the committee's
委員
orders.
会の指示かもしれない
What? I've never even heard of this committee until now. So why?
覚えていないか
Don't you remember?
宮代自身
It's
が
something you were
以前
wondering
疑
about
問に思って
before.
いたことだぞ
What are you talking
Ano
about?
能力者は
Whether a
一
psychic
人
could
で
only
一つ
have
の
one
能力しか
power.
持てないのかという疑問があったろ
That's right. That did come up when we were talking in the club room. In the end, we never came up with an answer, so we had to move on.
うお前は
You
私
relocated
とい
me
う
into
存在をリアル
existence.
ブートした
That's an incredible
これ
power
だけで
on
も
its
大した
own.
能力だが
But after that,
その
you
後
became able
さ
to
らに
use
別の
another
能力まで
ability.
使えるようになっている渋谷自身
None
で
of the
発
other
生した
Giggle maniacs
白い
who were
光
struck by the white light have been
そ
able
れ
to
を
do
浴びた
this.
者の中
Am
に
I
は
correct,
こんな例は
Kunosato?
存在しないそうだな久野里
ああ
Yeah. At least,
今の
according
と
to
こ
the
ろ
data we have.
データ上は皆無だ。
だが
But
佐久間
according to
によれば
Sakuma,
か
the
つて
Giggle
佐久間たちの
maniacs
組
he
織が
once
研
studied
究
were
していた
capable of
ギガ
that.
ロマニアックスというのはそういうものだったそうだ
何
What?
サイコキネシスだ
They
の
weren't
テレパ
simply
スだの
psychics with individual
特定の
powers
力
like
だけを持つ
psychokinesis or
超能力
telepathy.
者まがいではなく心の中
They
に
were
思い
capable
描
of
いたどん
rebooting
な妄
anything
想で
they
も
could
リアルブー
imagine.
トできる存在それをギガロマニアックスと呼んだつまり
In other
本
words,
来のギ
once
ガロ
their
マニア
powers
ックスは
developed, the
能
Giggle
力さえ開
Giggle
花すれば
maniacs could do
どんな
anything.
力でも使えるはずなんだよ
Kunosato-san looked at me with narrowed eyes.
つまり
So,
宮代
Miyashiro
拓郎
Taku
は
is the
本
real
物という
thing
ことだ
then.
な。
And for some
そ
reason,
して
the committee has decided he's
委員会が
dangerous
何ら
and
かの
wants
理
him
由で
gone.
本物を危険だと考え排除したがっている。
推論だが
And
な
that's just a guess, but
6
yes.
年前の事故
It
に
may be connected
何か
in
関
some
係
way
があ
to
るの
what
かも
happened
しれな
6
い
years ago.
私が
And
話
that's
せる
all
こ
I
と
can
は
tell you.
これで
I
全
don't
て
know
だ
about anything
あとは
else.
知らされていない
どうだ
Well, Arimura.
嘘はつ
And
い
this
て
doesn't
ない
look like she's
み
lying.
たいですね
Arimura had been watching Sarika with fiery eyes the whole time. Sarika looked back at her, and after a moment's thought, she spoke.
ああ
Yeah,
その
that's
通り
right,
だ
Arimura.
有村
Arimura jumped up out of her seat.
だから
Stop reading my mind!
さっきから考
And
え
that's
て
something
いる
you've
こ
been
とが
thinking
ある
for
だ
a
ろ
while now, right?
言葉に
If
出
you
さない
don't
と
say it, the
他の
others
連中
won't
に伝
know.
わらないぞ最
You piece of shit. There was much hatred in her voice. When Sarika didn't respond, it only angered her more.
セリ
Seri.
じゃない
On the way,
お前
Sarika.
セリか
You used your
あんたは
telepathy to
思
find
考盗作を
psychics
使
and
って
kill them,
能力者を
right?
見つけ殺していたそうよねああ
Yeah.
ラブホテルで
When Kakita-san was murdered in the love hotel, why did he kill him and not
どうして滝田さんの
me?
方を殺したの私も能
You
力
knew
者
I
だ
was a
って
psychic, right?
分かってたんで
Both
しょ
of us were there.
二 二人であそこにいたんだから。簡単だ。
It's simple.
私の能力
Kakita
と
has the same
柿田
power
の
I
能
did.
力が同
The
じだったから
telepath
だ
was a
よ。
threat to our plans.
思考盗撮
We
の
could
能
find
力
out
者
who
は邪魔
Sakuma
だ。
and I were.
私や佐久間の正体がバレる。たった。
That
そ
was
れ
the
だけの理
only
由で。
reason.
私たちの
It
計
was
画に
important to
は
our
重要なこ
plans.
とだ。
Damn it! It's all your fault! At some point, Aribita had started to cry.
そうだ。
That's right.
私がいた
It's
せい
my
で
fault that
あの
Kakita
日
is
柿田は
dead.
死んだ。
You bitch! Aribita reached out into thin air and went to grab her D-sword, but then stopped. She then looked down at Serika, tears running down cheeks that were red with rage. Damn it, Hall! Aribita slammed herself back into her seat instead of grabbing her sword. She wrapped her arms around her body without bothering to wipe away her tears.
新庄さん、
Shinja-san,
聞いていた
did
か
you get all of that? After a moment's silence, Kunosata-san spoke into the phone.
あ
Yeah,
あんたにやっても
there's
らいた
something
い
I
ことが
want
あ
you
るん
to
だが
do.
あ、なんだ
What?
青葉寮にまだ
There are
捜
still
査員が
officers
残
at
ってる
Alba
から
Dorm.
な
I
んと
want
かし
them
てほし
gone.
い。
The media too.
あとマスコミも。
ああ
Yeah. We finished our
家宅捜索自体は
search.
もう終わ
I
ってる
think it's possible, but
可能だと思う
what are
が
you planning on doing?
どうする気だ
場所をそっ
I
ち
want to
へ
head
移す。
there. I need to
佐
investigate
久間の調
Sakuma,
査と
and I want Yamazoi Uke somewhere I can keep an eye
山
on
添
her.
由紀を私たちの目の届くところに置いておきたい。
It was several hours later when Shinja-san called us and told us that all of the police had left Alba Dorm. We rolled into Momose-san's car, and Shinja-san told us which routes to follow together without hitting any checkpoints. Where's
さん
Momose-san?
フリージアに
She
戻
went
りま
back
し
to
た。
Frisia.
別
She
の
said
線
she's
からい
going
ろ
to
いろ
look
調
at
べ
the
てく
case
れる
from
とか。
another angle or something.
そうか
I see. Shinja-san was waiting for us in the living room. He stood somewhere he could observe Serika. I suddenly felt the familiar smells of home and felt just a little better.
はあ、
Yeah,
ここはやっぱ
this
り
place
僕の
really
家
is my
だ。
home, isn't it? It had only been a little while since I'd left to find Kurisu, but it felt like a lot of time had passed.
ここに来るまで
Did you make it
大丈夫
here
だったか？
okay?
はい。
Yeah. I nodded back, but it felt like the whole town was going crazy. As I crouched in the back seat, I would sometimes look up and peek out the window. It was bizarre how many people there were. The sun was only just starting to rise, but there were groups of people partying everywhere. Through the closed windows, I could hear irritating laughter.
みんなが浮かれて
Everyone's excited.
うちの
The
署
whole
は全員
department's deployed
街
around
の
the
あち
city
こ
to
ちで
keep
警戒に当たって
watch.
る
Shinja-san must have seen the look on my face.
僕を
Are they
探
all
してるん
looking
でしょう
for
か。
me?
いや
No,
そうだ
they're not. He was about to shake his head, but
すまん
sorry, honestly.
正直そ
There's
の
a
可
good
能性が
chance they
高い
are. It's true that the festival
い
means
つも
there
より
are
人が
more
多い
people
のは事
outside
実だ
than
が
usual, but
ネ
have
ッ
you
トは
looked
見たか
online?
あ、
No,
いえ。
no. I hadn't. I hadn't felt like it.
君を捕まえたも
There's a
のに
fake rumor going
懸賞
around,
金
but
が出る
whoever
という
catches
デ
you
マが
will
広
get
が
a
っている
reward.
え？
What? That can't be a reward.
もちろん
And of course,
警察はそ
the
んな
police
発
have
表は
made
し
no
ていな
such
い
announcement.
逆にデマだと発表したんだが それが分かってい
They
ないのか
actually came out
仲
and
間と
said it
一緒
was a
に君を
fake.
探している連
But
中も
there were a
多い
lot
ら
of
しい
groups out there looking for you anyway.
デマだなんてみん
Everyone
なわか
knows
って
it's
いるさ。
fake.
何
What? Shinjo-san looked at Seriko with animosity in his eyes.
ネット上の
And that's what
祭
a
りという
festival
の
on
は
the internet is
こういう
like.
ものだ。
They don't care
連
whether
中
the
にとって
information
は
is right or
情
wrong.
報が正し
Isn't
か
that
ろうと
right,
間違っていようと
Miyashita-Takuru?
そんなことはどうでもいい。そうだろ宮代拓。
For some reason, she seemed a little happy. She was right. That was the basic mechanism for internet festivals.
有村、
Animuta,
久野
where
里
are
さんと
Kunosata-san
和樹た
and
ち
the
は。
others? I wanted to change the subject, so I asked about the people who weren't here.
久野里さんは1
Kunosata-san
階
is on the first floor.
佐久間が仕
She's
事で
looking
使
at
っていた
Sakuma's
PC の
computer,
中をダ
but
メ
she
元
doesn't
で漁
expect
って
to
ま
find
す。
much.
花たち
Hana
は
and the others. Animuta glanced at Serika before she spoke.
ゆうとくんも一
I
緒
sent
に
them all to
ウキ
Ki's
の部屋
room.
にいてもらっ
I
てま
thought it
す。
wouldn't be a good idea for
近
them
く
to
にい
be
ない方がいい
close.
と思ったから。
Animuta didn't say it outright, but I knew that she meant close to Serika.
ウキは、その、
Izuki, okay.
大丈夫かな。
ええ、
Yeah. It's because of
Yuto-kun
Yuto-kun,
のおかげ
I guess.
と言っちゃ
She
なん
seems
で
to
すけ
think
ど、
that she has to be the
自
big
分がしっか
sister.
りしなきゃって思ってる
Girls
み
are
たい
strong
で
when
す。
they get like that, you know?
そういう
You
時
should
の女の
remember
子は
that.
強いですよ。覚えておくといいです。
そっか。
I see. You and Kurisu have been the same way. Whenever they had someone to protect, they were stronger than anything.
あとは父さん、
And then we just have to hope that
佐久間が
that
おかしなことを
Sakuma
してこな
isn't
け
up
れ
to
ばいいけ
anything.
ど。
それは心
You
配し
don't
な
need
くて
to
い
worry
い。
about that.
佐久間
Sakuma
は
won't go after
私と宮
Arimiru
代
or
のことに
Yamasawi
ケリが
until
つ
you
く
and
ま
I
で
are dealt
有
with.
村や山添には手を出さない。
ねえ、
Hey,
あんた
you.
さ、
There's a challenge in Arimura's voice.
まるで仲
Stop
間みたい
acting
な
like
顔
you're a
して言うの
friend.
やめて。
It really pisses
めちゃ
me
くちゃ
off.
腹立つから。
She was clenching her hands into fists so tightly they turned white. Her lips were trembling a little. No trace of an expression vanished from Serika's face. It was impossible to tell what she was feeling. And then, the intercom rang. I looked and saw it was from the examination room on the first floor. It was probably Kunosata-san. I hit the answer button and put it on speaker.
宮代か。
はい。
Yes.
佐久間が普段
Besides
使
the
って
one
い
in
た
the
PC は
examination room,
診察
was
室
there
の
any
前以
other
外にある
computer
か。
Sakuma used?
いえ、
No, I
ないと
don't
思います。
think so. As far as I knew, anyway. Dad, though I don't want to call him that now, had it and everything from me.
おい、
Hey, on the way. Outside of this place.
ここの他に
You don't know
佐
anywhere
久間
else
が隠
Sakuma
れてい
could
そう
be
な場所
hiding,
は
right?
思い当たらないんだな。
ああ、
Yeah. Serika answered Kunosata-san's question. During the hours while we waited for the police to leave Albador, Kunosata-san said they prepared Serika with questions, or had peppered Serika with questions. Most of the questions dealt with the nature of the committee rather than the case itself. I heard a lot of words I never heard before. I don't think anybody but the two of them understood most of it. What struck me the most during the time was the rage on Kunosato's face. Her face was twisted into something terrible, and she would sometimes slam her fist down on the desk as if she was trying to stop herself from strangling Golnoe. She must have really hated the committee. It seemed like it had something to do with what had happened to her when she was in America, but I couldn't ask her anything. I could hear her typing on her computer over the speakerphone.
ダメだな。
It's no good.
何も出ない。
I'm not finding anything. Hey, on the way.
モノエ、
なんだ。
What?
お前が私に
Is
与えられる
everything...
情報は
Is there...
これで全てだ。
Is this everything you can tell me? Yes, Serika nodded.
なら
Then, what did you mean when you said you wanted me to take care of Miyashiro?
どういうことだ
That's right. I hadn't gotten the chance to ask that. Serika had said that at Phrygia.
言葉通りだ
Just what I meant,
黒里
Kunosato
美代
Mio.
お前
I
には
want you
今
to
後
keep Miyashiro
宮
Takaru
代
alive
拓
for
を
as
可
long
能
as
な限
possible
り生か
once
し
this
続
is
けても
done.
らいたい
What?
私はこれ
I'm
から
going where Sakuma
佐
told
久間
me
の
to
指
go.
定した場所へ
Of
行く
course. I'll be
も
going
ちろ
alone.
ん一人でだ
Serika looked at me as she spoke. Huh?
あいつはお前を
He told
連れ
me
て
to
こいと
take
言
you
ってい
with
た
me,
がそ
but
れに
there's no
従
need
う
for me
必
to
要は
do
ない
so.
私は
I'm going to kill him
必ずあ
and
いつ
die
と差
myself.
し違える
So I want you
だ
to
からお
leave
前
this
は
city with your
黒里美代
Kunosato
の
Mio's
手引
help.
きでこの
When he's
町から
dead and
逃
the
げる
truth
んだ
becomes known,
あ
your
いつが
innocence
死ん
will
で
eventually be
真実
proven.
が明らかになればいずれお前の無実も証明されるだろ
What?
なんで
Why?
うお前はもう
You're not going to do
危ないことは
dangerous
しないん
things
だろう
anymore, are you? No, that's not what I meant.
なんで
Why are you
お前
doing
がそんなこと
this?
するんだよ
私の存在
Because
す
the
る理
reason I
由が
exist is to keep
お
you
前を生かす
alive.
ことだからだ
私がそい
Do
つを
you
引
really
き受け
think
る
I'll
とで
take
も
him
思っ
in?
てるのか
Kunosato-san's voice was cold, as if she thought the whole thing was a bad joke.
受けてはくれない
You
か
won't.
当たり前
Of
だ
course not. I'm here to take revenge of the committee, not to babysit gigalomaniacs.
ギガロマニアックスのお守りをするためじゃない
宮代拓郎
If
を
you can
渋
get
谷の外
Miyashiro
に連れ
Takaru
出
out
せ
of
ば
Shibuya,
お前の
your
望
wish
みが
might
叶
come
うか
true,
も
you
しれない
know.
ぞ
What? Ellipsis. Kunosato-san fell silent, as if she was thinking of something. But what's going on? What will happen if she takes me out of Shibuya?
いいか
Listen
黒里美
carefully,
代
Kunosato
佐
Mio.
久間は
Sakuma
委員
wants
会
to
の
be
中
part
枢
of
へ入り
the
込んでい
core
きたいらしい
committee,
が
but that's
そんな
never
のは
going to
ただの夢
happen.
物語だ
The committee has no
委
such
員会に
intentions.
そんなつもりはないだろう結局
No
佐久間
matter
を
what
ど
you
うし
do
よう
with
と
Sakuma,
お前の
you'll
望
never
む
get
中
any
枢には
closer
た
to
どり
them.
着けない
However,
だがお前が
if
宮
you
代
get
拓郎
Miyashiro
を連れて
Takaru out
逃
of
げ
the
れば
city,
話は
things
別だ
change.
カオスチャイルド
Chaos Child Syndrome, huh? I frowned when I saw Serika nod. Chaos Child Syndrome? That was the name for the PTSD symptoms that started appearing in children after the Shibuya earthquake. What did that have to do with anything?
それができるのは
You're the
お
only
前し
one
か
who
いな
can
い
do it.
委
You
員会
have the
に対
knowledge
して知
needed
識を
to
持
fight the
ち
committee.
壁法
And
学
have you
園や
noticed what
青葉
makes
寮の
Hekiho
特
and
殊性に
Albadorm
気づいていて
special?
なぜ能
You're
力
the
者が
only one
渋
who
谷に
knows
集
why
ま
there's
って
so
いる
many
のか
psychics in
それを
Shibuya.
理解しているお前にしかなどうだ
What do
お
you
前が
think?
復讐を望んでいる連中
The
が
people you
向こう
want
から
revenge
現
on
れる
might
かも
just
しれ
come
ないぞ
to you. I had no idea what she meant. I could tell that Arimita was confused too. Albadorm and Hekiho Academy were special. And what was this about all the psychics being Shibuya?
それは能力
It's
が生ま
because
れ
of
るきっ
that
かけ
light
にな
that
った
created them all.
白い光が渋谷で起こったからで
No. Wait, that's not right. That light was what created the psychics. That's what I learned from all the information so far. But
能力者たち
there
が
was no reason for any of them to
渋
stay in
谷に留まり続けている
Shibuya,
理
is
由
there?
はない
待ってください
Wait a second.
どういうこ
What
と
are
で
you
すか
talking about? Arimita shouted out the phone.
能力者は
Why are all the psychics,
私たちみた
all
いな
the
人
people
間は
like us
ど
in
うして渋谷ば
Shibuya?
かりに
Ellipsis. And there was no answer, but I knew Kunosato-san had heard her. Tsuruko stared at the phone, as if waiting for an answer. Was there some connection between the psychics and Chaos Child Syndrome?
本当に
Are you
そう
certain
考
about
えているの
this?
か
何
What?
宮代を
That
渋谷
getting
から逃がす
Miyashiro
こと
out
は
of Shibuya is the key to
宮
keeping
代
him
の生
alive.
存につながると
佐久間を殺
Even
し
when
たところで
Sakuma's dead,
あいつに
his
思
mind
考誘導
control
を
will
かけられ
remain.
た人間
There's no
は
place
正
in
気に戻
Shibuya
ら
where
ない
Miyashiro Takuru will be
宮代
safe.
拓の居場所は渋谷にはもうないであれば
Which
逃がす
means
しか
he
ないだ
has to
ろ
get out, right?
有村
Arimira, is she telling
そ
the
いつは
truth?
嘘を言ってないか
言ってない
She should be.
はずです
But what is all of this
それよ
about?
り何なん
What
で
do
す
you
か
know?
何を知ってるんですか
She went silent again. And this time it was long enough that I thought she'd hung up.
それなら
That means that getting Arimira and Yamazoe out
渋谷
would
から
also
話
make
した
it
方
more
が
likely that I run into the
委員会
committee
と
as
接触
well.
する可能性は高まるな
好きにすればいい
Do what you want.
宮代
As
拓
long
を
as
連
you
れ
take
て行ってく
Miyashiro
れるな
Takuru,
ら
I don't
文句はな
care.
いは
Huh? Oh,
ちょっ
wait.
と
宮代と有
You
村
two
は
get
荷
your
物を
things
まとめ
together.
ろ
Tell Yamazoe
山添
too.
にもそう
We'll
伝え
have
ておけ
Shinjo-san help us.
新庄さんにも手伝ってもらうぞ
She then abruptly hung up.
どういうことだ
What's going on?
こっちが聞きたい
That's
です
what I
よ
want to know.
ちょっ
I'll
と
be
行って
right
きます
back. Arimita sounded very irritated as she said that. She then ran downstairs to go see Kunosato-san. I thought to myself as I watched her go. Was there still something I didn't know about the case?
知りたいか
Do you want to know? Tsuriko was looking right at me, as if she was trying to test me. Again. She was reading my mind again.
僕は
I
危険なことは
don't
し
do
ないで
anything dangerous. No,
別に
just do what you want.
勝手にすればいいじゃないか
I turned away before the feelings in my mind turned into words. That's right. Anything else would be betraying No. I glanced to the side and saw that Tsuriko was still staring at me. Her expression was the same as ever. But she seemed the same as when I knocked her hand away at Phrygia, sad, as if she dropped and broken some priceless treasure. November 6th, 2015, Friday. Finally, with the hope that Shibuya, a city reborn, will experience even greater prosperity, I conclude this speech by declaring the second Shibuya Peace and Restoration Festival open. Thank you all for your cooperation.
よろしくお願いいたします
November 6th, 2015, 9 a.m. The second Shibuya Peace and Restoration Festival had begun. The people gathered in front of the Hikari World began to loudly applaud when the mayor finished his speech. They then started to split off to visit the concerts and stalls that they wanted to go see. Over 80% of the people here had come from outside Shibuya. Many were from Tokyo, but others had come all the way from outside the country to witness the celebration. There were easily more than 100,000 people attending. The first festival was held last year to celebrate the 5th anniversary of the reconstruction, and the whole ward had come out to celebrate. A similar event had also been done a year after the earthquake, but had been less of a festival and more of a memorial. The rebuilding work was proceeding at a feverish pitch, but at that point it was still too early to call it a city reborn. But last year, even though there were still areas that were considered covered in rubble, the 5th year anniversary, and the prospect of the tax revenue that would come along with it were enough to get the government to hold a festival for their whole world. Despite being only a one-day event, it attracted over 80,000 people in worldwide attention. It was such a big success that, for this year, the city had put even more effort into it. The concerts were bigger and there were even more places to eat and drink. The main areas were centered around the Hikariwo building, as well as the Shibuya Cultural Hall, Shibuya's 107 building, and Shibuya Science City. All the main roads around the station were closed to any traffic that wasn't bringing in people or equipment to the festival. Bunkamura Dori and Dogenzaka Dori in particular were overflowing with performers and stalls. Should we do this spot next? The reporter with Tokyo Next TV saw the cameraman nod, and then looked at the scene in front of her. This whole thing was stupid and she could tell she was getting tired. Center Guy, one of Shibuya's busiest shopping streets. The city had always had a lot of young people to begin with, and now with the festival, it was covered with stalls to visit and filled with people of all ages. And there's too many people here. When she'd been given the job of reporting on the Shibuya Reconstruction Festival several months ago, she'd literally jumped for joy. The reason she was so excited was that the vocalist for one of her favorite bands, Takiyanaki Bomone, was going to be performing on stage. Ever since she happened to hear Takanayaki's voice at a concert hall, she had been a fan, or perhaps, a dedicated believer. She was willing to do whatever it took to get a camera to her performance at the Restoration Festival, so that the whole world could see how wonderful she was. But why did she have to die? She'd been caught up in the return of the new generation madness and was murdered. Now there was barely any point in covering the Restoration Festival anymore. But she still had to smile and obey when her boss told her to come here, and in the end... And I'm off chasing rumors. She wanted to believe that a big TV station would be better than this. What she was doing was a little better than rubbernecking. No, there they are, look. The cameraman pointed at a group of people wearing homemade t-shirts. The shirts had a white print background with a photo on the front and a big red ellipsis question mark that covered the photo. They were all young, just like all the others she'd interviewed so far. She covered her annoyance, the same smile that... the same smile she used to deal with her obnoxious boss. Then she pushed through the crowd and got close to the group. Hello, what are you up to? Whoa, are you from TV? What station? Who cares, she thought to herself. But she told them she was with Tokyo Next. Miss, look. He pulled on his t-shirt to show her. The photo in the center was of two fat male faces, the sumo sticker. So the TV's here, is it true? They said it on Twipo. What they said on Twipo? Rather, I can read. Huh? What do you mean? She played dumb and acted surprised. She certainly couldn't tell them what she'd done. She certainly couldn't tell them that she'd come here because of a rumor on Twipo, especially one that was almost certainly a lie. There's a rumor that Miyashiro's going to kill himself right here. She knew about that. Before dawn, it was supposed to happen in front of the big TVs, and a few hours ago, it was next to the statue of Hachiko in front of the station. By Miyashiro, do you mean Miyashiro Takura-kun, the fugitive? Yeah, I've got a picture. He started to fiddle with his smartphone, seemingly oblivious to the fact that she hadn't asked to see it. It was the same picture of Miyashiro Takuru that she was already sick of seeing. According to her boss, it was from his student handbook. What? How did you get this? You don't spend a lot of time on the internet, do you? Everybody's got it. And we're totally gonna get that reward. Come to think of it, there was a fake rumor about that going around. Did you make those t-shirts yourself? No way. You just bought them from 300 yen back there. Well, they look stupid. It's just a meme. And then they all started to laugh, though she didn't get the joke. She could feel herself getting more and more aggravated. She'd seen similar t-shirts and placards, and even some that were declaring Miyashita Takari a god, and glorifying the sumo stickers. Some of them were being sold as part of a movement to get rid of the sumo stickers so people could focus on the festival, but most people were just wearing them to be a part of the chaos. Of course, this is the first time she'd seen anyone who actually believed in the reward. What are your thoughts on Miyashiro Takuru-kun? Total son of a bitch. He's a serial killer, right? And even killed people from his own orphanage. What a sicko. And those Ryotakaru guys say he's some kind of god. But they're just a bunch of creepy losers. I hate those assholes. She ignored most of what they were saying. There was no need to go any deeper. As long as she had the footage of her camera, that would be good enough. But everyone seemed to think that Miyashita Takuru was the killer. At least, everyone who come up to the festival to find him seemed to think so. And they were probably right. The official announcement just said that he wanted to be a person of interest, but if he wasn't the killer, they would have used his real name. But she'd also heard that they were, in fact, looking for him as a suspect, but she didn't know where the information had come from. Miyashita Takuru, the killer behind the return of the new generation madness. She suddenly felt a rage building inside her. There was no way she could do what she'd originally set out to do now. The angel with the heavenly voice was dead. But if there was one reason to participate in this festival... That's right. I don't care if they're just rumors. I'll find all the information on Miyashita's whereabouts that I can, and make it easy for people like these to find him. If he wanted to kill himself in public, he was probably some kind of sick madman. If he pulled it off, even more idiots might start worshipping him, and that was probably just what he wanted. She couldn't let that happen. That wouldn't atone for her murder at all. He deserved a miserable, painful death, preferably with people throwing rocks at him like an old historical drama. Hey, what's wrong? Oh. Only then did she realize that the people in front of her had stopped talking. She said thank you and went to go find another person to interview. Oh, sorry. One last question. She suddenly stopped and asked the group one last question she thought of before they disappeared into the crowd. Where are you from? Saitama. We came by bike. They then laughed again, but she still didn't get the joke. This time she turned around without thanking them and walked off into the busy street. She could tell her cameraman looked confused. He didn't seem to understand the meaning of her question. If they were from Saitama, that meant they weren't from Shibuya, and from the look of it, they weren't victims of the earthquake either. People who had nothing to do with the Shibuya earthquake were here looking for Miyashiro. So were the victims of the earthquake she just interviewed a while ago, who were hoping that the Restoration Festival would be a success. And so were people with a grudge to bear against him, like her. Come on out, Miyashiro. Her thoughts were never going to be heard on TV, and the people nearby couldn't hear them either. But they were shared by the vast majority of the people at the Restoration Festival. Whenever she saw someone wearing a sumo sticker on their clothes, she figured they were after Miyashiro, and when she went to interview them, she found that she was right. But in fact, the news that Miyashiro was going to kill himself in front of the crowd had been playing on TV every hour since the previous night. And because of that, over 98% of the people at the Restoration Festival had heard it. There was literally no place safe for him in the city. Total son of a bitch. He's a serial killer, right? And even killed people from his own orphanage? What a sicko. The words made me sick, so I turned off the TV. I realized that the skin on my soles of my feet was starting to rub off, and I unclenched my toes. It felt like if I didn't keep some part of my body tensed up, I'd scream and start smashing things. I'd always hated outsiders who never cared about the actual people caught up in something. But this time it was different. Exactly, as a son of a bitch. Damn it, you don't know anything. You don't understand anything. And if you don't know anything, then keep your damn mouth shut. I wasn't the one who killed Nono or Yui. Serika had been sitting in her chair, barely moving. She seemed to be staring at a spot on the wall, just waiting for time to pass. Takuri-san? Hey, you're not supposed to come in here. I suddenly shut my mouth. Yuki and Kazuki were both looking at Serika. Their hands were shaking, either with fear or suppressed rage. Maybe both. Where are Shinjo-san and Yuto? Shinjo-san's on the phone. Yuto-kun took some medicine and is sleeping in my room. I see. I'm glad he was asleep. If he saw the person who killed his sisters, he probably wouldn't be able to handle it. He was still in elementary school after all. The two of them stared at Serika, unmoving. Serika didn't move either. But... it's true. At some point, Serika had turned away from the wall to look at them. Yamazoe Uki, Kazuki Hana. I was the one who killed Kurusu Nono. Their expression suddenly changed. Serika must have read their thoughts. They took a few steps back and shivered. Then you were behind all the other murders, too? That's right. Why? No. Then... Serika's voice was calm, but Uki's was small and shaky. You know something about the place where I was at, right? Where are the people I was taking care of? I don't know. Answer me, please. If you were the real killer, you must know. I suddenly realized why Uki wouldn't back down. That's right. Uki didn't know about Dad yet. I hadn't had the time to tell her, and Uki really looked up to him. Uki was extremely shy, and it was Nono and Dad who'd given her a place here. It seemed she'd always found her meaning in life through helping others, so doctors must have been people she really looked up to. I can't tell her. Yamazoe Uki. It seems you haven't heard yet. Stop. I jumped out of my chair. You shouldn't have been able to... You should have been capable of finding out who Sakuma really was. You probably met him 6 years ago. Huh? What are you talking about? Yes, I can't blame you, given what you were going through. Sakuma is... I said stop! As I screamed, I hit her with my power without even thinking about it. I slammed her off her chair and onto the floor. And then I walked over and grabbed her by the hair. I'd never been this violent with a girl before. I could hear Uki and Kazuki gasping at the change in me. Look at me. I grabbed her by the hair to make her look me right in the eye. Enough of this shit. Don't you dare destroy any more of my family. I looked at her, mustering all the rage I could in my mind. She should have been able to tell how angry I was. Sarika must have felt my anger, or maybe it hurt where I grabbed her hair, because her face twisted a little in pain. I looked back and saw Uki staring at Sarika with wide eyes. Kazuki looked sad, too.
But please stop it. Even if one of my son is, a bad person, I don't want to see you being scary like that.
Yeah, you're right. I let go of Sarika's hair. She ran her hand through it violently to try and get it back into place.
Sakura-san, where's the doctor? What happened to him? Also, Shinju-san told us to get our things together. Does it have something to do with that?
Well, there were tears in Uki's eyes, but I couldn't bring myself to tell her the truth. Sarika stood up, and then she grabbed her stomach again for some reason. And there was blood on her hands. And her dad said he cut her. Come to think of it, her wound looked like it had opened when I used my powers on her back at Phrygia. Damn it. I turned to Uki, who looked like she was on the verge of breaking down in tears. I'll tell you what happened later, I promise. So go get your stuff together, Uki.
But
Uki looked like she wanted to ask more questions, but Kazuki grabbed her hand firmly and shook her head. And then she pushed her gently on the shoulder and led her out of the room. Thanks. I said thanks in my mind for Kazuki's kindness. As soon as I heard the two of them start to quietly pack up in Uki's room, I invited Sarika downstairs. Follow me. Just do it. Huh? When I went inside the examination room, I didn't see Konosato-san or Arimura. And that's strange. I thought they'd still be here. And there's no equipment here for surgery. Sarika must have already read my mind. It's better than just a first aid kit and Nona has said that Dad used to be a brain surgeon, and that he'd done operations on patients during the Shibuya earthquake. She said that even now, there were still patients who said that he'd saved their lives. That's right. Dad was a good doctor. The people in the neighborhood loved him. He drank too much, and he could be a little lazy, but he was a man who found his life's work in helping others. He was a man I really respected. So why? At first, I hadn't believed he could betray us, but as time passed, It started to seem more and more real. I knew it was pathetic, but I almost started to cry. I tried to take my mind off of it by going through the shelves, which were filled with gauze and drugs. But all the medicine bottles had neat labels in Nono's handwriting, and when I saw them, it made me want to cry even more.
違うな。
That's not right.
Sakuma
was a monster who gained the power of mind control and enjoyed it to the fullest. He only played at being a good doctor.
表向きはいい医者を演じていた。
Tsurika lifted up her skirt and showed me her stomach.
お前、
That's...
それ。
It was covered with packing tape that had been stained dark red. It was wound poorly and far too tight.
佐久間は以前、
Sakuma once saw
私
me
が
using
傷の応
packing
急
tape
処
to
置
treat
に
an
ガム
injury
テー
and
プを使って
laughed.
いるのを見て
Not bad, he
笑っ
said.
ていたよ。
I didn't know what he
やるじゃ
meant.
ねえか、と意味のわからないことを言ってな。お前は
Do you
2番
remember
目
the
の事
second
件を覚え
murder?
ているか？
When
ストリー
Takanayagi...
トミュージシャンの高
Yeah,
柳が殺された事
Takanagi,
件
the
だ。
street musician, was killed.
ああ、
Yeah.
腹が裂かれて
Her stomach was
スピー
cut
カーが
open
埋め
and a
込まれてい
speaker was
た。
put inside.
あの時、
She was
思
mind
考
controlled
誘
into
導さ
using
れた高
packing
柳
tape to
が
stop
止
the
血に使っ
bleeding.
たのがやはりガムテープだ。思考誘導され
When
た
I saw
高
him
柳
make
が
her use the
裂
packing
いた
tape,
腹をガム
I
テー
asked
プ
him
で
why
処
he
置
was
している
making
のを
her
見
do
た。
that.
な
And
ぜ
this is
そんな
what
こ
he
とをさ
said.
せているのか、あいつに尋ねたが、あいつはこう言った。
お前に似てるだ
She's
ろ
just like you, right?
人形み
That's
たいで
all.
面白いじゃ
Isn't
ない
that
か
funny? I could imagine his tone and his voice. I felt all the hairs on my body stand up on end.
私は佐久間の
I
思
read
考を読ん
Sakuma's
だ。
mind.
何を
I
考
felt like
え
I
て
had to
そんな
know
言
why
葉
he
が
was
出てくる
saying
の
that.
か知らなければと思った。
Sarika gave a deep sigh, as if letting out something that had been building up inside her.
あいつは
He wasn't
言
thinking
葉
about
以上
anything
の
more
こと
than
を
what
考
he
えてい
said.
なかった。
The only word in his
頭
mind
の
was
中には
funny.
ただ面白いという声だけが反響していた。あいつは異常
He's
だ。
not normal.
よく
They talk
快
about
楽
people
殺
who
人
get
と言われ
pleasure
るも
from
のがある
killing,
が、
but
そ
it's
れ
not
ですら
even
ない。
that.
自分にと
All
っ
he
て
cares about
面
is
白い
whether
か
or
どう
not
か
he
だけが
finds
重
something
要で、
entertaining.
その行
And
為
it
が
doesn't even have to
殺
be
人かどう
murder.
かにさえ興味がないんだ。あいつに気持ちを
Don't
寄
try
せ
to
るな。
have any feelings
理
for
解
him.
しようと
Don't
す
try
る
to
な。
understand him.
優しい
Give up
父
the
親だった
idea
と
that
いう
he
思
was
い込みを捨て
he
ろ。
was a loving father.
別に、
I know
そんな
that.
つもりはない。
違う。
No,
お
you're
前
still
はまだ佐久間
hoping.
に対して
But to him,
何かを期
the
待している。
conversations he had after dinner with you were no
あいつ
different
に
than
と
the
っては
brutal murders he
食後のお
committed.
前たちとの談笑も残虐な殺人も同じことなんだぞ。
そんなつ
I
もり
said
な
I
いって言
know
ってるだろ。
that. I couldn't tell I couldn't tell how my confused thoughts appeared to Sarika. But I truly didn't know how I felt myself. Dad was trying to join some organization called the Committee. That was why he was going to kill me and put an end to the case. I was tired of hearing that.
大体、それを
There's
す
no
ぐ
way I
に
could
受け入れ
take
ろって
this
言われ
on
たって。
blah blah
無理
blah.
に決まってるだろ。
There's no way I could take in all this so quickly. Just 10 hours ago, Dad was Dad. The lazy guy who drank too much. The doctor everybody loved. Without another word, Sarika began to tear off the packing tape in a disorderly manner.
ここは外科じゃ
This
ないか
isn't
ら
a
な。
surgery center,
手術道
so
具
there
が置い
shouldn't
て
be
ある
any
とは思
surgical
えない。
tools.
それよ
Instead,
り
look in the
僕
bottom
の
drawer
机
in the
の一番
back
下の引き
desk.
出しを見てくれ。
何？
What?
クルスノノがよく使ってい
That
た
was the
机
desk
だ。
Kurishi Nono
そ
used.
こに
There should be
裁縫
sewing
道具が
tools
入
in
ってい
there.
るだろう。
Kurisu had indeed kept sewing tools in there to patch the buttons back onto Dad's white coat. She learned that by reading Kurisu's mind. Damn it. I was angry, but I did what she said anyway. There's a bag filled with sewing tools there, like always. I gave them to Serika, and she grabbed a needle and thread at random. She disinfected them and started to wordlessly sew up her own stomach. Seeing the sewing needle stick into Serika's pale white skin was worse than seeing the wound itself. She showed no hesitation and no sign of being in pain. What kind of life has she lived? Her eyes suddenly met. I forced myself to think of something else before she could answer my question. Where did Dad want us to go? Serika finished her stitches and tore off the end of the thread. He told me to come to the place where everything about this case began, at the exact time when it all began, right? You don't know what I mean? Where everything about this case... No. Where everything about this case and the one that happened 6 years ago began. Yes, there. Let's see if we can't match the time too. It'll be more dramatic that way. And that's what he'd said. And the place where everything began. Just like you and Kunosato suspected, the cause of all of this was the Shibuya earthquake. It was caused by the explosion of a certain device, and what you call the casual factor is actually a special type of electromagnetic wave that was spread out from here. And that's what caused the psychics to awaken to powers they never wanted. So the conspiracy theory that the Shibuya earthquake was caused artificially. It was true. And that's right. Like you were told at Fujiya, the device was secretly set up in a planetarium in front of Shibuya Station. Kunosato-san had been the one to tell me that. Some company had bought out the planetarium and used it to do experiments. And that's where the Hikari mold is now, right? Yes. But there's a facility inside the building that was modeled after the old planetarium. The theater cube. The theater cube. The huge theater located inside the Hikari wall. It was used for musicals and famous performance groups from both inside and outside Japan. It was the largest part of the Hikari building, and one of the most popular attractions. So it was modeled after the old planetarium. Come to think of it, I'd gone there just once before. There was a foreign musical playing. I remembered being amazed at the size of the place and the luxurious design. But what I remembered best was the faces of the people I had gone with. Yui, Ito, and Nono and Dad. I think it was to celebrate Nono and I making it to Hagio Academy. We made it into Hagio, which offered free tuition for earthquake orphans. And Dad had joked, this frees up a lot of cash and bought us expensive front row seats. Nono had gotten mad at him and told him he was wasting money. Thinking back, that was the first time the five of us had ever gone anywhere as a family. It was a memory I had treasured. But why did Dad choose a place like that? Nonoe closed her eyes for a moment. Probably because of you, Miyashiro Takaru. Me?
今回の復
The
興祭、
Hikariwo is at
光
the
王はそ
center
の
of the
中心の
restoration
役割を担っ
festival.
ていて、
The place
大
will
勢
be
の
full
人
of
間が集まって
people.
いる。
He probably plans
あ
to
いつは
kill you
声
in
明
front
通
of the
り、
crowd
お
and
前を
make it
衆
look
目
like a
の中、
suicide,
自
just
殺に
like
見
he
せかけ
said,
て殺すつもりだろう。
using his mind control. She continued.
それに、
And once
復興
the
祭の
events
昼
in the
のイベント
afternoon
さえ
are
終わっ
over,
てしまえ
the
ば、
theater will be a
夜の
huge
劇
empty
場は
space by
巨大な
nightfall.
無人スペース
If
に
he
なる。
does have to get into
万
a fight
一
with his D
理想
sword,
度で
he
切り
can
合う羽
avoid
目に
being
なっても
seen.
人目を避けられる。始まりの
He
場所
made a
に
big
来い
deal about it
など
being
と大
where
行なこと
everything
を言ってい
began.
たが、
But there's no
あ
way
いつ
he
が何の意
could
図もなく
specify a
場
time
所
and
と時
place for
間
no
を指定する
reason.
はずがない。
ってことは、
Which means
時間
the
っていうのは
time is
午後10時28分。
10:28 p.m. I will never forget that time. It was exactly when the Shibuya earthquake had struck.
午後10時
At
28分をも
10:28
って、
tonight, the
復興
atmosphere
祭
of
の
the
雰囲
festival
気は
will
一
undergo
変
a
する。
change.
そ
The
れまで
partying
のお
will
祭り
stop,
騒ぎか
and the
ら、
participants
参加者
will
全員
engage
が
in a
黙祷を
moment of
捧げ、
silence prayer
渋谷は
that
静
will
寂に
cover
包ま
all
れ
of
る。
Shibuya.
そんな中、
And then you
自
show
殺の
up,
声明を
after
出したお
telling
前が
everyone that
登
you're
場
going
す
to
るわ
commit
けだ。
suicide.
どうな
You
る
can
か
imagine what will
想
happen
像が
after
つくだろ
that,
う。
right?
あのク
That
ズめ。
piece of shit. There was disgust in her words. But it wasn't rage. It sounded like she was suffering somehow. My Sarika. If you're that angry, if you're in that much pain,
なんでお前は
why
ずっ
did you
と
do
父さ
what
ん
he
に従
told
っ
you
ていたんだ
to?
よ。
何度も言って
I
いる。
told you many times
私
already.
を生み出した
You
時の
remember
こ
what
とは
happened when I was
覚えている
created,
だろう。
right?
おのえ。
Sarika, save me. Please. Please.
おのえ。お願いだから。
Please. Give me.
僕に。あの時、お前は
You
自
wished
ら
for
の
me to
生
save
存
your
を
life.
助けてくれる私を
That's how
望
I
んだ。
was born.
私はそのようにして生まれた。それ以外に
I
優
have
先
no
さ
other
せる目
purpose
的
in
など
life.
私
And
には
I've
存
given
在
up
しない。
everything for it.
そのために他のすべてを捨ててきた。お前に生み出され
That's
た
how
あの
I've
瞬
lived
間
ever
から
since the moment you
私
created
はそう
me.
やって生きてきたん
That's been
だ。
my life.
いや、
Or rather,
そう生きることを
living that
与え
life
ら
is
れ
the
て
entire reason
私は
why
生
I
まれ
was
たんだ。
born.
お前を生かすた
I'll
めで
obey
あれば、
anyone if it means
相手が
keeping
佐
you
久間だろう
alive.
と誰だろう
Even
と
Sakuma.
黙って従う。
I couldn't speak. If what Sarika says is true, then the real cause behind all of this is...
責任を感じる
There's
必要
no
はない
need
ぞ。
to feel responsible,
Miyashiro Takuru.
Miyashiro Takuru. I showed her reflexively as she read my mind.
お前はこれ
You
まで
didn't know
何
anything
も知ら
about
な
the
かった。
Giggling Maniacs,
ギガロ
or
マ
the
ニアッ
ones
クス
who
の
were
ことも、
responsible for
そ
their
の存在の裏
creation.
で暗躍する連中がいることも。だから、
So, this
こ
isn't
れ
your
はお
fault.
前のせいじゃない。
And the feelings that were hurting me deep inside my heart came boiling up.
いいのかよ。
Are you okay with that? I forced myself to speak the words.
お前はそれ
Are
で
you really
い
okay
いの
with
か
that?
よ。
That's right. Even if I was the only one, even if I was the one who created you, even if I did give you a reason to live,
ユイやノ
and
ノ
you
を
killed
殺したん
Yui
だ
and
ぞ。
No, that wasn't what I wished for. That kind and gentle Sarika I knew ever since I was a kid would never wish for that either. You had to keep me alive. Even if it meant losing Nono and Yui, even if it meant killing them. That wasn't what the two of us wished for. If you really are willing to give up everything just for the sake of the goal you were given, then you're not human at all.
本当に
You really are
ただ
just
の
like a
人形
doll.
みたいじゃないか。
Serika remained motionless, likely accepting all the thoughts and feelings I shot in her direction. All she did was silently meet my gaze with her own. It's time for me to go. Serika was the first one to break the silence. She tossed away the old packing tape, the used gauze she put on her wounds, the remaining fresh bandages into the trash, then adjusted her clothes. After you leave Shibuya, stay quiet for a while. Kunosato Mio will tell you what to do. She headed for the door of the examination room. She wasn't looking at me anymore. She put her hand on the doorknob. Without looking back, she told me. I was planning on staying here until nightfall, but Yamazo Yuki's power is a potential threat. I don't want her trying anything, and I don't want you changing your mind.
何？
What? But before I could say anything else, the door opened. Chijo-san was standing there. I wasn't sure how long he'd been there for. He looked down at Serika, seemingly trying to keep his emotions in check. I see. You're not sure what to do.
君は
You're a murderer.
殺人犯だ。
He walked Serika's path as he spoke.
どんな事情
No
があ
matter
るに
what
せ
your
よ。
reasons were,
そして
and even if those
その事情
reasons were
が
beyond
常
anything
識
the
で
normal
測れ
human
ない
could
ものであって
imagine,
も、
a murder
殺
is a
人は殺
murder.
人だ。
You have to be
法
arrested
によ
and
っ
put on
て
trial.
君は裁かれなければならない。
I suppose so. Serika's voice was calm.
それに
In this case,
今回の事
is
件
my
は
way of avenging
尊
another
敬していた
detective I
先輩の
respected
弔
a
い合
lot.
戦でもある。
The two of them stood facing each other. The air was thick with tension between them. We stood like that for almost a full minute. I couldn't see Serika's face from here, but Shinjo-san's expression seemed to waver once in a while. He probably knew that Serika was reading his mind, so he was likely thinking of all the things he wanted her to know. It was like there was a silent but intense discussion going on between them. Eventually, Shinjo-san sighed a little. He moved to the side with a pained expression on his face. You sure about this?
復興祭が終わっ
Once
た
the festival is over,
上層部
no
から
matter
どん
what
な
kind
圧
of
力が
pressure
かか
my
ってこよ
boss
う
has
と
put on me,
俺は
I'm
君と
going
佐
after
久間を
you
追
and
う。
Sakuma.
ど
No
こへ
matter
逃
where
げよ
you
うとな。
run. You only need to go after one person. Only one of us is going to survive. She went to walk out of the room at a pace which belied her injury. Or belied, whether. She stopped. And without looking back, she said, Survive. No matter what happens, you have to survive. And then she disappeared.
あまり思い詰め
Don't
るな
think
よ。
about it too much.
何をですか？
About what?
いや、
Never mind. He scratched his head, then checked the time and frowned.
警察は
The police are
厳
putting
戒態勢で
everything
復興
they
祭の警
can
備に
into
当たっている。
security at the festival.
俺もこの後
I'll have to leave
一旦
soon
ここを
too.
離れなくちゃいけない。その間、代
While
わり
I'm
の警官が
gone,
来る。
another cop will be
そ
here.
うだな。
Let's see.
ウキ
You
君の
can
部屋
hide
に
in
隠れている
Uki-kun's
という
room.
君
He
がい
won't
る
know
とは
you're
思って
here,
ないから
so he won't look
探し
for
はしない
you.
はずだ。
はい。
Okay.
おそらく戻り
I'll
は
probably
夜
be
にな
back
る。
tonight.
その
We
タ
can
イミ
leave
ングで
Shibuya then.
渋谷を離れよ
Be ready to go.
う。準備をしておいてくれ。
わかりました。
Alright. I answered him, but my body wouldn't move. My hands were clenched tight and I hadn't even realized it. I felt so frustrated, so angry and disgusted with myself. All these horrible things were going on around me. Someone else had already decided how I was going to escape them. I'd done nothing at all. Shinjo-san seemed to be about to say something else, but he instead left the room silently. The clock said it was past 10 a.m. I was supposed to be getting ready to leave Shibuya, but I couldn't leave Awa dorm right now, and most of the stuff in my room was already taken by the police. There wasn't much for me to do. And why am I even leaving Shibuya anyway? It might just be to avoid the warrant, but it was clear from the way Serika and Kunosata-san were talking that there was probably another reason. Something that had to do with us psychics. Something that had to do with Chaos Child Syndrome. Damn. I quickly closed my eyes and shook my head. No, don't do it. Don't try to find out. Remember your promise to Nono. You've already learned what happens when you try to find out about things you're not supposed to know, right? Onoe's gone, right? Huh? I looked up and saw Kunosata-san and Arimura by the door. How long have you been here? Were they at the front desk next to the examination room the whole time? We didn't want Onoe reading our minds, so Arimura and I hid. Kunosata-san entered the room. Arimura followed after, but when she saw the bandages and tape in the wastebasket, she looked at me angrily. I'm not on her side. I sounded a little guilty as I said it, but Arimura said was, I know. But the look on her face was strange. It was as if she blamed me, but wasn't able to say it aloud, so the air was still delicate between us. What is that? Huh? There was something else you want to say, isn't there? Tell me. I'm sick of secrets. You're right. Arimura looked at Kunosata-san for a moment, but evidently it was okay for her to tell me because she continued. What did Onoe Serika say? What do you mean? You talked about a lot of different things, right? I couldn't make out what it was exactly, but I heard your voices. Yeah. I gave them both a brief version of what Serika had told me. Kunosata-san crossed her arms and thought for a moment, then whispered to herself. I thought so. What's your take on this? On what? On what Onoe had to say for herself? What do you mean? I didn't even think about it. None of the things she had to say were things I wanted to hear. Even if I traded her, I still can't accept this. No, that's not what I'm talking about. Kunosata-san raised a hand to cut me off. What she's done is unforgivable. Whatever the reason was, that won't change. And that's not what I'm asking about. What did you think about her explanation of the case last night? And what she said last night? And what do I think? She told the truth, right? Arimura heard the whole thing and used her powers to check it. But Arimura looked down at her feet and softly said, Miyashiro-senpai, do you remember what I said after what happened with Ito-senpai and Yui-san?
私が
That
もっ
if
と
I'd been
注
more
意深
careful
く
with
能
how I
力を
used
使
my
っていれ
power,
ば
I could have figured out that
伊藤先
something
輩の
was
言
wrong
葉
with
が
what Ito
ど
senpai
こ
was
かおかしいっ
saying.
て気づけたはずだって。
もう
Yeah. I knew Arimura regretted that deeply. But what did that have to do with Serika?
Huh?
I looked at her face and suddenly figured out what she meant. Was there something that Serika had said?
嘘があったのか
Was she lying?
いえ、
No, she was
彼女
telling
は
the truth,
確かに
but...
真実を語っていました。でも、
でも
But what?
なんか変
It
なんで
was
す。
strange.
うまく言
I
え
don't
ない
know
け
how
ど、
to say it.
その
It was all too
真実すぎ
true.
るというか。
Too true?
なんだよ
What
そ
does
れ
that mean? Great question, bud. I listen as carefully
ずっ
as I
と注意
could.
深く聞いて
My
ました
power lets me tell when someone's lying.
私の能力って
But people's words
相手
aren't
の言
always
葉が
black
本
and
当か
white.
嘘か分かりますけど、人の言葉っていつも白黒はっきりしてるわけじゃないです。話してる
When
時
they
って
hesitate, and they
い
get
ろいろ迷
vague.
ったり、
They sometimes
曖昧に
forget
なっ
what
た
they're
り、
trying to say.
自分でも何
They're
言って
just
るか
not
分
very
からなく
clear,
なったり
right?
とにかくちゃんとしてないですよね。だから普通
So
は
even when they're talking
本当のこ
normally,
とを話してて
there's a
も
part of what
ぼん
they're
やりと
saying
した
that's
グレー
kind
み
of
たいな部分
gray.
が混じってるものなんです。
人間が言葉を
Human
発する
speech
という
isn't
行
always
為
the
は
product of a careful,
常
logical
に理
chain
路
of
整然
thought.
とした思考
It's
の
a
上で
mix of
行わ
reason
れてい
and
るわけじゃ
emotion
ない
that
からな。
sometimes meanders or jumps topics
理性
altogether.
と感情が入り混じり、時に論旨は飛躍し、会話の道筋はひどく不安定だ。
Kunosato-san had added on to Arimura's explanation.
でも
But
彼
her
女の
Onoe
尾上
Serika's
セリカの言
words
葉
were all
はすべ
straightforward.
てまっすぐだっ
It
た
was
ん
like
で
she
す。
was reading from a
まるで
script.
シナリオでも用意されていて、それを読んでいるみたいに。
それに、
And there are
あいつ
parts
の
of what
話
she
その
said
もの
that
に
I
も
didn't
気に入
like.
らない点がある。
Kunosato-san sat down in a chair without asking permission.
フリージアであ
When
いつ
she
の
was
話を
talking
聞い
to
てい
me
た
at
時は、
Frisia, I was stupid enough to let the blood run to my
私も
head.
頭に血が
I
上ってい
wasn't
てな。
thinking straight.
冷静に。だが、
So, on my way
こ
here,
こへ
I
来る
had
途
an
中、
idea,
ふと
and
疑
I
問が浮
decided
か
to
んで、
try it.
そこから検討をしてみた。だから、
And that's why I couldn't let
尾
Onoe
上に
read
思
my
考洞
mind.
察されるわけにいかなかったんだ。
あ
No,
あそれで
so that was why. And last night, Konosato-san had stayed in the examination room instead of coming up to the living room to talk with everyone else. That was the reason.
本格的に
What
おか
made
し
me
いと思った
particularly
きっかけ
suspicious
は、
was our discussion on
夕
the
べの
phone
電話
last
でのやり
night.
とりだ。あいつは
She
私
told
に、
me to get you out of
お前を
Shibuya.
渋谷から逃
She
が
said
すよう
that
に
was
言
the
った。
best way to keep you alive.
それが、お前を生存させることにつながると。
ええ
Yeah. I remembered her saying that. Arimura seemed to be suspicious that her words were too true, but they seemed like the genuine truth to me.
確かに、
Getting you out of
お
Shibuya
前を
makes
渋谷
sense.
から逃がすとい
So
うこ
does
と自体
killing
は
Sakuma,
筋
who's
が
a
通っ
threat
てい
to
る。
you.
お前にとってだが、
But doesn't it seem
私
strange
に
that
お
she'd
前を
give you
託す
to
という
me?
のが矛盾していないか。
I don't know what she meant. What was strange about it?
あいつは
And why do you think she
どう
trusted
して
me to
私
take
にお
care
前を
of
託した
you?
と思う。
だから
Because you
久
know
野里さ
something,
んは
right?
何か知ってるんでしょ
Something that we don't.
僕
Well,
らが
that's
知らな
why
い何
she...
か尾上は
それを差し
Even
引いて
without
だ。
that, if the reason she
そもそも
exists is to keep you
あい
alive,
つの存在
she would
意
need
義
to stay
がお
with
前
you
の
until
生
the
存に
last
あるの
moment
なら、
of your life.
お
Am
前
I
が最後
wrong?
の時を迎える瞬間までずっと一緒にいなくてはならないはずだ。違うか。
だからそれ
But
は
that changed because of that.
佐久間のせ
Because
いで予定が
of
狂っ
Sakuma.
て
Arimura suddenly cut me off.
確かに彼女
And
は
that's
そう
what
言
she
っていまし
said.
たし、
But she
嘘
wasn't,
はあり
and
ま
she
せんで
wasn't
した。
lying. But
でも
didn't you find it strange that
嘘じ
she
ゃないの
wasn't
はおかしい
lying?
と思いませんか。
は
I stared at her, uncertain of what she meant.
そう。
That's right. Her words
あい
might
つ
be
の言葉
lies
は
disguised as
真実に
truth.
見せかけた嘘かもしれないんだよ。
Kunosato-san nodded.
真実に見
Lies
せかけた
disguised as
嘘。
truth.
宮代拓
She'll
を
do
生かし
whatever
続
it
け
takes
る
to
ため
keep
な
you
らば
alive,
手段
no
を選
matter
ばない。
what.
あいつ、
だから、
But
それ
how
の
is that
ど
a
こに
lie?
嘘が。
佐久間だ。
Sakuma is just a scientist
Shousen
for a
Mattan
small-scale
組織の研究者に過ぎ。
organization. What's
そ
the
んな小
point
物
of
と差
dying
し違
to
えて
kill
何に
him?
なる。
It's useless.
ただの無駄死にでしかない。委員会は
The
巨大だ。
committee's power is vast.
佐久間を
Killing
殺したと
Sakuma
ころ
doesn't
で
guarantee your safety
宮
at
代
all.
の安全など
But
全
how
く
can
保
she
証され
protect
な
you
い。
if she's dead?
なのに自分が死んでしまってはどうにもならないだろう。
だから黒里さんに僕を預けるって。
バカを言う
Don't be
な。
stupid. It's true that I plan on using you as a
お
decoy
前
to
を
lure
お
out
と
the
りにして委員
committee.
会の実
But
態を
once I
探りた
don't
いと
need you
思っている。
anymore, we're done.
だがお
I'm
前
not
な
going to
ど
keep protecting
不
you.
必要になったら簡単に切り捨てる。守り。尾上セリカ。
Manoe Serika can read
私の
my
思考を読め
thoughts.
るんだぞ。
Do you think she doesn't know
そんな
that?
ことわからないと思うか。
つまり
In other words,
委員会
if
は
the
本当
committee
に
is
宮
really
代
after
先輩を
you,
狙ってい
she
る
would
の
never
なら
allow herself to leave your side.
彼女は先輩のそばから絶対に離れるはずないんです。自分の手で
She would do
どこ
whatever
ま
it
でも
takes to
先輩
protect
を
you
守ろうと
herself.
するはず。
Am I wrong?
違いますか？
それは。
That's...
そしてもう一
And
つ、
there's one more thing that doesn't make sense.
決定的におかしなことがある。あいつはな
Why
ぜ
didn't she just tell you the
最
truth
初か
from
ら
the
お前に
start?
真実を告げなかった。
最初
From the start?
渋谷地震による
When
昏
you
睡
woke
か
up from your coma after
ら
the
お前が目覚め
earthquake.
た時だよ。お前を生き延
If
び
her
させる
true
こと
goal
が
was
目的
keeping
な
you
ら
alive, there was
真実
never
を
a
隠
need
す
for her
必
to
要なん
hide
て
the
最初から
truth.
ないんだ。むしろ
In
全てを
fact,
正直に
telling
告
you
げ
about your power and about the
能力
committee
や
would
委員
have
会
given
に
you a
関する
better
情
chance
報
of
をお前に
staying
与えた
alive.
方が助かる可能性はずっと高い。そもそも
If you'd known about them,
そうい
you
った
would
情報
never
があれ
gotten
ば
involved with the
お前は
murders.
一連の
You
殺人
wouldn't
事
have
件
put
だって
yourself in
絶対に
danger.
首を突っ込まなかっただろう。
ね、
See,
なんか変
something's
でしょ
not right,
先輩。
is it? She was right. I didn't realize it until they told me. I never would have done the things I did if I'd known what Serika had told me last night. Just like Kunosata-san said, I would have stayed away from the murders. In fact, I might have done something to keep us away from it. If I had, Nono and Yui might still. But
なんで
why? Why did she hide the truth? It's almost like...
逆に宮代先
It's
輩を
almost
危
like she
険
was
な目に
trying
遭
to
わ
put
せ
you
よう
in
としてるみ
danger,
たいですよ
isn't it?
ね。
Animita said the same thing I was thinking.
でも
But
お前の
she
言
could
葉
have
が
been
嘘だなん
lying,
て
right?
ありえないだろ。
You were right next
ゆ
to
うべ
her
は
last
有
night.
村がそばにいたんだから。
いえ、
No.
方法がないこともないんです。
There's a blind spot on my
私の能力の
powers.
盲点をつく方法が。
有村の能
Blind
力の
spot.
盲点。
I remembered what Arimita had just said. Everything Serika had said was the truth. But it was too true. It was almost as if she was reading from a script. I understand now. There is one way. One way to get the Arimita's powers.
まさか
Was it
伊
the
藤
same
の
thing
時と
that
同
happened
じ
to Ito? Arimita nodded, slowly.
はい、
Yes.
私
It
が
was the same way I
伊藤
missed
先
what
輩の
was
異
going
常を
on
見
with
過ご
Ito
してしまった。
senpai.
それと同じ方法なら、
思考
Mind
誘導
control. That meant there might be a little bit of hope.
つまり尾
In
上
other
は
words,
と
Onoe's mind is being controlled by
佐久間
death,
に思考誘導されていて、あんなことをしたの
and
は
she only did it
伊藤
because
と
she
同
was
じよう
being
に
controlled,
操られていただけ
just
で
like Ito. But Onimura didn't look any better when I asked her.
私も
I thought that we might
そ
be
れな
that
ら少し
lucky,
は救われ
but
るなって思ったんですけど。
あくまでも可
it's
能
just
性
one
の一つだ。
possibility of many.
それ
Don't
に
get
すが
too
るな。
attached to it.
だそうで
You
す。
heard her. I see. My shoulder slumped.
先輩、
妙な期待は
Don't
す
get
る
any
な。
weird ideas.
それす
Even
ら
that
罠か
might
もし
be
れ
a
ん。
trap.
はい、
Yeah.
わかってます。
I spoke clearly. I thought I was telling the truth. But Anamia looked down, as if she was in pain.
今、
Was I
嘘をつ
lying
いたのか。
just now?
僕は
Goodness that the sun must have figured out what I was thinking, because her expression became more stern.
私も思考
I
誘導
think
の
there's a
線は考
potential
えてい
for
る。
mind control too,
でも、
but it still doesn't make
それも腑に落ちないんだ。
sense. If Sakama's
佐久
controlling
間が己
her,
の思考を
why
操
fake a
っ
fight
て
between them?
わざわざ仲間割れを演出する理由は何だ？
She was right. There was no reason for Dad to do that. If she sent Serika as an assassin, I would have been dead already. The two of us had even been alone together. Serika had done nothing. Damn it. I knew it. There was no point in hoping that Serika was really just a normal girl who didn't know anything. I should have been able to tell from watching her last night. The way she talked, the way she acted, the way she behaved toward everyone else. It was all different than the Serika I knew before. If mind control was involved, she would have acted like the Serika I knew. Because, and I hated myself for saying it, if she had been the old Serika, then I couldn't have brought myself to hate her. And I would have thought about it for a long time, and then maybe forgiven her. And then, like an idiot, I would have done exactly what Dad wanted, and only regretted it the instant I was killed.
宮代。
Couldn't thought the son's expression was as fierce as ever.
はい。
Yes.
よく考えろ。
Think carefully. This could be extremely important.
これが重大な鍵かもしれない。昨日も聞いた
I
ことだ
asked you
が、
this yesterday, but during the earthquake,
お前は
what did
何
you
を
wish
望んだ？
for? If that wish was
その
what
結果、
rebooted her,
己がリア
what
ルブ
did
ー
you
トされ
want
たのだ
from
としたら
her?、
あいつに何を求めたんだ？本当にあいつ
Was her
は
job really to keep you
お前
alive?
を生存させることが目的なのか？
I remembered what it had looked like back then. I remembered the hellish sights around me, the horrible headache, and I remembered begging Serika to help me. Serika said it was her goal to keep me alive, to save my life literally. And there was a brief but strong pain in my head. I pressed my hand to my forehead. Whenever I remembered that moment, the pain came back.
大丈夫
Are you
ですか？
okay? Arimura had been through the same pain, so she was worried. I raised my hand and told her I was okay.
とにかく
I think I just
助け
told
てく
her
れと
to
言った気
save
がし
me.
ます。
I couldn't remember if I'd barely been able to get the words out, or if I'd shouted them at the top of my lungs, or if I'd even said them aloud at all. But I could remember asking Serika for help.
だけど
Still. Was that really all I wished for? Back then Damn it. There was a new pain. This time I could feel the throbbing in my temples. I pressed my hand harder into my head, and my nails dug into my skin. My whole body staggered, and I fell to the floor.
Senpai!
And there was a warm sensation on my shoulder. Arimura was trying to help me up.
ごめん。
I'm sorry. I'm fine.
嘘です。
You're lying. Arimura led me over to the bed in the corner of the examination room. I wanted to lie down right away, but
いや、ダメだ。
no, I can't.
新庄さんが
Shinjo-san said
代わりの
another
警官
officer
が来
is
るって言って
coming.
たから。
He told me to
ユキ
hide
の
in
部屋に
Yuki's
隠れてろ
room.
って。
じゃあ、
Then,
もういいですから。
let's just go
上に行
upstairs.
きましょう。
I nodded and thanked her as she held me by the shoulder. I forced my body to softly push off her and stand up on its own.
久野里さんも。
Kamasata-san,
すいません。
I'm sorry. She sighed in resignation and shook her head. It's fine, she said.
どのみち
Without Onoe here,
尾上がここ
I
にい
can't
ない
get
以上
confirmation either
情
way.
報の裏付けは取れないしな。お前の話
From
だ
what
と
you said, Onoe is going to be there at the
お前は
theater
今夜10時28
cube at
シアターキューブに
10:28
現
p.m.
れるという
tonight,
ことだ
but
が残念ながら私で
unfortunately,
は
I can't see
能
myself
力者
being
2
able
人
to
を相手
fight
に
two
して立ち回りを演じ
psychics.
ることは
I
できそう
haven't
もな
even
い。
fired a handgun in a long
ハ
time.
ンドガンも久しく撃ってないしな。
What? Harimura turned to Kunosata-san, surprised that she'd fired a gun. Kunosata-san seemed unusually hesitant, but told us,
仕方がな
I
い。
hate to say it, but we'll have to give this
尾
up.
上の言うことには
There's something not right about what
どこか矛盾がある
Onoe
と
is
はいえ
saying, but we don't have
今は
anywhere
それを
near
探
the
る時
time
間
or
も人も
manpower
全
needed
く
to
足りない。
find out what it is.
とりあえずだ
For
が
now, we'll follow the
予定通り
original plan.
新庄さん
We'll
が
wait
戻
for
ってくるのを
Shinja-san
待
to
っ
get
て
back,
渋谷を脱
and then
出
leave
する。
Shibuya.
もし
If this is all
何らかの企みが
some
そこに
kind
あ
of
るなら
plot, we'll just cross that
乗ってやる
bridge
まで
when
だ。
we get to it. Fair. I went to Uki's room to hide before the police officer got here, and found Yuto curled up asleep on her bed. He must have been crying for a long time, because the area around his eyes were red, and I could see tear marks on his cheeks. Uki was sitting on the bed, softly holding his hand. She'd probably been like that for a long time. It seemed like a very natural thing for her to do.
ちゃんとお
You're
姉
being
さ
a
ん知って
good
るん
big
だな。
sister, aren't you?
いえ、
No,
私なん
I'm
て
still
ま
not.
だ。
Her voice was soft and kind, so as to not wake Yuto. But there was a loneliness mixed in with her words. Oh. You could see that she was looking at a photo on the desk. It was a picture of Yui and Yuki. I couldn't tell when it was taken. Yui was hugging Yuki from behind, and pressing her cheek up against Yuki's blushing face. I thought about the person who'd taken the picture. If it wasn't one they'd taken themselves, someone else had to have taken it, I can read. It couldn't have been Yuto. If Yuto was there, he'd be standing in between the two of them. And Dad wasn't into taking photographs, which meant it was probably no-no. I could tell what Yuki was thinking when she looked at it. She was thinking about when Nono had taken the picture.
出発は
We're leaving
夜
tonight.
になるって
Are you ready?
準備できてる？はい。
I
一応は。
yes, I guess.
でも、
But I still don't
よくわからなくて。
understand.
Neither did I. It wasn't that I didn't know what to take. I didn't know what was happening to me. I hadn't even been told where we were going, except that we were leaving Shibuya.
とりあえず
We're just leaving
一
for a
旦離れ
while.
るだけだから
I don't think there's
心
anything to
配しなく
worry
ていいと
about.
思うよ。
はい。
Okay. Yuki smiled just a little, and Arimita's attempt to make her feel better.
お前は大丈
You're
夫なの
really
か
okay with this?
大丈夫っす
Sure
よ
I am.
前
I've
から
been
旅
wanting
に
to
出て
go
み
on
た
a
かったん
trip.
で。
She was joking around, probably because Yuki was here. It felt like old times, and I smiled a little. Of course she wasn't okay. She was leaving the town where she lived, and with no notice at all. And she was leaving because someone wanted to kill her.
なんて言うんですかね
What do you
こ
call
ういう
this
の
anyway?
バンド
Jumping on the
ワゴン
bandwagon?
Huh?
Hmm?
バンドでワゴ
Banding
ン
in a wagon? No, and that second one doesn't even make any sense.
うーん
I suddenly realized that Kazuki was in the corner of the room, chewing dried squid. I hadn't seen that in a while either. It was kind of a relief.
花
Hana,
ユ
you'll
ウ
wake
トが
up
起きちゃうから
Yuto.
うんあ
Uh,
あ着替
I
え
wonder
足
if I
りる
have
か
enough
な
clothes.
買わ
I
な
guess
きゃ
I'll
ダ
have
メ
to
か
buy some. Arimita tugged at her outfit as she spoke.
有村さん
Arimita-san,
よ
if
かっ
you
たら
like...
ですけど。
Hmm?
よかったら
If you like,
そ
we
の
can use
ののさんの
Nono-san's.
使ってくだ
They're
さい
in。her room.
ののさんの部屋にありますから。
Arimita froze. She clearly didn't know what to say.
いやでも
No,
それ
but
は
that's...
いいんです。
It's alright, right,
Takura-san?
Takura-san? I was a little surprised. For a moment, she looked like Nono or Yui. She probably decided that she'd protect Yuto, and so she was trying to be a big sister like they were. I nodded to both of them.
なあ
Yeah,
ノノは
Nono hated
ど
to
んなも
waste
のでも無駄
anything,
にするのが
no
大
matter
嫌い
how
だったから
small. Would
も
you
らってや
take
ってくれ
them?
ないか
けど
But, Senpai, you...
いいんだ
I'm fine. Arimita seemed a little surprised, but her face finally took on a serious expression.
わかりました
I understand.
もらっていき
I'll
ます
take them.
はい。
Okay.
あ
Yeah. Arimita ran over to Nono's room to get the clothes before the policeman came. I decided I should probably check if there were any clothes left in my room, then stood up.
渋谷
I'm leaving Shibuya. I tried to leave the room quietly, so as not to wake up Yuto, and then I stopped.
地震の
I asked
時
you this yesterday,
お前は何を
but during
望ん
the
だ
earthquake, what did you wish
その
for?
結果
If
こ
that
の世
wish
がリ
was
アルブー
what
とされたのだ
rebooted
とし
her,
たら
what did you want from her?
あいつに何を求めたんだ
I remember what Kunasato-san had just said. I looked around, as if trying to find the answer to a problem I couldn't solve. And then I saw Uki holding Yuto's hands as he softly moaned in pain.
いや
No. I don't have to know, do I? I don't have to think about the things I don't know. This is the right thing to do. If I endured that headache long enough, I could probably find the answer. But I gave up and left Yuki's room to go get ready instead. November 6th, 2015, Friday. A little after 4 p.m. 7 hours had passed since the beginning of the festivities, and even as the sun began to set, they showed no signs of slowing down. Lines had started forming in front of every food stand and restaurant around lunchtime, and they were all still packed. There were over 30 concerts, from huge 1,000-seat venues with major artists, to tiny little bars with only a dozen or so seats. Each one was standing room only. Guerrilla performance artists would approach the crowds, hoping to attract customers, and in turn attract crowds of their own. Over 80,000 people were still in attendance at the festival, which had gone far beyond the organizers' wildest expectations. There were the usual issues associated with big events, like minor fights and lost children, but there had been no major problems so far. The police from Shibuya Station helped to keep things safe, but the biggest factor was the volunteer staff. The organizers had been recruiting volunteers up to the last minute to handle the crowds, keeping everyone safe and in a mood to spend money. Many of the volunteers were victims of the original disaster, and the experience they gained of the earthquake had taught them how to get along with work with other people. When a major band had made a surprise appearance at the stage in front of the 107 building, there was a mild panic, but the volunteers formed a human wall to keep people in the crowd safe. Today is the day to celebrate the restoration. We can have anybody trampled to death. That was what the leader of the volunteers had said to an interviewer who'd happened to be at the scene. He was an honest and sincere man. He was speaking from the heart, and he didn't mean anything more than what he'd said. But his words brought to mind a certain name and a certain face, both among the people who saw him on TV and among those who had heard him directly. The word that had made him think of the name was, of course, death. What's with those guys? Those are the guys the news have been talking about all day. Everyone there was hoping for the festival to succeed. But at the same time, they hadn't caused a big problem yet, and there was one big concern on everyone's minds. When a girl and her boyfriend left Shibuya Station, heading for the stage at the cultural hall, they saw a group of people wearing creepy masks. There were over a dozen of them, and then another group came from another direction. Suddenly, there were several dozen of them. Identical masks, identical t-shirts. The faces of two fat men overlapping. It was... the sumo stickers. They said nothing. But anyone who got close, whether by accident or because they wanted to get a picture, will flinch away as they heard the eerie sound created as the sumos breathed underneath their masks. The man at the head of the group looked around, and then approached a nearby streetlight. And then he took something out of his pocket and stuck it on the light. It was a sumo sticker. The owner of a nearby crepe stall saw this and frowned, but was too scared by their appearance to say anything. He quickly went back to dealing with his customer. It was something he'd seen again and again since the festival started. The only ones he saw were people like him, who stood in one place the whole day as they ran their businesses. The majority of attendees, caught up in the flowing crowd, saw nothing. But if you were to take all the stickers placed on the ground, on the decorations, on the streetlights, on the walls, you'd have enough to cover the huge TVs at Shibuya Scramble Crossing. The stickers were slowly taking over, spreading even to places where no one could see them. They were like a physical manifestation of all negative emotions that lurked within the attendees. It was about 3 hours later, around 7:30 p.m., when they finally exploded. It happened at the place that had been set up for a silent prayer that would end the festival. Right in front of the memorial. I can't see. Move. Wait, seriously? Is that him? Die, you murderer!
It's Miyashiro. Miyashiro Takuru has appeared in front of the memorial. A little after 9 p.m., Sarika arrived at the Hikari wall. Most of the attendees had gone elsewhere, and it wasn't as busy as it had been earlier in the day. She looked around and listened to the thoughts of the people passing by. Man, look at that Miyashiro guy. Is he really gonna kill himself somewhere? He didn't just run away? I hope he does it soon. I can't go home until I see whether he kills himself or not. Not that I care which, really. Fucking wrong-siders. Sarika whispered, as she listened to the worthless thoughts around her. The couple a feet away glanced over at her, but quickly turned away. Sarika closed her eyes so she could concentrate only on the thoughts around her. As of 9 p.m., all the concerts and street performances, as well as a few of the stalls, were closing up. The festival was nearing its end. After this, the attendees would gather at the specified time for a moment of silent prayer, and then the festival would be over. The crowd seemed to be heading toward the station and the memorial. There were still too many people here for them to all fit in the memorial plaza. So the big VIPs, as well as the families of the victims of the earthquake, would gather at the memorial itself, while everyone else would watch the proceedings on the TVs in front of the station. Sakuma probably plans to reveal Miyashiro's body at the memorial after he kills him, doesn't he? That sounds likely. Both the TVs in front of the station and the memorial park were near the Hikari wall, but the park was just a little closer. And anything that happened at the park would be replayed for people watching on TV. In other words, more people would see it. That man from before was probably part of his plan. Several hours ago, she'd heard that Miyashiro had appeared in front of the memorial, but she quickly learned that the report was mistaken. It was a fake, a man pretending to be Miyashiro, who worshipped him as a messiah, but the man himself had looked nothing like Miyashiro. Yet for some reason, the media had decided to report it as Miyashiro Takuru himself appearing at the memorial. As a result, security around the park and plaza had been strengthened. And as a result of that, another rumor was spreading, this time that Miyashiro would be appearing there. It was almost certainly part of Sakuma's plot. Sarika opened her eyes and rubbed her stomach as if to check on her injury. It had been almost 24 hours since Sakuma had sliced open her stomach. She still wasn't in top shape. She had lost a lot of blood. And the dull pain in her head that resulted from resisting Sakuma's power succumbed back the second she let her guard down. This had been the result of her attacking him in top form last night. She'd survived working with the committee this long, so she couldn't shake her logical and very realistic doubts. Could she really kill Sakuma?
Miyashiro Takuru. Miyashiro Takuru.
Uh-huh. A thought suddenly came into her mind, and she frowned suspiciously. That was strange. She hadn't been trying to read anyone's mind. It was coming from somewhere in her field of sight. Come on out, entertain me. Die in a really cool way. Negative thoughts flowed into her mind, one after another. They were strong and vast in number. It was as if someone had combined all of the final thoughts of all the people she'd killed. It's those people. She forced herself to look in the direction of the thoughts and saw the group wearing the sumo sticker masks. She tried to squeeze them out of her mind, but they slipped past her and echoed in her head once more.
Miyashiro Takuru, Miyashiro Takuru.
Uh-huh. Come on out, entertain me. Die. Die, die. Die in a really cool way. Only strong thoughts and desires could create this effect. It was as if all these feelings had formed into one single strong emotion, a desire for Miyashiro Takuru to appear. For the first time in a very, very long time, Serika was terrified. She could feel herself break out into a cold sweat. Her logical and realistic doubts vanished. It didn't matter if she was capable of killing him or not. She had to kill him. Miyashiro had to survive. And for that, Sakuma had to die, and soon. It's about time, huh? She looked at her phone and saw that it was past 9:30 p.m. Everyone inside the theater had probably been let out by now. Shibuya, the Hikariwo building, the 11th floor. The entrance to the theater cube. Or cube? Cube? I don't know. It's a QUB. Could be anything. This room was also the entrance to the office floor, and it was always crowded with people. But now there was no one here, save a lone employee and single security guard. The festival event of the theater had finished up at 9 p.m., and there were no other plans to use it. It doesn't seem right. The whole floor was lit up, giving its classy design an elegant atmosphere. It didn't at all match what was about to happen inside the theater, because by the time this was over, one of them would be dead on the floor. Serika stood in front of the convenience store on the floor and waited for the promised time to come. There was still no sign of Sakuma. But then, a little after 10 p.m., she realized something was wrong. The employee and security guard at the front desk suddenly started to leave. They dropped what they were carrying and began to stagger out, as if they weren't thinking about anything. Her eyes went wide, and she immediately tried to read their minds. She felt a sharp pain in her head when she did. They really weren't thinking about anything. There wasn't even the meaningless subconscious noise that all humans produced. Nobody was ever like this. Nobody normal, that is. Mind control. Well, the two of them walked to the escalator, as if they were in a daze, and then disappeared. All that was left was empty silence. He's well prepared. Another violent pain struck her. I can read so good. This didn't make sense. They've already vanished. There was no reason why she should be hearing their thoughts. Where was this heavy load coming from? What? She felt something very strange in her mind and body. And then she saw her right hand slowly begin to move, without her controlling it. Are you all ready? Yeah. Everybody's ready to go. Shinjo-san was out of breath. He'd run back to Alba dorm to take the place of the other officer, who I hadn't seen because I was in Uki's room.
I could tell he'd been literally running around all day.
よし。
Okay.
今か
I'm
ら
the only
数
one
時
who
間
will be here
ここ
for
に
the
いるの
next
は俺
several
だけだ。
hours.
外にいたマスコ
I
ミ
gave
連
some
中
false
も
information to
偽
the
の
media
情報をつ
outside.
かませておいた。
There's no one here now.
今
We
な
could
ら
take
誰
the
もい
car
ない
and go.
車でここを出られる。
宮代や
Miyashiro and
有村は
Aribara are one thing. But when the next officer comes, how do you intend to explain Yamazoe and Tachibana Yuto's
どう
absence?
説明するつもりだ？
That was a good question. There was no way to hide that, and it would be his fault if they went missing.
へりくつな
I've
ら
learned how to change
お
the
前や
subject by
桃瀬さん
talking
と
to you,
話している間に
Mose-san.
鍛えら
Don't
れたよ
worry.
心配ない。
別にあ
I'm
んた
not
の
worried
心配
about
をし
your
てるわけじゃ
well-being.
ない。
I have a lot of work planned for you after this. You can get demoted, but I can't have you being fired.
降格ならまだしも
Fair enough, I
失
guess.
職されては私が困るんだよ。
ほら、
See?
これだ
This is
か
how
ら
I
鍛えら
learned.
れるんだ。
Shijo-san sighed. The Nuki came in, with Yuto at her side and a worried look on her face.
あの、
She slowly raised her hand. The other hand was clutching Yuto's tight. Yuto's eyes were still red, and he wasn't looking good. Yuki seemed to be trying to hold him up.
どこに
Where
行くんですか？
going?
ひとまずは
Akiba,
秋
for
葉だ。
now. What?
秋葉って、
Akiba?
あ
Do you
の
mean
秋葉原ですか？
Akihabara?
あ、
Yeah. I was sure that we'd go somewhere less densely populated.
もっと
I
遠くかと
thought
思っ
we'd
てま
go
した。
somewhere further away.
秋葉には
Kunosato-san has someone in
の
Akiba
協力者
helping
がいる。
her. Who? Is it all of the lab mems? Is it a specific one? We know people in Akihabara. Whomst? Pretty sure Kurisu's still in America right now. Chijo-san looked back at her. Someone else is helping Kunosato-san? It could be Kurisu.
PC を
A
使った
hacker
情
who's
報収
better
集
at
という
finding
点において
information with a computer than I am.
私以上の腕
He's
を
a
持つハッ
weirdo,
カーだ。
but he knows a bit about the situation.
ふざけた人
He'll
物だ
put
が
us up.
ある
He'll
程度
put
の
us
事情も
up
知
for
っ
a
ている。
while. Yeah. Okay.
しばらくの間かくまってくれるそうだ。
Legendary super hacker Dash, aka Daru. Because of course it's Daru. For some reason, Kunosato-san furrowed her brow and frowned.
それなりのマ
He's
シンを
giving
融
us
通
a
して
fairly
もらえる
decent
ことにな
machine
っている。
too. Though, who knows what he'll want in exchange.
交換条件で何を言われるか分かったもんじゃないな。
Machine? Is he giving us the phone wave name subject to change? Or something like it?
ん
Sounds like Shinjo's also confused. Blah, blah, blah. I'm concerned. He's confused. Shinjo-san seemed confused. Yeah. Evidently he hadn't met this helper of hers.
とにかく
Anyway,
ここ
what's
からどれ
important
だけ
isn't
離
how
れるか
far
は
away
問
from
題じゃ
here
な
we
い。
go. What's
渋
important
谷
is
とい
getting
う
out of
街を出ること
Shibuya.
が先決
We'll
だ。
stay there for a while and see how things
一
go.
旦そこにとどまって様子を見る。
ということ
And
だ。
that's the plan.
有
Murasari
村さんは
Mita-san.
どうした？
あ、
No, she's in
No,
Nona's
yeah,
room.
電話して
On
ま
the
せん。
phone.
そうか。
I see. Arimura had said she was calling her family before she left. But when she'd taken her phone into Nona's room, she hadn't looked like a girl who was saying goodbye to her family. It had always felt like Arimura didn't want to talk about her family, and I hadn't brought the subject up. So I had a vague sense that they weren't on good terms, but I didn't know anything else.
よし。
Okay,
有
well,
村
let's
さん
just
の電話
done.
が終わ
We'll
ったら
go.
行こう。車は
The
玄関
car's
に
by
寄
the
せて
front entrance.
マ
We
ス
won't
コ
have
ミ
to
が
worry
しばら
about
く
the
大丈夫
media
だ
for
と
a
思う
while.
が、
But be careful when
乗
you
る
get
とき
in.
は一応
Neighbors
用
might
心
be
してくれ。
watching.
近所の目もある。
ゆうとも連れて行きますから。
ん？
Huh? Yuki suddenly spoke up. She must have been nervous, but she clutched his hand even tighter. She was acting a little strange, but it was also cute to see how much she cared. I couldn't help but smile. I looked at Shinja-san and saw that his expression was much the same as mine.
もちろん。
Of course.
最初
And
から
that's
そ
been
の
the
つも
plan
り
from
だよ
the。start. Is that
いいか
okay
な
with you?
ゆうとくん。
Or is that okay, Yuto-kun?
うん。
Yeah. Yuto nodded. And then he looked at me.
タクル兄ちゃん、
Big bro.
お父さんは
Where's
ど
dad?
こにいるの？
Is he
大丈夫
okay?
なの？
Oh, buddy. I didn't know what to say. Yuto didn't know anything about what was going on. Nor did Yuki, who was also looking at me and also expecting an answer. I heard to see how worried they looked. All I could do was tell myself that I couldn't make it any better.
後で
I'll
話すよ。
tell you later.
あとって、
Months
いつ？
later.
秋葉原につい
Once
て
we reach Akuyabara
落ち着いたら
and get settled in.
必ず。
I could tell Yuto was struggling with his feelings. Now it was his turn to grasp Yuki's hands tightly. Her hand.
わかった。
Okay.
絶対だ
As
よ。
long as you promise.
あ、
Yeah.
ほら、
Go get your
荷物取
things.
ってきな。
うん。
Okay. The two of them must have felt the exact same way as they went to their rooms, still holding each other's hands. Shinja-san looked at me with a pained expression.
大丈夫です。
It's fine. And of course that was a lie. But Shinja-san was nice enough not to say anything.
新庄さん、
Shinja-san,
一
I
つ
want
確
to
認
check
したい
one
こと
last
がある。
thing. Kunosato-san stared at the hallway where Uki and Yuto had just left as she spoke. I could tell from the way she was acting that it had something to do with Dad.
2時間半
About
くらい
2and a
前
half hours ago,
慰霊碑
someone
公園
appeared at the
に
memorial
宮
park
代
claiming
拓
to be
の名を語った
Miyashiro,
狂言者
right?
が出ただろう。
ああ、
Yeah. I remember the news I'd just seen on my tablet. The TV news and Topo had all been talking about how I had appeared at the memorial park. But of course, that was a lie. I was right here.
厳重注
I
意くら
assume
い
he'll be let off with a
明日
warning
に
and
は釈
released
放が。
tomorrow.
その予定だ
And
が。
that's the plan.
そいつには
I
悪い
feel
が
sorry for the guy.
別
But
件
can
で
you
も
do
何で
whatever
も
it
構わ
takes
な
to
い。
keep him locked up a
数
few more
日間
days?
交流しておいてくれないか。
Chijo-san seemed to know what she was getting at. He looked out into the hallway too.
佐久間の
You
仕掛
think
けだと。
Sakuma sent him? She nodded.
タイミング
The
的に
timing
は
is such that
狂
any
言
number
者
of
なんてい
fakes
く
could
ら湧いても
appear,
おかしく
but
ないが。仮にも
it worries me that a man
Miyashiro
trying
Takuru
to be
になりきろうとした人間が
Miyashiro Takuru didn't make the slightest
何の
effort
工
to
夫も
look
な
like
く名前
him.
だけを語ったの
Even
が
at
気
a
になってな。
distance, anyone should have been able to tell it was a
宮
different
代との
guy.
違いなんて遠目からでも一発でわかるはずだろ。
It's true that he wasn't a chaos child syndrome patient, Shinja-san said. That was confusing. When I'd seen the man on my tablet, his height and age had been mostly the same as mine. I thought it would have been hard to tell us apart from a distance. And what did chaos child syndrome have to do with it? When that was just a type of PTSD.
できれば
I'd like to know more about him if
そ
I
いつの
can.
ここを調べてみたい。
Kunosato-san tapped at her temples.
わかった。
Got it.
なんとか
I'll
して
work
みよう。
something out. It was also strange to see how easily Shinjo-san agreed to keep an innocent man locked up.
そろそろ出
It's
発しよ
time
う。
to go.
有村さんにも
Tell
そう伝えてくれ。
He pointed to the clock before I could ask any questions. It was 10 p.m.
はい。
Okay.
荷物はもう
I've
ま
got
と
all
めて
our
あります
things
から。
ready.
あれ、
Huh? I opened the door to Nona's room to tell Animiro it was time to go, but there was no one there. The lights were off too. Was she already done talking on the phone? That would mean she probably was having Kazuki get the last of their things together, so she'd likely be in the dining room or maybe Uki's room. Come to think of it, I guess it got Kazuki involved in all this too. Kazuki wasn't involved in this case directly, but she was helping a lot, just because she was a member of the newspaper club. Still, I couldn't ask her to come with us. While we'd been waiting for Chinja-san, she tried to tell us that she'd come too, and of course, using only a series of mumbles and gestures like always. But I'd refused, though I was grateful to her from the bottom of my heart. She seemed unsatisfied, but I finally got her to agree to it by promising to keep in touch and to come straight to her if we needed help. I couldn't cause any more trouble for someone who wasn't part of the case. Part of the case, huh? I was suddenly conscious of the smells in Nona's room. Without bothering to turn on the lights, I shut the door behind me and walked over to her desk. I ran my hand along it, and only then did I realize it was the first time I'd been in here since her death. That's right, Nona wasn't supposed to be a part of the case. Why? She's one of those people who deserve to be happy alive. I knew that. He was right. She wasn't supposed to die. There was no reason she deserved to die. She was killed only because she'd learned Serika's secret. Ellipsis. What was her real goal? I remembered what Kunosato-san had asked me this afternoon. What was she really after? I almost screamed as I heard a loud noise come from inside my bag. It was the sound of my phone vibrating. I quickly flipped over the bag and spilled its contents onto the floor. I picked the phone up off the floor and read the words "unlisted caller" in the darkness. And that was kind of creepy. I do not have a good feeling about this. Afraid, I touched the answer button. You know what I do when I have a bad feeling about a phone call? I don't answer. Who's there? Yes. One thing I forgot to tell you. You. I moved the phone away from my ear in surprise. It was Serika. There was no mistaking it. I checked the time on the phone without even thinking about it. 10:03 p.m. Listen carefully. This won't take long. Why are you... I realized how hard my heart was beating, and I put the phone back up to my ear. That doesn't matter. I heard a sudden, abrupt noise. Had she dropped her phone, or had something happened to her? I listened carefully, so as not to miss a single sound. My hands were shaking violently. I hated it. And after I waited a moment... Are you listening? Her voice was now weak and feeble. Ellipsis question mark. Something was off about the way she was acting. I'm listening. What is it? There is something I forgot to tell you. It was the same thing she just said. Hey, what's wrong? Why? I was the one who killed your parents. I mean... I'm not really surprised, to be honest, but, why is now the time to tell us this? I could hear the sound of the words she said, but I couldn't understand the meaning of the words themselves. For some reason, my hand stopped shaking, and it suddenly seemed like everything around me had faded away into a white blur. What?
Hmm?
Ellipsis question mark. He made a sound, I didn't have to say that, whatever. Well, the words got stuck on my throat. And I couldn't speak at all.
6年前
6 years ago,
渋谷
during the
地震
Shibuya earthquake,
あの
I was the
避難
one
所
who killed your real parents at that
お前の
evacuation
実の
shelter.
両親を殺したのは私なんだ
And once again, I could hear the words, but I didn't understand them. 6 years ago, Shibuya earthquake, shelter, real parents.
Huh?
What? My cheeks suddenly felt hot, and my blurry vision came back into focus in the dark room. Only then did I realize what she'd said. But what I felt wasn't rage.
Huh? なんで
Why? It was an important event from my past, but one I'd totally forgotten. My parents hadn't died in the earthquake. Someone had murdered them at the shelter. It was what Nono had refused to tell me when I'd just woken up from my coma. That was why she'd lied to me. And that was the reason why I ran away from Alba Dorm and went to live in Miyashita Park.
なんで
Why? I repeated myself. Why would she do that? Why would she tell me that now of all times? All I could hear was her pained breathing. I kept waiting anyway. I couldn't hang up the call. I had to tell you.
伝えなければいけなかった
I forgot to
言い
tell
忘
you.
れていたんだ
だから
But why?
なんでなんだよ
I yelled at Serika as she repeated herself. God damn it.
おい
Hey,
お
hold
前
away.
お
Hold
前
away. Suddenly, the call ended. She'd hung up. I tried to call back and realized it was impossible. It was an unlisted number.
一体何なん
What the
だ
hell was that about? I whispered, knowing I wouldn't get an answer. Seriously, what the hell? What was the point of calling me like that? No, there was a bigger question. Why?
お前は
Why
何
was
のために
Sarika
生まれたんだ
born? On that day, I ran into my parents at the I ran into my parents at the evacuation shelter by chance. Right after that, I had a terrible headache. That was probably the moment when Sarika was born. I know that my parents were murdered at the very same shelter, or at that very same shelter. Which means she murdered them immediately after I created her. My thoughts were a mess, and it was hard to think straight, but something told me that I had to figure this out. Sarika said that her purpose in life was to keep me alive. But would killing my parents really make that easier? Mom and Dad were trying to take me and evacuate to a supposedly safer place. Killing them would make me less likely to survive, not more. Just like Kunosato-san said, it doesn't make sense. And that's right. What Sarika told me doesn't make sense. The very first thing she did after being born contradicts what she told me. Which means...
あいつの目
her
的
real
は
goal
僕
wasn't
を
to
生か
keep
し
me
続けるこ
alive.
とじゃない
Suddenly, I found myself looking at the picture on my phone. It was the photo of me and my family from Alba Dorm. And this contradiction also applies to her attack against Nono too. Sure, she did manage to figure out who Sarika really was. But if Sarika's goal really was to keep me alive, would killing Nono really make that easier?
Nana always tried her best to protect me. She even risked her life to do so, which I mean that for Serika, it would have been better to keep her alive. She could have just used mind control to alter her memories about her real identity, just like she did with Ito. So why didn't she do that? Why did she have to kill Nono? Does she have some other goal? And is that why she had to take Nono's life? I could feel a certain desire welling up within me, one I hadn't felt in a long, long time. Hello, welcome in, Mo Morris. If that really is the case, then I have to find out why. I'll find out if my ridiculous idea really is true. And for that to happen, I have to go there. No matter how things might end up. Am I serious about this? I'll check the time on my phone again. 10:10 p.m. And there were 18 minutes left until the moment when everything began. I laughed a little and ran my hand along Nono's desk again. Was I betraying Nono again? If she was still alive, would she have slapped me across the face if she found out about it? It's so interesting to see someone playing this game for the first time, not knowing what was true and what was a lie drove you crazy, but the truth is much more painful than you thought. Oof. Okay. I'm not surprised. This is not my first ball game with this series, the Science Adventure series, so I'm not surprised, but you know, it is what's real, what's not. I look forward to how it unravels. I'm sorry, but you know, you did it too. And you lied too, in the end. You lied to protect me. So I'm going to do the same. Because this is about you, and you mean everything to me. This is about the reason why you died. I need to know the truth. I was lying when I said I didn't. And of course, thinking about what I was about to do terrified me. But I wasn't going to change my mind no matter what. Surprisingly, it was Aribira, not Nono, who slapped me. She hit me so hard that the impact traveled all the way to my ears and made them ring. Damn.
Don't be stupid. Who do you think you're trying to impress? What are you laughing at?
Nothing. You're right. I put my hand to my cheek where she'd struck me, and it felt a little hot. I laughed because it hadn't hurt as much as when Nono did it. Nono was used to slapping people in the face after all. Or maybe she was just really strong. But Arumina seemed to think I was laughing because I wasn't worried at all. Her shoulders shook more violently with rage. But Arumina... Oh, no, I didn't click. Hello. There you go.
It's too dangerous. You don't know what they're planning.
I'm just going to hear what she has to say. It should be fine.
Don't lie to me. You know that won't work.
Arumina was out of breath and seriously angry. She was really worried about me. Yuki and Yuta were standing next to her, looking worried. I kneeled down so I was at their height. And don't worry. It's true that I'm just going to hear what she has to say. But what came after that is a lie, right? You'll probably be killed if you go.
Of course, I knew that. And there was a good chance I'd be killed. And Dad would be the one who killed me. But I wish that she wouldn't have said that in front of Uki and Yuto.
お前は喧
You've
嘩す
never
らしたこ
been
と
in
が
a
ない
fight before. Am I
違
wrong?
うか
はい。
Yes, but
でも、
I had to go. I knew in my head that it was stupid, my heart was filled with terror. But there was something even deeper that pushed me forward.
クルス先輩は
Kurisu-senpai wouldn't
そん
want
なこ
that.
と絶対に
I
望
know
んで
that for
な
a
い
fact.
え
What?
ウキから
Yuki,
手
told me
紙のこ
about
と
the
聞いたん
letter.
です
そっ
I
か。
see.
クルス先輩の
Are
気
you
持
going
ち
to just forget about what she
踏み
wanted?
にじるんですか
そう
Yeah,
だな。
you're right. She'd
あ
be
いつ
really mad.
きっと怒ると思うけど、
And she'd probably slap me hard across the face, like Arimura just did.
でも、
But I'm
僕は行
going
くよ。
anyway. Arimura looked like she was about to raise her hand again. But then she stopped, clenching it into a fist and lowered it. Her eyes were a little red as she glared at me.
なんで
Why?
そんな
Why?
ごめん。
I'm sorry. Her voice was so soft I could barely hear it. I lowered my head, unable to even look at her.
ウキとユウトの
Take
こと
care of Yuki and Yuto.
頼むな。
Okay.
知りません
That's not my problem.
先輩は
You're the
長男で
oldest
しょ
son of the family, right?
ちゃんと
That
帰って
means
き
you
て
need to come back safe
自
and
分
be
で
their
お
big
兄ちゃんをやっ
brother.
てください
You're terrible, she whispered as she left the room. Hi, Kazuki. Someone suddenly waved something in front of my face and I leapt back. Kazuki had come up next to me. I wasn't sure when. She always surprised me like this.
Oh,
We're
my.
still here.
まだいたのか。
うん
I can't leave you all here, her face seemed to say.
うん
She was holding pieces of candy on sticks. Lollipops. Lollipops? How many of these did she have? I couldn't refuse her, so I took them and put them in my pocket. I'd probably never eat them, though.
最後
I'm
ま
sorry
で付き
for
合わせ
getting
て
you
悪いな。
involved in this.
ウキたちの
Keep
こと
an eye
は
on
見送っ
Yuki
てや
and
ってく
Yuto
れ。
until they go.
そうしたら
After that,
気をつけて帰れ
Take
よ。
care of yourself on the way back home. I didn't think she'd do it, but I didn't want her going with the two of them. I'd feel terrible for her family if that happened.
Hmm.
She nodded like she always did. I tried to make sure that was a yes, but before I could, she ran out of the room after Arimura. Ellipsis. Kunasato-san was here too, so it would be okay, right? She would make it home, right?
あのタクル
Big
兄ちゃん
bro? Yuta spoke up, afraid, as he watched me watch. Yuta spoke up, afraid, as he saw me watch her go. To be honest, I wasn't sure what to say. I felt like anything I could say would just make him even more nervous. I tried to choose my words carefully. But in the end, this is all I could come up with.
行ってくれ。
I'm leaving.
後で
I'll
必
catch
ず
up
ユ
with
ウ
you
トたち
guys
と合
later.
流するから。
I could tell from his face. Now he realized it was one of the white lies that adults often. Oh god. That was a rude yawn. Ugh. I could tell from his face that he realized it was one of the white lies that adults often told children. But he didn't say anything. He just looked at me with eyes that were redder than Arimura's.
いってらっしゃい
Goodbye.
待って
We'll
ます
be
から
waiting for you.
あ
Yeah.
ずっと
We'll wait for you as long as it takes.
あ、
Yeah.
僕も待
I'll
って
be
る
waiting
ずっ
too.
と
For as long as it takes.
あ、
Yeah. Maybe Uki's hand holding gave him a bit. Maybe Uki's hand holding gave him strength. Okay. Okay. No, that makes sense. It's just weirdly phrased. Because he finally forced himself to say one last thing. I'm sorry, Yuto. And thank you, Uki.
じゃあ
Okay.
行ってくれ
I'm off. I checked the time. There wasn't much time left. And if I stayed here any longer, my resolve would begin to waver. I nodded one last time at the two of them, then turned around. It was decided that Shinjo-san would drive me to the Hikari-wo. I wanted him to take the others to Akihabara as soon as possible, but I didn't see how I could get through the area around Shibuya Station on my own.
Miyashiro.
As I left to get in the car, Kunosato-san called to me from behind.
スマホは持ってる
You got your phone, right? I put my hand inside my pocket to check. Of course it was there.
持ってます
I
けど
do. Why?
何でもいい
If you learn any information on the
もし委
committee,
員会の
no
情
matter
報を
what
手
it
に入
is,
れたら
contact me
すぐに連
immediately.
絡しろ
I chuckled. That was exactly what I expected her to say. I don't know if I'd learn anything, but I promised her anyway.
尾上からは
Onoe told me you
お前を渋
to
谷から
get you out
脱
of
出させるよう
Shibuya.
言われているそれを承
I
諾
agreed,
したのは
because she told me that if I got
能
the
力者を
psychics
渋
out
谷
of
から出せ
Shibuya,
ば
it
委
could
員
get
会
me
に
closer
近
to the
づける
committee.
というあいつの言知があったからだ
はい
Yeah.
かといって
But if you decide not to go,
お前
there's
自
no
身
reason
がそ
for
れ
me
に
to
逆らう
stop
決断を
you.
するのなら
I have no
それ
special
を止
need
め
for
る
you
義
in
理はない
particular. As long as I have Yamazawa and
お前に
Arimura,
こだわる
that's
必要
enough.
はないんだからな
ねえ
Yeah,
そうです
you're
ね
right. I knew that from the start. If getting a psychic out of Shibuya would cause something to happen, then Uki and Arimura would do just as well as I would.
だから
So, we're not waiting for you,
お前のこと
okay?
は待たないぞ
Her words seemed to be testing my resolve one last time. That was why I looked her dead in the eyes and answered.
構いません
That's fine.
分かっ
I
てますから
understand that. But for a while after that, she'd said nothing. She seemed to be, for once, at a loss for words. I frowned. Does she not like that answer?
何か
Is something wrong?
お前の
About what you were saying
さっきの話だ
before.
がな
She finally opened her mouth, hesitantly. She was probably talking about the call I'd gotten from Serika. She told me that this was the one who... But she told me that she was the one who killed my parents.
それが事実
If
だと
that's
するな
really
ら
true,
何ですか
what?
何か
Did you
思
figure
い当
something
たる
out?
ことでも
いや
No. Kunosato-san probably found Serika's words strange, just like I did. They didn't make sense. Kunosato-san probably had a theory of her own, one she was reluctant to share. But in the end, the only thing she did was put her hand on my shoulder, without saying a word. Until now, all she'd ever done was grab me or choke me, so I was shocked. I never expected this.
どの道
Either way,
お前
you
が
should
確か
find the
めるべ
answer
き
for
ことだ
yourself. Whatever you do,
せいぜい
make
悔
sure
いの
that
な
you
いよう
don't
にするん
regret
だな
it. And the words she said were different than usual, too. Kunosato-san is actually saying something nice to me. A psychic of all people?
なんだ
What?
え
Huh?
あ
Oh,
いえその
no. I was so surprised that I ended up saying something I shouldn't have.
どうせ
If
な
you're
ら
going to send
ケ
me
イさんの
off,
指
I'd
名の
prefer
一
you
言で
do
お
it
願い
with
します
Kei-san's closing
リスナー
line.
だったんです
I listen to your podcasts. God, this game has been going on for so long, I totally forgot about Kei-san and the podcasts.
ふざける
Hell no.
I refuse to play the role of that goody-goody suck-up when I'm not trying to manipulate information. Now, get going. She pushed me away with the hand she'd placed on my shoulder. I suddenly felt really embarrassed. Why did I say that? I was so embarrassed that I tried to hurry into the car. But then, Kunosato-san looked at me and said, "If you really want to hear Kei again, wait until the next broadcast." I turned around and looked at her face one more time. Her features were elegant, and her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were always frozen cold. They never betrayed what she was really thinking. Her personality was as cold as ice, which was fitting of a dedicated scientist who was always willing to do whatever it took to achieve her goal, regardless of the cost. But sometimes, I caught a glimpse of some burning passion inside her. She really was a mysterious girl. Oh, right. There's one last thing I have to ask her. Since this might really be my last chance. What? Why are you staring at me? Kunosato-san. What's your power? What did he say? The distance between us had started to shrink, but it grew back with that one question. I felt all the air around me freeze. I panicked. Well, I saw it in your room. Saw what? A D-sword. That was yours, right?
Huh?
Just as I thought things between us would end with another series of cold insults from her, Kunosato-san started to laugh. She kept laughing in a low voice as I stood there with my mouth hanging open. All I could do was stand there and watch. I never imagined that Kunosato-san of all people could laugh like that. You're really a gigglomaniac. You can't even tell the difference between a fake and the real thing. A fake? That's just a replica I have for research purposes. My lab in America made it based off some documents from 6 years ago. It was an attempt to find out why, even if the shapes may vary. All the pipes to the DRXC take the form of a sword. But it didn't work, so they gave me the useless piece of junk. It's not good for anything but taking up space. But I do use it as a way to hang things up to dry. And then she left again. After she was done laughing, she pushed me into the car. And before she closed the door... Oh, right. Your classmate, Ito, was it? It looks like he'll survive. You seem to have forgotten. But you promised to be my guinea pig in exchange. So come back. And keep your promise. And then she closed the door. I nodded from behind the window and mouthed the words, "Thank you for everything." Everyone really was trying to make me feel better. Everyone really did want to see me again. But now, I was going alone down a path that meant that might never happen. It's quiet, huh? Yeah. Shijo-san whispered that to himself from the driver's seat. The Shibuya intersection was overflowing with people. They were all looking up at the footage of Memorial Park being displayed on the big TV screens. And the time was at 10:21 p.m. 7 minutes until the time when the earthquake hit 6 years ago. And when the time arrived, there would be a moment of silent prayer, and the festival would reach its finale.
Everyone at the festival seemed to be heading to the park, or the intersection in front of the station to participate. I could see a man who looked like a member of the city council on the screen. From the subtitles, he seemed to be giving a speech about the restoration project. Not again. Get your head down. Okay. Shinjo-san had got in this car just to take us out of Shibuya. The windows were tinted, so I didn't have to worry about anyone seeing me. But there was no way to hide from anyone looking at me from the front. Just in case, I cut myself as far down in the space below the seat as I could. We'd run into a lot of roadblocks since we'd entered this area, with the volunteer staff stopping us from going forward. Each time Shinjo-san had shown his police notebook and explained that this was a police car, and each time they'd let us through. But that meant it was taking twice as long as usual. We'll be close. We may not actually make it by 10:28 p.m. Shinjo-san said as he slowly weaved the car through the crowds of people. No. I'm just grateful you're giving me a lift. I never would have made it to Hikario on my own. If you get there later than that, you're more likely to run into Sakura. You're going anyway, right? Yes. I could see Shinjo-san's face in the rearview mirror. He'd put his fingers to the bridge of his nose, and his expression was pained. As a policeman, this is the worst thing I could possibly do. I'm sending a minor into a dangerous situation. Sakuma makes it sound like it's going to be right on stars. I know. Every time. The fact that Sakuma's first name is Wataru, like, he's not going to escape the OnStars allegations. If it's in the theater cube, I'd like to go with you and arrest him, but I don't have anything that proves his guilt. And someone's putting pressure on the higher-ups in the police department too. It's like a chief detective drama. Is the committee really that powerful? Almost no one knows the details. No. The person who did was buried and forgotten. Irritated, Shinjo-san swerved the car around a group of pedestrians that were standing in the middle of the street. He ducked out so I couldn't be spotted from outside. It was a little cramped. Was the person you were talking about this afternoon? Was that the person you were talking about this afternoon? I can read. I remembered him talking about that to Serika. About how this case was his way of avenging a detective he respected a lot. Ellipsis. Shinjo-san ignored me and kept looking forward. I felt like his silence was his way of saying yes. What? Shinjo-san lowered the window just to crack to hear what was going on outside. Where are you? It's almost over! Everybody's gonna think you're a screw-up. Come out! Just a bunch of drunks. In front of us, by the side of the road, was a van advertising the Restoration Festival. A group of people had climbed on top of it. Star bricks, I just noticed that. Star bricks, wonderful. They must have been college-aged, and they were holding beers in their hands. Drunk ciders, huh? Hearing them, and even seeing them was upsetting. I leaned back into the seat, closed my eyes, and lowered my head again. Kunosato-san uses that word too, sometimes. Shinjo-san closed the window, and started to drive away from all the commotion. Wrong siders. This is on the wrong side of the information divide, right? Yeah. I watched all the drunks pass by the other side of the tinted windows. And they don't know anything. And they don't want to know anything.
自分た
They
ちが
don't know
煽ってる
about
相手
the
のこと
people
も、
manipulating them,
その
what
相手
those
が
people
どんな気持
want,
ちなのかも。
what the people they're talking about are even going through. Violence, murder, the darkness of the human heart. They think they understand these things because they read or hear about them, but they don't even think about what they must really be like.
君は
Ever since I
会っ
first
た
met
時
you,
から知ると
I
いう
could tell
行為にこ
knowing
だわっ
was
ていた
very
な。
important to you.
と
The first time I met Shinja-san was
ラブホテルの事件
during
の
the
時
Love Hotel case.
君たちが
You
勝
broke
手
into
に
the
現場
crime
に入
scene
り
on
込ん
your
でいた。
own.
あ、
Oh. He was right. Shinja-san was the one in charge of that case, and that's how we'd met.
これから尾
I'm
上に会
going
お
to
うと
go
してい
see
るのも
Onoe because there's something you
何
want
か
to
を
know,
知るためなん
right?
だろう。
はい。
Yes. I had to know what Seriko was really after, and the real reason she'd come into existence.
そうか。
And that's right.
言ってみれ
You
ば
could say that I'm going to
自分
find
の
out
ことを
about
知るため
myself.
なんだ。
And what did I wish for during the earthquake? What wish had created her? I realized for the first time that I was trying to find out more about myself than Sarika.
先輩も
And it's the same kind of
そんな人だったよ。
person he was.
え？
Huh? I looked at the review mirror again. Shija-san was still watching the traffic in front of him.
とにかく
Not detective.
知ろうとす
He
る
was
ことに対
obsessed with
して
finding
貪
things
欲な人
out.
だった。
And he was willing to do
そ
whatever
の
it
ためな
took.
ら世間
Even
の
if it
常
meant
識も
going against the
警
rest of
察
the
の理
police
屈も関係
force.
ない。よく
Momose-san
百
used
瀬
to
さ
get
んに
mad
怒
at
られ
him
て
all
い
the
たらしい。
time. She said he
突っ
was
走り
getting
すぎだ
in
って
too deep.
そうだ
I
ったんです
see.
か。
Shija-san's voice took on a strangely different tone. His tone changed from one of nostalgia to one of sorrow.
そして
And then,
先輩は
he finally did get
突っ
in too
走りす
deep.
ぎた。
And that was the answer to his silence before, too. And was he killed by the committee?
先輩の最
I
後
don't
の
know
俺は
how
よ
he
く知ら
died,
ない。
but he must have been satisfied.
先輩は満足だった。
I don't think he had any
少なく
regrets.
とも後悔はしていないはずだ。でもな、
But still,
だからといって
that doesn't mean I can just
先輩
accept
の
his
死を
death.
認めるわけには
I
いかない。
couldn't get to him in time.
俺は先輩に追いつけなかったし、
It's
止めること
frustrating.
もできなかった。俺はクルス・ノノさんがここ
If
にいれ
Kurusu
ば
Nona was here, I'm sure she'd be feeling the same
同
way
じよう
about
に
you.
感じるはずだよ。君のこと。
I fell silent. There was nothing I could say. But I was truly glad that he was the one who had read Nono's letter, and that he was the one who was now helping me. When I reached the Hikari-on, I realized that something was wrong. It was too quiet. Normally, even at this hour, the Hikari-on would be fairly noisy, but it was completely silent. And there were no murmurs, no drunken shouting like I'd heard just a moment before.
始まっちまった
It
か。
started, huh? Oh. I checked the time. It's at 10:28 p.m. Everyone had gathered in front of Memorial Park, or the TVs in front of the station, for a silent prayer. Shiji-san switched the car's navigation system to TV mode. It was displaying footage of the Memorial Park. I saw the ceremony and gasped. All the sound was gone from Shibuya. It was like a movie set. Suddenly, I was struck by a terror even greater than before. I felt like the moment of silence was for me as I headed to my death. I forced myself to smile and tried to tell myself that I was shaking from excitement, not fear. My mind was a confused jumble of thoughts. Half of me wanted to go home and half of me wanted to stay, but I forced myself to keep going. Yeah. I have to know, no matter what. Shija-san tossed something at me.
何ですか?
But is it... Wait, is this... I felt a sensation of rubber as I grabbed it. I tried to spread it out and stopped.
皮肉な話だが、
Ironically, and
手
this is
近
all
に
I've
これ
got
しかなか
with
っ
me.
た。
I
我
hope
慢して
it's
くれ。
enough.
いえ、
Yeah.
ありがとうございます。
I lowered my head in thanks. There were still people standing between me and the theater cube.
すまないな。
Sorry.
俺はここ
This
ま
is
で
as far
だ。
as I can go.
ウキ君たちを
I need to get the
そろ
other
そろ
side of the city. He looked at his watch.
わかってま
I
す。
know. And get them
急
to
いで
Akiba as
彼
fast
女
as you
たちの
can.
秋葉へ
Thank you.
お願いします。
送り届けたら
Almost are safe.
俺はす
I'll
ぐに
come
戻っ
right
てく
back
る。
for you. Don't die.
死ぬなよ。
はい。
Right. I wiped my sweaty hands off on my pants and nodded. Then I took a deep breath to calm myself down. I put on the sumo sticker mask that Shinjo-san had given me and stepped out into a Shibuya utterly without sound. The silent prayer was continuing, and this was my chance. Several people looked at me as I got out of the car, but they must have been used to seeing the people in the masks. They quickly lost interest and lowered their heads once more. Everything was fine. They hadn't figured out who I was. I looked up the Hikariwo building, which towered above me like some kind of fortress. The people around me all seemed suspicious, but I made it to the theater floor without anyone saying anything. But then I realized that something was wrong and stopped. There was no one on this floor. There were no customers and not even a single employee. Even the convenience store, which was open during the festival, was open. It was empty. I took off the mask. My field of vision restored. I took another look around the floor. I was right. It was completely empty. There was no sign of Dad or Sarika either. The whole soundless space in front of me felt like a trap that I just walked into. I'd taken the mask off, but it still hurt to breathe. I tossed the mask into one of the decorative trees nearby, and slowly started to walk across the floor. Every shadow scared me. Each time I reached a blind spot, I would stare at it for a moment before I proceeded. Where was the entrance to the theater? When I found the stairs and escalator, I felt a wave of nostalgia. And this is where I'd come with the rest of Albador. That's right. We had gone up the stairs and into the theater. I flinched as the escalator started to move. Don't scare me like that. It was just a motion detector. I knew that. But the machine seemed to be pulling me deeper into a trap. I looked up to the top of the escalator. There was no one there. Damn it. I smacked my trembling legs with trembling hands, then slowly went up the stairs. This was the path that led to the theater, and it was probably leading me to the finale that either Dad or Sarika had prepared for me. And I was probably doing exactly what one of them wanted. But I had to find Sarika and the answer, and there was no way that desire was in anyone's script. I believed it was my own idea. I had to find out the truth, for Nono's sake as much as my own. I went up to the entrance of the theater and put my hand on the heavy door. I felt a stabbing pain in my head the second I went inside. I staggered and leaned against the back of a nearby chair. What? This can't be. I forced myself to endure the pain and look around the theater. The theater was done up in a modern style, with stadium seating. The stage was at the lowest point in the hall, and the seats got higher up the further you went away, so it'd be easier for the audience to see. The entrance was at the far back behind the seats. When I looked down, I could see the whole room. The stage was completely empty. There were no props or backgrounds. The lights were focused on the stage, so the rest of the theater was dark and hard to see. The seats seemed empty, too. I couldn't see anyone.
I couldn't hear any movement either. My first suspicion was Dad's mind control power. But if his power worked like ours, that meant he would need to share his delusions with me in order to reboot them. In other words, if what I was seeing was due to mind control, Dad had to be watching me from somewhere nearby. That's right. I suddenly got an idea and looked through my pockets. I found the lollipop that Kazuki had given me. I tossed it up and imagined it floating in the air. But instead of floating, it fell down into the thin row between the seats.
Yosh.
Good. I sighed with relief, satisfied with what I had seen. It was impossible for us to use our powers alone. If my psychokinesis wasn't working, it meant there was no one else here. But I still kept my guard up as I walked toward the stage. If I remembered right, this place hadn't changed since the last time I was here. Come to think of it, if I'd come here to celebrate my acceptance to Hekiho Academy, it had only been 2.5 years since I'd last been here. That can't be right. It didn't seem real. It felt like so much more time had passed. Everything had changed. I don't know when we were gone. Ito had probably left his home and was on his way to Akihabara with Shinjo right now. And Dad. Suddenly, I heard a sound come from behind me and spun around. Standing there was... You. She looked just like she had when I'd seen her this morning. Not only was she not hurt, there were no signs that she'd even fought someone. Serika waited for the door she'd come through to close, and then slowly walked toward me. Why are you here? Her voice was quiet, but angry. She probably thought that I'd left Shibuya by now. Where's Dad? Dad. Huh? You'll find his severed head lying on the ground backstage. It's been partially crushed though, so it might be hard to recognize. The look on my face must have been ridiculous. Sadika's voice was completely calm, and it was hard to believe she was lying. Dad was dead. Did you kill him? Her nod silently said, of course I did. So, why are you here? Where are Kunosata Mio and the others? How could she be so calm after killing someone? It was terrifying to see how unconcerned she was. My thoughts, my feelings, and even my words were all a jumbled mess, but I managed to tell her that Shinjo-san had taken everyone else out of Shibuya by now. And then, I told her why I came here. Why did you tell me that on the phone? What did I wish for when you were born? Sarika looked at me like she was staring at something very dear to her. I knew this feeling. Sarika was reading my mind. Suddenly, it appeared. Its design was far too complicated and intricate to be called a sword. It was sharp like metal, but it had a strange luster that was all its own. It was a D-sword, big enough to cover Serika's entire upper body. It was like what she'd used to kill Nono. You should have escaped with the others, Mishira Takaru. Behind her blade, I could see a slight change in her expression.
お前
It was the same look I'd seen before she was talking about Dad, as if she hated everything she saw. And right as she jumped, I felt a burning key to my right shoulder and fell to the ground. A moment later, I felt a pain like nothing I'd ever experienced before. I grabbed my shoulder with my left hand and felt something nasty, warm and sticky. It was blood. I'd have been cut. If I reacted even a moment later, she would have chopped my entire shoulder off. I looked up. Sedika was already bringing her blade down. I forced myself to twist out of the way, ignoring the blood spurting from my shoulder. This time, the pain was in my left leg. I ignored it too, trying my best to get away. Sedika walked over to me, slowly. I must have bit something in my mouth when I rolled, because I tasted something bitter and metallic. Why? I was too late. I underestimated the committee. Sedika stopped, close enough to strike me with her D-sword, and began to speak. Sakuma's replacement already made contact with me. There's nowhere left to run. I can't keep you alive. I don't want you to end up like the other victims. No way. So now she's going to kill me? The same way that she killed Nono? With that D-sword? The pain from the cuts kept me from thinking, and the blood loss drained away my will to resist. I couldn't feel my left leg anymore, but I couldn't stop looking at Serika. I wasn't sure. Were there any important blood vessels around the calves? Are there? Probably. I'll be joining you soon. Let's talk on the other side. Sedika swung her D-sword at me again. And then I felt something burst within me. I leapt at Serika. I reached out my hand without thinking, and I felt something warm and rough. I heard her scream in my ears. By the time I'd realized I had reached into the cut on her stomach and ripped out the stitches, I was already on top of her. Her D-sword had disappeared. My hands went straight for her neck. My fingers dug into her flesh. The only thing I saw was the colored red dripping down from the base of her neck. Was it my stomach? Was it my blood from when she cut my shoulder? Or hers when I ripped open her stomach? Or had my nails broken the skin on her neck? Whatever it was red, and it was spreading. I couldn't stop myself from gripping tighter. My fingers dug deeper and deeper, and the soft sensation of her skin began to recede. Instead, I felt thick muscle and hard bone. Ellipsis. 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 When it was all over, the pain in my leg and shoulder were gone. No, they were still there, but it didn't feel like my own pain. It was like I was watching myself on top of Serika from a distance. But when I took my hands off her neck, that feeling disappeared and everything else came flooding back. Serika's eyes had rolled up into her head, and her tongue was sticking out of her mouth. I felt an unpleasant wetness in my underwear. It was her blood from where I'd sat on her. The blood was pouring out from the gash in her stomach. Serika wasn't moving anymore. Did I just kill her? Did I strangle her to death? I suddenly felt the urge to vomit. Why? Why was I on top of Serika? Why are my hands covered in blood? My head hurt. My field of vision went red. My heart was pounding hard. Under me was the body of the girl I'd created. I held my head with my bloody hands. It hurt so much that it felt like it was going to explode. My eyes hurt too. Everything was turning red. Huh. Suddenly, my vision cleared up. The lights above the stage seemed impossibly bright, like the sun at the end of a tunnel. I felt pain in my eyes. I reached my hand up to them and saw that my fingers were covered in pink tears. And that was when I realized Serika wasn't here. My hands weren't covered with blood. I twisted my neck to look at my shoulder. My clothes weren't even cut. There wasn't a single wound on my leg either. What just happened? I was sitting on the ground, alone, by the seats near the entrance. Man, you're such an asshole, you know that. I didn't raise you to be like that. I leaped up to my feet. Dad? Dad was up on the stage. He was standing in the center, like the lead singer on a musical. And at his feet was... Serika, the girl I thought I just killed, was lying at his feet. There was no blood on her clothes, and the cut on her stomach hadn't been torn open. But she must have been unconscious because she wasn't moving. Even right when you were about to kill her in that delusion, she didn't resist at all. Ain't that cute? I suddenly understood what was going on. Mind control. But since when? Was I already under its effects when I came into the theater? And when I came inside, I'd felt a sharp pain. My vision had blurred for a moment. When I tested my powers with the lollipop, was I already under his spell? The pain and the heat I felt so real, but it was all an illusion. But I could still feel the sensation of wringing Serika's neck on my hands. If you just let her kill you, your heart would have shattered too. That tapped his own heart. But you killed her instead. What's up with that, Sakura? Girls don't like boys who get violent. Hearing Dad talk on the same tone he always did was almost enough to get me to let my guard down. But this is one of but this wasn't the man I knew. The man on the stage wasn't the dad I knew. What is that machine? I take a good look at it. Dad was wearing some kind of rucksack, and I could see some kind of device inside of it. What is he carrying? Dad was also wearing a piece of headgear that connected to it. And the long cylindrical machine he was holding was connected to it by a cord. So that's it. If he has psychic powers like we do, then he has to have one too. That must be Dad's D-sword. I wanted to not like his D-sword, but it's kinda cool too, I guess. But why does he have one? I thought that those powers only appeared in brains that were still developing during the earthquake. My research has shown that this only occurred in the young, whose brains were still developing, particularly those experiencing something that put them in states of extreme stress. Looks more like a Keyblade than most D-swords, you're right. Notice what Kunosato-san had said. Oh, yes. Dad saw what I was looking at, and tapped his rucksack with his D-sword. Amazing, huh? One of the results of our research. Let's even normal people like me have powers similar to Giggler-maniacs. This is a terminal for a certain machine. That machine used to be here, but it ran into some trouble, and that's what caused the earthquake. And those were bad times. Dad sounded like a child whose favorite toy had been broken. It was clear he didn't care at all about the people who died or whose lives had been ruined by the earthquake. Because of that, I lost my job. No money, no employees. It took me 6 years to rebuild the thing. Those idiots in the committee. So that was how he'd been able to do that to Ito. And how he'd been able to kill Yui. I felt a mix of rage, sorrow, and hate. All the feelings were so strong I wanted to scream. No, it doesn't matter. Once I deal with you, I can go back to my research. It was like he was picking just the right words to make me even angrier. To be honest, I was a little worried. Ranabe came in on her own. I needed you, not her. So I thought I had a problem on my hands. He looked down at her and poked her with the artificial D-sword. She still didn't move. It can't be. Is Serika... Just dead, obviously. Funny, ain't it? He seemed to say. I made her fight you with delusion, but she realized it was all mind control halfway through, so she put her D-sword away, and didn't resist right up until the moment you killed her. It's amazing how much she cared about you. He kicked her hard enough that she turned over. So, stop it. You're amazing. You're consumed with rage over losing Nona. I just gave you that a little boost. And then you killed her without any mercy. It's amazing how much you cared about Nana too. I could feel my whole body getting hot. Stop it. Don't you dare say Nono's name. Not with that face, not with that voice.
Nani?
What the hell are you thinking? Huh? And the way Dad's expression didn't change had only made me angrier. Did he really not understand? We all lived together for years, hadn't we? And we come here as a family, hadn't we? Yuto and Yuki are worried about you. No, what? You haven't told them yet. Yuri always trusted you, and... No. It started with what you said when I was helping Takuru with his physical therapy. You're doing a great job for someone who hasn't gone to school. I'm impressed. I'm sure that's just the way a father is. I love the rules you made for our family. Thank you. And please don't drink too much. She believed in you. She thought you were part of our family. So what the hell are you thinking? My words echoed off the walls of the theater and came back to me again and again. And then I realized that I was the same way. I had believed in Dad too from the bottom of my heart. But he... Dad chuckled and scratched his head, like I'd seen him do many times before. It was the same thing he'd always done when Nana was scolding him at home. Takuru, do you have anything you enjoy doing? There's gotta be something you like, right? There's no point in living otherwise. What's he talking about? That wasn't what I asked. Why did you kill Yui? Why did he kill Nono? No, your friend killed Yui. And this girl killed Nono. Shut up! Oh, scary. What the hell is so funny about this to you? I clenched my fists into hands and gripped so tight in my rage that my nails dug into my skin. How are you capable of doing this? It doesn't make any sense. Don't get so mad, okay? I just told you. You need to have fun. What the hell does that even mean? I had high hopes for you. You were so badly broken. You managed to reboot an entire human being. So I started looking forward to seeing how far you could go, how crazy you could become. That's fucked up, but we already suspected that to be the case. If a Giggle-maniac like you started doing whatever you wanted, whenever you wanted to do it, it would be amazing. You could wreck the whole world. It'd be hilarious. I'd love to see it. I could observe it, calculate it, come up with a theory and experiment some more. I'd love to see what lies beyond the end of that loop. Don't you think the thought of that is just exciting, Takuru? Dad kept using the same voice he'd always used at home, but I couldn't even hear a word. The anger inside me just kept building. What I'm trying to say is this: no matter what happens, do whatever you think is fun. And that's a little life lesson from your dear old dad. Dad, you're not my father. I screamed at the top of my lungs. Blah, blah, blah. But I just kept on smiling. Anyway, to me, Giglomaniac research is the most fun thing in the world. There's nothing else that's this entertaining. And that's my answer to your question. But that can't be. That was the only reason? The only reason he worked for the committee? The only reason he did all of those horrible experiments in the basement? So the reason he did that to you, Hito and all the others? How many times do I have to tell you? Because it was fun. You bastard! Next thing I knew, I was running. And the D-sword appeared in my hand instantly. I had no weight, but I could feel that it was there. I listened to the blades roar as I ran down the corridor. And swung it upward at the bastard on the stage. And there was a high-pitched noise and a brilliant light, and I stopped. My hand went numb for a second. The mechanical D-sword had blocked my swing. Here! Dad's muscles bulged like thick ropes as he swung his giant D-sword down at me. I barely managed to block it, but the impact knocked me back into the front row of seats. And there's a sharp pain in my arm, and I'd been cut a little. When I first got cut, it was just a delusion, but this time, real blood was running down my arm. Wait, are you really gonna try to fight me, despite how weak you are? Dad didn't move a step. He raised the giant D-sword onto his shoulders. His huge body was at least 185 centimeters tall, and he towered over me from the stage like a wall. No, I guess it wouldn't hurt to play with my son once in a while. It's not fair to give the girls all the attention. Takuru, can you just, like, blast him with, like, dying delusions? Like, mind powers, you're dying, dead. I don't know. I know that's not how this works, but, like, come on. He deserves an anticlimactic death like that, I think. Come on up. I do wish we had more than a single corpse for an audience. But what can you do, huh? Mind blasting him with death. Then he kicked Serika's unmoving body once more. I felt angered, but also an incredible despair. Or indescribable despair. I can read. What was I doing here? I'd come to find out the truth from Serika, but I'd killed her myself. There was no reason for me to be here anymore. So didn't that mean there was no reason to try and fight Dad? No, it wouldn't even be a fight. I'd probably just get myself killed. So maybe... When Serika had cut open my leg before, it had only been an illusion. I could run to the exit. If I had caught him off guard, I could escape, maybe. But... why? Damn it all! I went forward. I hadn't done any real exercise since my physical therapy 5 years before. A vision of Nono and Yui's faces flashed through my mind. And for some reason, I also saw Serika smiling, like she used to do when we were in the newspaper club. What's wrong? Go up onto the stage. The audience is getting bored. When I looked at him, I suddenly had an idea in the corner of my mind. I remembered what he'd said. That the machine on his back was what gave him his power. That he was an artificial gigalomaniac. But what if I could get rid of that machine? I might be able to do it. Well, I have to do it. I stood and climbed up onto the stage. The lights shone down upon my head. I could hear a non-existent crowd screaming for my death from the empty seats. I readied my D-sword. My hand still felt a little numb. Yay! Looking like a hero, Zakaru. Good stuff. I took a step to the side, trying to look as natural as possible. I was going to use his D-sword. By moving to the side, I was able to see part of the device on his back. I hit him with my power as hard as I could. That heard a noise from behind him and turned around. I had a clear view of the machine. Now. I concentrated more intensely and hit him with more of my power. You asshole. Dad then howled like a wild animal and swung his D-sword. But I didn't stop. If I could just destroy that machine. Colors. Oh. Huh? That's not where we were. My vision suddenly blurred. I felt a cold wind on my cheek, and I could see the city in the distance. Where am I? On the top of the school? Damn it. More mind control. I panicked and tried to use my D-sword. Only to find that it was gone. My D-sword had disappeared. What the hell? Damn it! I concentrated as hard as I could. I imagined the pale light of the sword. Come on, come on! I couldn't see him or sense him, but that was probably right in front of me with his huge D-sword. Why can't I make my D-sword appear? I can't see it, I can't find it. It's always supposed to appear when I imagine it. What did you want to talk about, Non-chan? Sadako was standing there, on the roof. And so was... Don't try to fool me. With your power. You know exactly what I want to talk about, right, Sarika? It was Nono. Nono was standing in front of me talking. Nono's alive. Nono is... No, that's not right. My sense of logic dispelled the hope that was forming in my mind. And this is mind control. Dad's power is causing me to hallucinate. The two of them were right in front of me, but didn't seem to know I was there. So you found out, Kurisu, Nono? Yes. Suddenly, Sarika changed. The smiling happy girl from the newspaper club disappeared. She became a cold, remorseless killer. Stop it. Oh, no way. I knew I was being mind-controlled, but I couldn't help myself. I felt a cold chill in my heart, and all the hairs on my body stood up on end.
Then, you must know what's coming next, right? Serika's D-sword appeared in her hand. Nana didn't seem surprised. She just glared at Serika. Stop it. Stop it, Serika. Are you going to kill Takaru too? No, I'll keep him alive. That's why I exist. I don't believe you. That's why I'm going to stop you. Even if it kills me. I thought you'd say that. That's why you're in the way. Stop! I screamed at Serika, stepped forward. But there was no sign that she heard me. I tried to summon my D-sword, but it didn't work. I tried to get between the two of them. Only to realize that I couldn't move. My legs felt like they were rooted to the ground. Why? Why? But my head was clear. I couldn't let this happen. I knew I had to stop it, but... Serika and Nona's D-swords clashed with each other. They created a flash so bright that I was forced to close my eyes. Then Nona's D-sword cracked. You made a mistake. I can see exactly what you're thinking. I can't believe you still thought that I was your friend. Serika kept moving forward. There's no hesitation on her face. No! Stop! No matter how much I screamed, they didn't hear me. I couldn't move. Serika crossed right in front of me, carrying her gigantic deadly weapon. There is no friendship within me. And in the next moment... Takaru, I'm sorry. It felt like Nona looked right at me. And then... Serika's D-sword ran her through. Huh? My vision suddenly blurred. I felt a cold wind on my cheek, and I could see the city in the distance. I could hear a sob. I had been crying without realizing it. I looked around, forgetting even to wipe the tears from my cheeks. The roof was lit up by the moon. There was nothing here. There was no one here. Of course, there was no sign of Serika or Nono's body. Then, what was that just now? Calm down. Calm down. This is all mind control. All just a hallucination. It's a fake vision that Dad created. That's right. It's just like a movie. It has to be. Nono died by Serika's hand. Serika killed Nono. That really did happen, I saw it. But it's not happening now. It's all part of the past, there's no changing it. What did you want to talk about, Non-chan? Don't try to fool me. With your power, you know exactly what I want to talk about, right, Serika? Again. The two of them were standing there just like they were before. So you found out Kurisu no. Yes. Then, you must know what's coming next, right? Are you going to kill Takaru too? No, I'll keep him alive. That's why I exist.
それが私の存在理由だ。
I don't believe you. That's why I'm going to stop you, even if it kills me.
この命を使ってでも。
そういう
I thought you'd say that.
だから
That's why you're in
お前
the
は
way.
邪魔なんだ。
The two of them played out the exact same scene as before. There's still no sign that they'd noticed me. My heart began to pound loudly again. I remembered how it felt to hold Nono's body in my hands. The smell of her blood, the way the warmth drained from her body, and the way her eyes would never look at me again. Calm down. I tried to tell myself that over and over. This was just part of the past. Screaming wouldn't change the fact that I couldn't interfere with it. No. Maybe this wasn't even part of the past. I hadn't heard this conversation. Everything except the fact that Serika had killed Nono could just be a hallucination that my dad had created. I tried to run away, growing ever more frustrated on my unmoving legs. But nothing worked. Which made sense, after all, the real me wasn't even here. It was on top of the stage, trapped in hallucination, with Dada's gigantic D-sword standing right in front of me. You made a mistake. I can see exactly what you're thinking. I can't believe you still thought that I was your friend. Zedeka raised her D-sword and advanced. It was happening again. I never wanted to re-experience that horrible moment, but it was happening all over again. I looked away. No, I tried to look away, but my head wouldn't move. I couldn't take my eyes off the scene before me. And then Nono looked right at me. What are you doing here? And Serika killed Nono again. And then I found myself back at the beginning once more. On the cold, moonlit roof. I wrapped my arms around my body tightly, trying to warm myself against the freezing air. What was that? Nono looked right at me. I saw her looking at me, I'm sure of it. She actually saw me. No, that's impossible. I'm not really here. It's... I know that was Nona's voice I just heard, but she was definitely looking right at me. If I'm a real gigalomaniac, does that mean I have the power to interfere with the past? If that's really true, was that the real Nono and not a hallucination? Calm down. Calm down. My head hurt, and I was losing the ability to think. No, this is an illusion. It's all an illusion. And there's no way I can interfere with the past. What did you want to talk about, Non-chan? Don't try to fool me. With your power, you know exactly what I want to talk about, right, Serika? On my third time saying the exact same thing, I was finally able to close my eyes. Stop it. I don't want to see Nono die anymore. I put my hands over my ears to block out the sound.
but I could still hear them saying the same words. The last conversation note would ever have flowed directly into my head. You made a mistake. I can see exactly what you're thinking. I can't believe you still thought that I was your friend. There's no friendship within me. I didn't have to look to know what was happening. I knew the expressions on their faces. I knew the looks in their eyes. The angle that Serika held to her D-sword at, and even how she was going to swing it, I knew it all. Takura, why won't you save me? I suddenly opened my eyes without warning, and felt warm blood splash on my face the second I did. There was no time even to scream. I shut my eyes tightly again, but I could feel the wind on my cheeks again. I was stuck frozen on that roof again. The muscles in my face had tensed up. There's nothing funny happening, but I was letting out a noise that sounded like laughter. My teeth were chattering. What did you want to talk about, Non-chan? Don't try to fool me. With your power, you know exactly what I want to talk about, right, Serika? I covered my ears, but the words went right into my brain. I didn't know how I could possibly be any more confused. What was that? Why was Nono in front of me? Why won't you answer me? Stop it. Please. I didn't want to open my eyes. I wanted to keep them shut. For some reason, the moment Nono was killed, they opened on their own. Nono kept dying in front of me. Nono had taken care of me and kept me safe before I'd even woken up from my coma. From my perspective, that was before I'd ever even known her. She was a part of my family. She was the only big sister I had. She kept dying over and over again in front of me. Why do I have to die? My head hurt, but the pain didn't even work as an anchor to keep my mind connected to reality. The stoner was a hallucination, I knew that. But the words she said were ripping my mind apart. Why didn't you save Yui? Why did you try and solve the case at all? Nana looked at me and kept asking that. Were those her last words before she was killed? Her dying screams? Her final message? No more. I already said I didn't want to see her die again. Please, stop it. My eyes were closed, but I could see her death repeating again and again in my mind. The D-sword running through her chest. The blood everywhere. The tiny sound coming from her throat like air leaking from a bag. Her blood was hot when it landed on my face. It didn't have that metallic smell, but it was hot, blah blah blah. I couldn't tell anymore. Was this really a hallucination? Maybe this was the real No-No. Maybe this is what she'd really thought. Why didn't you save me? Why didn't you save Yui? Why did you try and solve the case at all? I told you not to do anything dangerous. I told you not to get revenge. It's all your fault. a sound somewhere. It was the sound of something snapping. I didn't want to see anything anymore. I didn't want to hear anything anymore. I didn't want to feel anything anymore. I closed off my heart, wishing for nothing more than that. Come on. Don't retreat into your shell now. I'm sick and tired of seeing you stop moving because of guilt. I heard a voice from somewhere, speaking directly into my head. But I held my hands over my ears anyway. I didn't want to hear anything. Fine. I'll have to make it so you can't stop then. You ever heard of woodburn heron? Anyway, see you in a month. Have fun breaking. And then, just like a computer monitor being powered off, everything disappeared. What? Ellipsis. What is this? And it was dark. I couldn't see anything. It was in a huge, dark, empty space, like nothing I'd ever experienced before. I couldn't even tell if my eyes were open or not. I tried blinking, but the darkness didn't change. I tried to rub my eyes to see if that helped. But my hands wouldn't move. No, not just my hands, nothing moved. There was no sensation of standing. There was no feeling of weight in my body. Huh? Am I lying down? No, wait. Am I floating? It's almost like I'm in zero gravity, or just floating in water with no resistance. Like my body's just drifting along. The only thing that existed was silence. I could hear the sound of my heartbeat echoing. But even in the overwhelming darkness, I felt a little better. Anything was better than seeing Nono die again and again. It didn't matter what. Compared to hearing Nono's last words over and over. Ellipsis. I did nothing but float there. It was like being almost asleep. But there was something stopping me from falling asleep altogether. It felt weird and unpleasant. I tried to at least do something about the floating. But there was nothing to grab onto. Nowhere to stand. And my body wouldn't move. I wanted to find something solid. I tried my best to find it. Ellipsis. Suddenly I realized. Where am I? What am I doing here? Ellipsis, exclamation mark. No. No! This has to be more mind control. This darkness is just another hallucination. Wah! I tried to scream and wave my arms. But there was no sound and no movement. If I couldn't move, I wanted to at least feel something with one of my senses. It could be a bright light, screaming, even pain. A novel bitter taste, or even a horrible smell. If I didn't find something fast, I'd lose track of where I ended and where the darkness began. I know. What about my shoulder injury for when my dad knocked me into the seats? I desperately tried to feel the pain on my shoulder, but it didn't work. I couldn't feel anything, even whether or not it was bleeding. I felt like the darkness was gradually burying me, like ants swarming over a piece of candy. The boundary line between my own body and the rest of the world got even blurrier. The ellipsis, exclamation mark. No way. I finally remembered a certain piece of information. I remember what my dad said just before this happened. Where Burn Heron was in it. I matched the name with what was going on. That was a famous experiment, if I remembered right. Heron's sensory deprivation experiment. He would put subjects in a soundproofed room that was completely silent, blindfolded them so they couldn't see, then tied them up with a straitjacket kept at exactly the same body temperature to take away their sense of touch. Except for eating simple meals and defecating, they were all kept on a bed at all times. The purpose of his experiment was to find out how many days a human being could last in that state. The results had been far less than what he'd expected. The most any of them could endure was 2 to 3 days. There were ones who complained about disturbed thinking after only a few hours. If they continued with the experiment anyway, they would start hearing and seeing things and almost go insane. A human being can't endure long periods of time with no stress or stimulation. The experiment was now banned because of how dangerous it was. And then I remembered something else. Something terrifying. What did Dad say to me? See you in a month? Is he going to make me spend a month like this? I screamed. But I couldn't even hear my voice. Ellipsis. 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 The first change was to my sense of vision. It was after about 2 days had passed from what I could tell. It would have been about dinner time. I wasn't sleepy or hungry. At some point, I started counting numbers. 1 second, 2 seconds. It was meaningless, but I felt like I'd go crazy if I didn't do something. When I just about passed 100,000 seconds, the darkness in front of me suddenly began to shine. What? Who's there? It wasn't a camera flash or a light bulb. It was just a blurry glow. That was all. I couldn't see anything else, or even move. When I saw it, I lost track of my number and started over. The light came every 100,000 seconds. A day was 60 times 60 times 24, so 86,400 seconds. Perfect. I decided to round up and call each 100,000 seconds a day. When there was no light, I was bored. I wished so many times for something to happen. Someone come here. Even that, I don't care. I'd rather be fighting a battle with D-swords that I know I can't win. No, actually, I'd rather be stabbed with a D-sword. I want to feel pain. I thought that when the light came for the 30th time I could escape. Because that would mean a month had passed. The month was 30 days. But nothing happened. The light just kept coming at the same pace as before. When the light came again after 30 days passed, I stopped counting how many times it had come. I stopped counting to 100,000 too. What's the point of counting anyway? You going to stop counting? No. I heard that voice very clearly. I started hearing voices sometimes when I neared the 30th appearance of the light. Are you just going to die like this? What's Miyashita Park like? Hey senpai, how did you meet Gun-san? Adios, gracias. Why did he leave me to die? You idiot, are you just going to die here? The newspaper club's just getting started, right? Tell me, why didn't you save me? I hurt so much when I died. You ever heard of Woodburn Heron? The voices came and disappeared without listening to my responses. I always wanted to see their faces. I was already starting to forget what everyone looked like. Maybe if I saw them again, I could stop the darkness from swallowing up all of my memories. I'll let you out of here. I'll go kill Dad for you. Really? I tried, but it didn't work. I couldn't do it alone. Should we help? Really? You'll do that for me? Don't underestimate the power of a teenage girl. Adios, gracias. Wait. What's wrong, big bro? No, Don't tell me you're lonely all by yourself. Give me a break. That's not true. Of course I'm not lonely. No, I wanted to tell you to be careful. Dad's power is... What was it again? What's wrong? Where's Sakuma? I can't go kill him if I don't know. Tell me. You're wasting time. Huh? That's strange. He should be right there. Huh? There? Where's there? Takuru-san? Have you ever heard of Woodburn Heron? Don't you know I'm a right-sider? Of course I know. He's the guy who came up with the theory that a day is 86,400 seconds. See? Amazing, right? Ellipsis. 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 I was slowly breaking and melting away. Suddenly, I felt something stabbing me somewhere. Ellipsis question mark. It was the pain I'd been wishing for, but I didn't care anymore. I was just tired of it. I'll kill you. No, please don't stab me. Why? I don't want to die. Why? Because it hurts. You aren't feeling any pain, Sakaru. Are you really there? Nono kept stabbing me, like she was trying to find out where I was. When that sound finally stopped, I heard a wet, slopping noise. I could tell her hands were jammed inside my body, rummaging through my guts. I could imagine the blood. But Nono was right. I didn't feel any pain. That strange shit hurt a moment ago. No, let me see you. I'm sorry, you can kill me if you want. Why? Because I want to see you. I want to see anybody. I'm lonely. Ellipsis. No. Why? Why did you leave? No, wait, was that really Nono? Was that Nono's voice? Did she really talk like that? Wait a second. What was Nono's last name? That orphanage. I can't remember the place's name. There were two sisters there. What were their names? Or, wait, was it a brother and sister? Everything started turning black. Who was that girl who always told me not to lie? Who was the one in the white lab coat? The one who didn't talk? The one who always seemed scared? He was tapping me a moment ago. You don't know? You're awful, senpai. Shut up! Suddenly, the noises started to bother me. I didn't want to be criticized by these people when I didn't even know their names. Please, anybody, somebody kill. Ow. I was surprised by a sudden, fierce pain in my head. I thought, I could feel the blood flowing into my head. How many months had it been since I'd felt pain so clearly like this? No, how many years? Maybe decades? How long are you gonna keep doing that? It hurt a lot more for me. I said shut up. All of you shut up. I don't even know who you people are. All of you just disappear. Go away forever. Save me. Save me. Redacted. And when I said someone's name, everything suddenly became better. All the voices disappeared, and the pain in my head was gone. Taku, are you okay? Huh? Are you hurt? Nope. You're fine. She was right next to me, as if that was the most natural place in the world for her to be. No, wait. What are you doing here? I'm always by your side, Taku. This is impossible. When Dad used his mind control on me, I killed her. That's right. I remember. Dad used his mind control on me. In the theater cube at the Hikariwo. So that means the Serika is...
僕の
Just another one of my delusions.
妄想か。
Yep,
昔
just
み
like
た
old
いだね
times, huh? Sariko laughed, and I didn't know why.
で
So,
どう
how do you like it?
何が
What?
思考誘
Mind
導
control.
どんな
How's
感
it
じ
feel?
なかなか
It's
だよ。
pretty rough.
結構きつい。
そう
Yeah,
結
it
構
looks
居
pretty
心地良さそう
comfy.
だけど
You don't get hungry
お腹
either,
も空かない
right?
んでしょ
Sariko looked around into the empty void. She was acting like she'd just come over to check out her friend's new house.
お前な、
Listen,
一度
you
こう
learn
な
how
って
much
みろ
it
よ。
sucks not being able to move if it ever
体を動
happened
か
to
せないの
you.
がどんなに辛いか。
そり
I
ゃ
don't think I could
私は
handle
耐
it.
えられそう
But
に
you
な
went
い
through
け
that
ど
during your physical
僕は
therapy,
リハ
right?
ビリの時に経験済みじゃん
あの時は動
When
か
I
そう
tried
と
to
する
move
たび
back
にちゃん
then,
と痛
I
みが
felt
走った。
pain. Even if
動
I
いてなく
wasn't
ても
moving, it
動
felt
か
like
し
it
てる
was
っていう
trying to
実感
move.
があったんだよ。
Hmm?
そういう
Is
も
that how it
の
works? Sarika tilted her head at me.
これ、
What's happening
向
on
こ
the
うは
other
どうなってる？
side?
向こう
The
は
other side?
現実だよ。
Reality. I
つ
mean,
まり
the
シアタ
me in
ー
the
キューブにい
theater
る
cube.
僕だ。
I'm probably lying on the
思考誘導を受けて、
ground after he used his
多分
mind
倒れてる
control,
だろう。
right? I didn't even have the slightest idea how much time had passed. But it had to have been much longer than a day or two. The Restoration Festival was probably long since over, and I might have already starved to death.
それは
I
ないん
don't
じゃな
think
いかな
If you're talking with me right now,
ちゃ
that
んと
means you're
話して
alive,
るし
right?
生きてるってことでしょ
そう
And
だ
that's
けど。
true, but
情報を
you're the
まと
one
めて
who
理
always
屈で
talked
考
about
え
how
ろ
you had to
って
put
いつ
your
も言ってる
information
のは
together
タ
and
コだ
think
よ
through logically, weren't you?
Ah.
Oh.
こっちと向こ
So
うの
maybe
時間
time
が
flows
違
differently
う
here
と
than
か
on the other side? She's right. That's very possible.
ひなちゃんたち
What
は
happened to
どうした
Hina-chan
の
and the others?
ひなちゃん。
Hina-chan. Oh, right. Hinae. Arimura Hinae. I can speak good. How did I forget about her?
新庄さん
I
たち
think
と
she
一緒に
escaped Shibuya with
渋
Shinja's
谷を
son
抜け
and
出したと思
others.
トチって
Who are the
誰
others?
えっと
Uki-chan
ウキちゃんと
and
ゆうとく
Yuta-kun
んと
and
久野里さん。
Kunosato-san.
あれれ
Huh?
はなちゃ
What
ん
about
は
Hana-chan?
あいつは事
She
件と
wasn't
直接関
directly
係ないか
involved in
ら
the case,
渋谷に
so I
残っ
had
て
her
ると
stay
思う
in Shibuya.
そっか
I see. And then Sarika started asking me one question after another. Could I really not move? Was the light I sometimes saw a hallucination? Were the voices I heard just auditory hallucinations? It took a long time answering each one in as much detail as possible. I had plenty of time after all. And just the act of having a conversation was wonderful. It was something I had done all the time in my daily life and at the newspaper club. I come to think of it, who first used the phrase, "You don't know what you've got till it's gone," and when did they use it? Great question, buddy. Is having the biggest of thoughts.
わかんない
I
よ
don't know.
ポケコン
I
持
should
って
have
く
brought my
ればよかったか
Pokecom,
な
maybe. I laughed a little, although I wasn't sure if Serika was serious or joking. Each time I would answer one of her questions, Serika's expression would change. She'd laugh or get mad, and sometimes she'd even try to correct me. She really did seem like a normal person.
何
What is it?
お前、
You
昔
used to
は
be a
僕の妄
delusion
想
of
で
mine.
どこにもい
You
なかった
didn't
んだ
really
な。
exist.
Aww, he found out, huh? She acted just like a kid who'd been caught while playing hide and seek.
他の人からは
How did it
どう
look
見えて
to
たん
other
だ
people? She wasn't real. I must have spent all my time as a kid talking to empty ear. Yeah.
どうって
I think it's just like how you're imagining it.
でもさ、
But not that
私と
many
タク
people
が
saw
一
us
緒にいる
together,
ところ
right?
なんて
It's
そ
just
ん
your
なに見られ
parents,
てない
mostly?
よ。タクの両親くらいじゃない？あと、
Oh,
病
and
院の地下
Senri-chan
で
in the hospital
センリちゃんに
basement.
か。
That was a screw
あ
up.
れは失敗
That's
した
how
な。
Nonchan found me out, you
そのせい
know?
で、私、のんちゃんにバレちゃったんだよね。
That's right. Serika and I spent almost all of our time in my room. I never been to her house. No, actually, according to Kumasata-san, her house never even existed.
言ってくれればよ
You
かった
should
の
have
に
told me.
そういうわ
I
け
couldn't
に
see
はいかない
that.
よ。
She laughed, but she seemed a little bothered.
でも
But
あの時は
about
どう
that
だったん
one
だ
time,
渋谷地震
Shibuya earthquake.
ああ。
And I remembered carrying Serika through the hell that was post-earthquake Shibuya. But if she'd only just been born when I had that headache, when I was in the Yogi shelter, I hadn't really been carrying her on my back after all. Only then did I remember why I was here. It wasn't to talk about old times. よくわかんないけど、 But
でも
maybe you just
ちょっ
seemed
と
a
変
little
な
off.
くらいにしか
Not
見
much
えて
worse
なか
than
ったと
that.
思うよ。
I was
ほら、
unconscious, so you didn't
私
really
は
talk to
気を
me
失ってた
much.
からあんまり話してないし。あんな状況じ
And with
ゃ、
everything else
タク
going
が
on,
独り言を
I
言っ
don't
て
think
ると
anybody
か、
cared if you
歩
were
いてる
talking to
姿勢がお
yourself
か
or
しいと
walking a little
か、
funny.
別に誰も。
Taku?
タク？
Huh?
どうしたの？
What's wrong?
いや
Nothing. If I could have moved my body, I would have been looking straight back into Serika's eyes.
お前を生み出した
When I
時
created you,
僕はお前
what
に
exactly did I
何を
wish
望んだんだろ
for?
それは
You know,
ね、わか
I'm
んな
not
いよ。
sure. She didn't seem surprised or upset at all.
だって、
Because
今の私
I
は
only know what you
タク
know
の知ってる
right
こ
here
と
in
しか
this
知ら
moment.
ないもん。向こうの彼女
And
し
only
か
the me
知
in the
らない
real
ことだ
world
もん。
knows the answer to that. Yeah, that's right. The Serika in front of me might look alive, but she's really just another delusion of mine. So she doesn't know anything that I don't. I created her all over again, just to help me get through this torture. She's just a... Oh. And when I realized it, I felt so disgusted with myself. I felt so pathetic that I wanted to cry. How could I be so shameless? I killed
僕は
the real Onoe.
向こうの尾上を殺したんだぞ
Even if it was a trap created by Dad's mind control, I had still killed her with my own two hands. She'd almost killed me, then I lost control and killed her instead. I torn open her stomach injury and then strangled her. Saying I'd been mind controlled was just an excuse. I knew that the rage and desire to kill her I had felt was real. Even without the mind control, if the same thing happened in reality, then I would probably do it again. I'd kill her all over again.
だけど尾
But
上
in
は
a way,
違っ
it was
た
different. Even when the delusionary me tried to kill her, she just chose to die rather than resist, unlike me. But then I wished for her to save me, just like I did during the Shibuya earthquake. I couldn't handle the darkness on my own, so I recreated her. I'm using her all over again. I can't imagine anyone worse than someone like me.
別に気
You
にするこ
shouldn't
とな
let
い
it
よ。
bother you, you know?
私、
I'm having
ここにい
fun.
られて楽しいもん。
Enough. Stop it.
タクが呼んでくれなかっ
If
た
you
ら
hadn't called me
話すこ
here,
ともでき
you
なか
wouldn't
っ
be able
た
to
し。
talk like this.
Don't tell me exactly what I want to hear. Come to think of it, Setika's always been like that ever since I was little. Even when I was neglected, she was always jealous of me. She always made me think that I was better off than she was. When I wanted to show off some new piece of information I'd learned, she'd always act interested. She pretended to be a stupid girl so that I'd always get to think of myself as a right-sider.
ごめん。
I'm sorry.
ごめん
I'm
な。
so sorry.
本当
I'm
に
truly sorry.
ごめん。
タク、
Setika looked hurt when she saw me apologize. Why don't you understand? You don't have to apologize. This is what makes me happy, she seemed to say. But she only looked that way because I wanted her to. My ego and desire had created the role of a kind-hearted young girl that she was forever forced to play. The two of us just stayed like that for a little while. I kept apologizing, and Setika seemed to not want to hear it. Eventually, she spoke to me like a mother scolding her child.
タクはね、
But Taku,
それで
that
も
doesn't mean you can't
私を許
forgive
しちゃい
me.
けないんだよ。
え？
私、
I
のんちゃんを
killed
殺しちゃったんだか
Nonch-chan,
ら。そうでしょ？
でも、
But the
その
reason
理由が
might be my fault.
僕のせいかもしれないんだ。
No, it's not a maybe. There has to be something. Something connected to me.
けど、
but I
私
died,
は死んじゃ
so
っ
you
たか
can't
ら、
ask me anymore,
聞くこ
right?
とはできないでしょ？
She's right. No, I'm just forcing her to say that.
じゃあさ、
So then,
And of course, I knew what she would say next. Sarika's voice became a light. The one thing that lit up my path in this dark world.
タクは
what do you want to do,
どうしたいの？
Taku?
Suddenly, I saw a scene that I remembered well. Until a moment ago, the darkness had kept me from remembering, no matter how hard I tried to imagine it. But now, I could see my family. They must have been getting ready for dinner. I smelled something good. I looked in the kitchen and saw a lineup of dishes fit for a nursing home. Yui, Yuki, you take cooking lessons from Nono. They're going to start calling you Mom and Granny at school. Yudo was in the corner, sulking, because Yui had made fun of him. Yui was looking at him and laughing. Yuki didn't know what to do. Nono gave Yui a brief scolding, but she was smiling while she did it. It was the same thing I'd seen a million times before. Nothing was different. Everyone was in the club room, going over the case. We seemed to be talking about Shibuya news. Kono Sato-san had updated some information. Kazuki was playing her game. Ito went to stop her, but froze when she offered him a piece of dried squid. Arimita told a stupid joke, and Ito blushed and started to shake his head frantically. There was still no expression on Kazuki's face. This is another scene I knew well. But this world was never coming back. Dad had destroyed it.
それで、
Are you okay with
no.
that?
And of course not. I loved my family. I loved my friends. Those people were the most precious things in the world to me. But he destroyed them all. When I asked him why, the only reason he gave me was that it was fun. I can't let him get away with that. No matter what I do now, Yui and Nono are never coming back. The life I had with my friends is gone forever. My feelings began to break free from the darkness to come to life again. Blood flowed through my body once more, and my senses started to return to me. That's right, I
仇を取らなきゃ
have to get revenge.
ダメだ。
Even if it means breaking my promise to Nono. I don't care what Dad is trying to accomplish with this experiment or what's happening to me. He wants to accomplish something through this experiment on me. Whatever it is, I don't even want to know.
それを知ろうとし
You
な
don't want
く
to
て
try and find out?
いいの？
No. I don't care. I refuse to go insane like he wants me to.
なん
Huh.
か
That's
タ
not
コらし
like
く
you.
ないね。
うるさい
Shut
な。
up.
でも
But I kinda want to
感
see
情
what
だ
you
けで
look like
頑張
when
っち
you're
ゃう
letting
タ
your
コも
emotions
ち
take
ょっと
control.
見てみたいな。
I smiled back at her. And then, I focused all my neurons on creating a delusion. I tried to start the bip dip dip. I started trying to envision what the theater cube looked like, as well as that bastard of a father, and where exactly he was standing. Since I'm trapped in a prison, then I just have to reboot a delusion that's even more powerful than his. And then I'll pull him into my own delusion. From what I remember, it looked like this.
お？
Hmm?
もうちょっ
Wasn't
と
it a
明
little
るくなかっ
brighter?
た？
The lights were
天井
shining
か
down on
ら
the
照明
stage,
当たってるんで
right?
しょ？
Were they?
うん。
Yeah,
多分
I think
これくら
about
い。
this much.
あと、
Oh,
もう
but a
ちょっ
bit
と近かっ
closer.
た。
Closer, huh? How about this?
オッケ
Okay.
ー。さ
Those
すが
long hours at the
カメ
camera
ラ
really
いじって
paid
るだ
off,
けあ
huh?
るね。
Sedeka walked around the stage, checking to see if there was anything I'd missed. She must have been satisfied, because she nodded several times.
タクの立ち位置
Is
も
this the
オッケー？
place you're standing okay too, Taku?
意識が飛ん
If
だ
I'm
時
still
の
in the
まま
spot
な
where
ら
I
な
was at the time, then yeah.
違ってたら
What if you
どうする
aren't?
の？
その時
I'll
はそ
come
の
up
時
with
だ。
something when the time
確
comes.
実な方法
There's
なん
no
て
way
あり
to
っ
be
こないん
sure
だから
about
な。
this, you know. Sedeka pretended to be impressed with what I just said. I laughed at myself too. Was I really the type of person who was brave enough to do something like this? I used to think that risky decisions weren't courageous, but stupid. I used to think that courage was just a word people used to hide their stupidity. Oh,
そうだ。
right.
タク？
Saku? Hmm.
私の敵
Don't
は
try to avenge
取っちゃ
me,
ダメだよ。
okay? Huh?
のんちゃんたち
You
の
have to take
敵は
revenge for
取ら
Nonchan.
なきゃダメ。
But no taking revenge for
で
me.
も
Got it?
私の敵はダメ。当たり前でしょ？
それは
That's...
いいから。
Just listen to me.
とにかく
The
その
only
瞬
person
間、
you're allowed to think of when you do it is
タグが思っていいのは
Nonchan.
のんちゃんたちだけ。ね。
I really am sorry. And thank you for everything. Those were the only words I could come up with. I don't know what else to say to her.
ほら、
Come on,
タク。
Taku.
ちゃんと
Get a
してよ。
hold of yourself.
じゃないと
Otherwise, what did I
私が
come
来た
here
意味な
for?
くなっちゃうじゃん。
Sedeka pouted a little. It was the same thing she used to do at the newspaper club. I tried to stop my tears from welling up again. I'm fine.
ちゃんと
I'm
し
in
てるよ。
control.
この
Have I
僕
ever
が
not been in
ちゃんと
control?
してなかったことなんてあるか？
I mean, yeah.
あ
Well,
の時と
there's that one time, or the
それ
other
から
time, and then...
指を
Stop
折って
counting them
数え
on
る
your fingers! Serika laughed. And then, she looked me right in the eyes.
多分
You'll
向こうへ
probably
戻
have
った
one
瞬間
moment where he's off his
その
guard
一
when you
瞬
come
にしか
back.
あいつの
So
隙
you've
は
only
ない
got
よ。
one chance.
だからチャンスは
一度あれ
And
ば
what
十
chance is
分だ。
plenty. That's right. I would only have a few seconds in the world of my delusion. And a few seconds when I got back to reality. I'd probably have less than 5 seconds in total. If he's been researching physics for as long as he said, he noticed what I'd done immediately. So I'd only get one shot at this. If it didn't work, he'd definitely kill me this time. Serika looked relieved when she saw my resolve. And then she smiled and started to fade away, as if her job was done. At the same time, I felt a stabbing pain in my head. It was the pain from when the D-sword disappeared. Here he comes.
This'll
be a risky bet, okay?
Okay.
You're betting your own life, okay?
Okay.
You won't get to make any excuses for your dumb decision. Okay?
Okay.
Then go. Get up on that stage, Taku. I sent my own delusion down on top of the one that was holding me captive. It was like splattering bright paint onto a black canvas. In a single instant, a perfect replica of the theater appeared. Yes, it's working. Dad was right in front of me. He looked surprised. I could tell from the shock on his face that he hadn't realized it yet. He didn't realize that this was a delusion of... This is a world of delusion sitting on top of another delusion. And that I dragged him inside. The machine on his back started to creak and moan. His shape was becoming warped and distorted, as if it was being crushed by an invisible giant I could read. I screamed louder as I tried to use my power to destroy it. Dad stepped back as if to protect it, the look on his face making it clear that he still couldn't believe what was happening. But it was too late. Shatter. Shatter. Shatter into a million pieces! I hit him with an even stronger delusion. The outer frame couldn't take the stress, and the machine started to break. You little shit. Dad panicked and raised his D-sword to use his mind control on me again. A red light flashed in front of me, but it wasn't the mind control again. It was the opposite. This was the key to the plan that the other Serika and I had come up with. Dad, Sakuma, had made a mistake. He thought that I'd escaped from his mind control on my own. He thought that I'd escaped from that delusion and made it back to reality. So he did just what he hoped he would, and ended the mind control that was on me now. Even though I was actually still inside that dark prison. If Dad had stayed calm, he would have noticed his mistake immediately. But it was all so sudden that he panicked and made the wrong decision. That black torture chamber was gone, and in that instant, I cancelled my own delusion. The bonds that had tied me in place were now gone. My senses came back and told me this was reality. The pain of my injury, the smell of blood, the taste of blood, the feeling of the D-sword in my hand, Dad howling as he stood there with his fake sword raised high. But just getting back to reality wasn't good enough. I probably only had a few seconds left. I needed to destroy the real device before he figured out the trick. Run. I forced my aching body to move and ran at full speed toward my foe. I lowered my body as I ran and held my D-sword ready. A new attempt at mind control came at me. I could feel it trying to scramble my brain, but I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. I bit down hard on my lip and used the pain to check my 5 senses. You're still okay. Don't stop. Run. Keep running. I swung my D-sword down on my father. Dad tried to dodge it, but that was exactly what I wanted. He ducked low, and I could clearly see the device on his back. I dug my D-sword into it, hard, before he could move. Panting, I pulled my D-sword out of the device. Parts flew everywhere. The strange light it had been giving off disappeared, and the artificial D-sword he was holding lost its glow. The pain in my head created by his mind control attempts vanished like it was never there. As soon as I saw that the device was destroyed, I fell to my knees. I'd spent all my energy while running at full speed, and it hurt to breathe. I was dizzy from lack of oxygen. Piece of... Dad's mood suddenly began to change. He seemed to realize what I'd just done. The smile on his face vanished, and instead of anger, there was now no expression at all. Do you know how hard I had to work to rebuild this thing? I never heard him use a tone like that before. Why did you break? Why didn't you break? I could read. Why are you alive? No. Why are you still sane? There's no way you could have endured that. You know I locked you in there for 30 days. Did I screw up? No, there's no way that guy could do it, and I couldn't. I used my D-sword as support to help me to my feet. I was fine. I could move. I could move just the way I wanted to. I was sure of it. I definitely made it back to reality. Answer me! How can you move? I readied my D-sword again without saying a word. There was still no expression on Dad's face. I see. Her, huh? So that's it? I looked down. Sedika was lying there, looking like she was asleep even though she was dead. Dad's anger had vanished, and instead he started to speak like a scientist observing a guinea pig. And that was even creepier somehow. So your imaginary friend was enough to get you through it, huh? I didn't see you going to the person you just killed for help. Damn it. That doesn't have fun at all. Dad raised the now dull D-sword and walked toward me. It was no longer an artificial D-sword, but it was still a giant metal blade. Even without his powers, he was more than capable of killing me. And what's Twitch doing? I stepped away from him, my own weapon at the ready. It felt like I could look away from him. Oh, it felt like if I looked away from him, I'd be killed. I can read so good. And I told you to go insane, didn't I? Didn't I? Sometimes it doesn't let you send messages, so you have to reopen it. Ah. That sucks. The iron blade suddenly swung down at me. It's only ever on mobile, though. Yeah, the mobile experience definitely is not as stable as desktop. I was trying to figure out what word I wanted to use. There was an impact on my face. I felt some of my back teeth break, and blood spurted from my mouth. I'd been knocked down to the floor. I swung my D-sword in my hand frantically. For a moment, I experienced the pain and light that were caused by mind control. Is that thing still working? It's not broken? It has to be. I dropped my D-sword in despair. It vanished. But the mind control never came. My attack a moment ago actually had managed to damage it. It really is broken. Goddamn brat! Sakama's iron sword struck me on the left leg. An indescribably awful pain ran up my spine and smashed into my brain. I should have just used the mind control to put you into the torture room from the start. Actually, maybe I'll torture you for real, right now. How would you like that, huh? It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts! Was this plan stupid after all? Was there no way for me to win? Take this! Nah. There's nothing new to be gauged driving someone mad with pain. What happened to my leg? My body? Were they still there? I couldn't move, just like in that black prison. Maybe I should just kill them all in front of you instead. Huh? I could hear those words clearly, even as my whole body was screaming with pain. And they're probably still in Shibuya, right? And then I understood what he meant, and forgot about the pain coursing through my body. Yeah, that's right. The more important they are to you, the better the result. This'll definitely work. He kicked me and I rolled across the ground. Then he started to walk away. My throat hurt as I screamed. I was frustrated that I couldn't even speak. Where is he going? Where else? To where they are? How are the people most precious to me? I won't let you go. I tried to stand up, but the pain he'd struck wouldn't move. Or the leg he'd struck wouldn't move, I can read, and I fell back to the ground. I fell face first onto the floor. My left leg wouldn't move. It was probably broken. It was the one place I didn't feel any pain. Damn. My body wouldn't move. Why, I finally made it out into the darkness. I can't just let him go. Move. I don't care what moves. Move. Move. He's going to kill them right in front of me? Kill Arimidia, kill Yuki, kill Yuto, kill Kunosata-san? I won't let you. I won't let you do it. As my vision blurred from the pain, I saw Setika's body lying on the ground. You have to take revenge for Non-chan, but no taking revenge for me. Got it? I won't let you. I howled. My D-sword appeared as if in response to my cry. And then it sliced through the air toward my dad as he walked away.
NANI?!
What? Oh, damn. Trick shot. Sorry. I'm not sorry. My dad turned around at the noise, just in time for my D-sword to impale his throat. Uh-huh. Get choked to death, idiot. Choke on that sword, motherfucker. And then he slowly fell backward onto the floor. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. I somehow managed to endure the pain that was coursing through my body and stand back up. And there was blood everywhere on the stage. I avoided it, dragging my unmoving left leg as I walked toward the body that used to be my dad. The D-sword was still shining as it stuck out of his throat. I made it disappear. And when I saw what was left, I didn't feel a sense of accomplishment or anything else. Just an urge to vomit. He was lying on the ground. I'd killed him. I just killed my own father. But what the hell is this? What the hell is happening? Taking revenge for Nono and Yui. Did it make me feel any better at all? I didn't feel happy at all. I suddenly realized that I was crying. I didn't know how long I'd been crying for, but my tears were red. Everything around me felt like a lie. I was having trouble standing up, not just because of my injury. This is how it felt to cross a line that no one should ever cross. I tried to smile and forget my tears. What the hell am I doing? Do I feel like this because I broke my promise to Nono? Oh, right. Serika. And that was the real reason why I came in there in the first place. And there's something I need to ask her. I looked away from Dad and walked over to Serika, dragging my leg behind me. That's right. That's not happening now, is it? I looked down at Serika and reached out my hand toward her. I wanted to at least fix up her clothes where they'd been messed up. There was a loud, heavy noise and an impact around my stomach. What was that? I looked down at my body, trying to find the source of the sound and the noise. And there, I saw a D-sword sticking out of my stomach. It was the same one that had taken Nono's life on the roof of Hekiho Academy. November 6th, 2015, Friday. 10:50 p.m. The second Shibuya Restoration Festival was now over. The murmuring among the crowd at Memorial Park started as soon as the Shibuya Ward Mayor finished his speech. Some people headed straight for the station, glad to be done. Some people were so moved by the speeches given by the victims that they stood in front of the memorial, wiping away their tears. Some people went out to go drinking since it was Friday. They'd all come to the Restoration Festival for different reasons. But even now, when all the planned festivities were over, there were still some people who hadn't seen what they'd come for. What? He's not here? What idiot said he was going to be here? The whispers started all over the place. And others agreed, even though they would never say it. They all looked around with searching eyes. Everyone was looking for Miyashiro Takaru. At the same time, Shibuya Scramble Crossing. This place was even more packed than Memorial Park, and the reaction was even stronger. What? He didn't honestly think he'd come here and kill himself in front of everyone, did you? Don't believe everything you read, you dumbass wrong-sider. Wow, that ticks me off. Some started to say the whole thing was a hoax, and more people began to leave. And the ones that didn't move at all were the ones in the masks. And they were waiting for Miyashiro Takaru more than anyone else. But the festival was over. When the heat and passion of the festival began to fade, and reality came crashing in, they began to doubt. He was the mastermind behind all those murders. They thought that it would be nothing for him to commit suicide in public. But were they wrong? Or was someone that brilliant capable of making an announcement like that, then managing to escape? And the one that stood in groups began to stare at each other with their three-eyed masks, trying to guess what the others were thinking. Should they move somewhere with less people? They waited for someone to suggest it.
Nani?
What's that? And then, something happened that saved them. At the center of the commotion were police officers, running somewhere in a hurry. No, wait a second. I'm telling you. Shinjo kept suggesting that they get confirmation, but his boss ignored him. When the information had come in, he'd lost his ability to control the situation. Damn it. And Chris had the phone as they hung up on him. This is bad. This is really, really bad, Shinjo thought to himself. What's wrong? Kunosata-san, I told you to wait in the car. You made me wait too long. What happened? Shinjo looked at the time. It had already been 10 minutes after he'd gone back to Alba dorm and gotten everyone into the car. There was an anonymous call. They know that Miyashiro-kun is at the Hikari. What? That was probably the first time Shinjo had ever seen her go pale. Who told them? I don't know. HQ insists that it doesn't matter. Shinjo had repeatedly asked for a source, but it didn't help. From the way his boss had been acting, it was likely that they didn't even know where it came from. Our officers are on their way to the Hikari-wo now. And what will you do? Now that the police knew that Miyashiro was at the Hikari-wo, there was no time for him to go to Akihabara and back. Shinjo had to be there. It was his job. He was the detective in charge of the case. Why can't I read? And if Miyashiro was going to be arrested, he was the only one who could help. But getting the kids from Alba dorm out of the city was something that only he could do. What should I do? He kept asking himself that. Go. We'll escape Shibuya on our own. What? But you don't know what's going to happen if you try. And that's why he'd stayed here, as a guard. I'll figure something out. Just leave the car. Huh? She couldn't possibly mean... He had a bad feeling about this. Did Kunosato-san have an international license?
無免許運転を
Is this
取
the
り締
time
ま
to
って
be
る場
worrying
合
about
か
unlicensed
とっ
drivers?
とと行け
Go already.
あのな
Listen. Suddenly, his phone began to ring. This time it was from one of his men. There wasn't even time to think about it anymore. He prayed as he tossed Kunosato the key.
子供たちが乗っ
There
て
are
るんだ
kids in that car.
無茶な運転は
Don't
する
do
な
any crazy driving.
当然
Of
だ
course. Who do you think
私
I
を誰だと
am?
思っている
An unlicensed teenager?
何かあったらすぐ
Call
に
me
連
if
絡しろ
something happens.
それが無
If
理な
that
ら
doesn't work, go
ど
to
こで
any
もいい
police box
交
and
番
give them
に
my
駆け込ん
name.
で俺の名前を出せ
Shinjo ran off without waiting for an answer.
新庄さん
Shinjo-san.
あ
Huh? He turned around. Kunosato had a totally earnest look on her face as she spoke.
アクセルは
The accelerator's the one on the
確かに
right,
右だった
isn't it? Chicho had to force himself not to grab the keys out of her hand. Look it up on the internet, wrong site, or he yelled as he ran toward the Hikari wall. It was cold, and I was sleepy. My body wouldn't move. Huh? Am I back in that world? That dark prison? No. I can still feel pain. My senses are still working. Then, it's just... what is this? I suddenly remembered where I was. Did I pass out? Probably. Ugh. My back, my stomach. I felt the warmth fading from my body with each drop of blood I lost. But my wounds burned like someone was pressing this soldering iron against them. And yet for some reason, I felt sleepy. None of this made sense. My whole body had stopped making sense. I heard footsteps. They were getting further away. I forced my eyes to open and look toward the source of the sound. And the first thing I saw was my dad's body. The body of the man I'd killed. Until a moment ago, he'd still been a person. Just past him, I saw her through my blurry eyes. She was getting further away. It really was Sarika. She was alive. She was walking. She had just put her phone in her pocket. She was walking across the stage. She was probably heading for the exit, high among the seats. She didn't look back. How are you alive? I couldn't be hallucinating. At least I shouldn't have been. There was no one left who could use mind control. Wait, no, wait. There's something I have to ask you. That's why I came here. Move. Come on, this is supposed to be my body, right? I won't move when I tell it to. Sarika stepped off the stage. She made her way through the seats to leave. She was about to disappear. No, don't. Wait. Please, come on, move. Suddenly, I felt a familiar pain in my head. I obeyed my intuition and let it go. My D-sword suddenly appeared on my hand. That's right, I can do that. Just like I did before. I used my powers to fling my D-sword at Serika. I didn't care if it landed at her feet or where it landed at all. I just had to stop her. Serika sensed it coming and turned around. At the same time, light appeared around her. Her D-sword appeared from within the light. She then grabbed it and easily blocked the incoming blade. When the two swords collided, my vision went white. You want me to use mind control on you? Yes. What? What's going on? What am I looking at? I've got a lot of questions, but I'm gonna start by asking why. I read Kurisuno's mind before I killed her. She left a letter behind. I see. Heart-rending. So she knew she was going to be killed then. And the police probably already have it. Sooner or later, Miyashiro Takuru is going to read it. And when that happens, Miyashiro will be held back by her death, and by what's inside. He'll try to do what the letter says. And what does it say? Don't try to get revenge. Give up on the case. If that happens, Miyashiro will stop for sure. And that's a problem for me. So, I have to make him interested in something besides revenge with the case. I have to make him interested in me. That will cause him to act. Yeah? And how do you know that? I know everything there is to know about Miyashiro. That's who I am. So why do I have to use mind control? Because he'll have Arimura Hinae with him. I want to neutralize her power. If the mind control causes me to believe the lie, it stops being a lie. Arimura will think it's the truth, and so will Miyashiro. I'm tired, man. No. The same trick we used with that Ito kid. Serika was talking with Dad. The vision was unclear, like it was warped in fog. But this whole thing's such a pain, though. Wouldn't it be much easier to just use mind control and Takuru himself? Hey, don't get mad. I want to minimize the use of mind control on him as much as possible. It damages the brain, correct? Yes, but I'm going to use it one more time at the very end. No way I can beat a giggling maniac without it. Just one more time. Got it? Got it. I could see the two of them talking. It looked like an old movie, shown through a projector that was slightly out of focus. But I wasn't really seeing it. The vision seemed to be coming directly into my mind. Okay, next question. What do you want me to mind control you to do exactly? The script will work like this. First, you've lost contact with the committee, and you want to get back into their good graces. Make me believe this lie. Second, you betrayed me and are trying to make Miyashiro Takuru out to be the real culprit in order to win the committee's favor. Make me believe this as well. Third, make me tell him myself, at the appropriate time, that I was the one who killed his parents. And finally, change the reason I exist. Right. These are probably Serika's memories. Are her memories coming into me through her D sword?
俺まで
You
その
want
嘘話の中
me
に巻き込むのかよ
You want to involve me in your lies too?
そうしな
I
ければ
have
ならない
to. There's another person besides Animated who's the threat to the plan. Kunosato Mio.
久野里美代だ。
あいつ
Her,
か
huh?
な
I
る
see.
ほどな
久野里美代
She
は
knows too much
事情
about
に
what's
精
going
通し
on.
すぎているが
And that's why we make
だ
up
から
the
こそ
story about the
委員会
committee.
の話をでっち上げ
Whenever the committee's
あ
involved,
の
she
女は
stops thinking
委員会
straight.
のこととなると冷静さを失うからな。私が委員
If we
会
can
の
make
情
her
報
think
を持
that
って
I
い
have
ると思い
information
込
on the
めば
committee,
絶対
she'll
に
never
話
let
そう
me
としない
go.
はずだ。
Ironically,
皮肉な
thanks to
話だ
her,
が
I'll be
久
able
野
to
里
stay
のおか
near
げで
Miyashiro.
私は宮代の近くに留まることができる。
You're a scary woman. You figured all that on your own. Where's this thanks to your mind reading?
思考盗撮のおかげってやつか
このゲーム
I'm
で
the one
登場
who's
人物
controlling
を
all the
動かしてい
characters
る
in
の
this game.
は私だ。
That's a sentence to have in this game. Definitely thinking back to when they were grilling Serika, nothing she said was a lie, but they were all like, this seems scripted, something is up. Yeah. Game? I suddenly remembered something. The theory I'd come up with in the newspaper club room. I had thought that the killer was challenging me to a game. That the killer was moving people around like chess pieces. And that they wanted me to be the other player in the game. But once my dad identified himself as the killer, and had given up on that theory, I thought that I was wrong. But maybe it was right after all?
なるほど
I see, a game, huh?
俺も
I
楽
like
しいこ
fun
とは
things
好きだ
too.
なよ
Though, I don't like the
世
idea
界がと
of
はいえ
changing the reason you
てめえの
exist,
人生の
even
目
for a
的まで
short
変えよう
while.
とは思わねえな
余計なこと
I'm
を
not
言わなくて
interested
も
in
いい
your opinion.
お前は
All you
宮
want
代
is data on Miyashiro.
真のギ
On
ガ
a
ロマ
true
ニアックスのデータ
gigomaniac,
が取れ
right?
れば
I'll be giving you what you want.
その欲求は満たしてやる。
Well, that's
確かに
true.
そうだ
But I've said this plenty of times before.
何回も
The
言って
chance
る
of
がよ
Takure's mind withstanding what
俺が
I'm
やろ
planning
う
to
として
do
る
to
こ
him
と
is
に
zero.
タクルの精神が耐えられる可能性はゼロだぜ
I picked this method of torture up directly from the guy who ran that basement facility under H Tokyo General.
彼を見
I
くびるな
don't underestimate him.
何回も
I
そう
said
言っ
that
ている
plenty of times before as well. You don't mind if I break him, do you? We both agreed that you wouldn't interfere with my experiments on him.
お前に思考誘
If you
導の
didn't
装
have
置さ
that
えな
mind
ければ
control device,
誰より
I would
先
have
に
killed
殺
you
していたな
first. Sounds fun. Want to try it?
クズが
You scum.
おっとそうだ
Oh, one more thing. Why do you need me to make him look like the killer? You just want him to solve
お
the
前はあい
case,
つが事
right?
件を解決すればそれでいいんだろ
それは
Because... Yeah, of course we're not getting that. My vision blurred, but there seemed to be a chorus of buzzing inside my head. And this feeling, it was the same as when I used my power. The same as when I saw my D-sword in the corner of my vision. Another vision came to me through her D-sword.
彼の中の彼が
The him inside of him speaks to me.
自分は他
I'm
の人
different
とは
from
違
other
う
people.
よく
Lots of
そういう
people
人
say
がいるけれ
that,
ど
but most of them
ほ
are
とんどが
wrong.
勘違いす
They're
る
all wrong-siders.
みん
They
なそ
just
のこ
don't
とに気づい
realize
てない
it.
情弱ばか
But
り
I'm the one person who
でも
really
僕
is
だけ
different.
は本当に他の人と違う
Is this me?
あの地獄のよう
I
に
survived
渋
the
谷を
hell
生き
that
抜い
was
た
the Shibuya earthquake,
そして両
and
親は
somebody
誰か
murdered
に
my
殺された
parents immediately after.
特別という
The
言
word
葉の定義
special
は
means something
他と
which
明
is
確な
clearly
区別が
distinct
ある
from
こと
others.
こんな経験をし
Few
ている
other
人はそ
people
んな
have
にいない
experienced the things that I
だから
have, and so
僕は本
and
当
that's why I
に特
really
別なんだ
am special. Hey, did I ever tell you about the comments from the Shibuya earthquake victims?
Hmm?
What do you mean? Remember how, just after the chaos from the earthquake calmed down, a ton of reporters started asking the victims for comments, before the term chaos child syndrome existed. Most of the interviews were about what good citizens we were. Despite the scale of the disaster, there was barely any violence or looting. They said that it was amazing. And I think they were right. When they asked the victims what was the hardest part, most people were more concerned about others instead of themselves. They talked about how they couldn't contact their families and tell them they were safe. And how they couldn't give their kids their favorite foods. But then one person said something different. I remembered what they said word for word, and that left a huge impression on me. The outsiders have some nerve if you're telling us to hang in there. I remembered this scene. It was what I'd said to Serika back at Cafe Lax. It was just after the Love Hotel incident. It's incredibly important to him that he's part of the action. That's who he really is at his core. I don't know how you people can get so worked up over a single tweet. I could never do that. Let's go check up that arson site from yesterday. It's close to here. This one looks like a juicy scoop. He deep dived into the internet, drowned in information, and tried to become a right-sider to help himself swim. And he chose an urban legend to test his abilities. And that brought in his interest into real-world crimes. It all began with... when we were in 6th grade, the new generation madness started. And that was 2009. It was like I was having a fever dream or something. Ellipsis, question mark, exclamation mark. What is this? This is me. Yesterday. How? Is Serika's D-Sword suddenly reading my memories now? At first, we couldn't believe that something like that was happening in the city we lived in. We spent almost the whole day glued to the computer, following the news. And when something big like that's going on, if you take your eyes off the internet for even a few hours, you'll get left behind. We stayed up all night in shifts following the case. Sometimes, we'd use our cell phones to check the internet as we actually went out to the crime scenes and took pictures. Serika wasn't real back then. But she'd been by my side anyway. More and more murders kept happening, and eventually, people started to say that Nishijo Takumi was the killer, but he ended up proving them wrong. Serika and I both got very excited. He seemed so cool. I thought that proving your innocence meant getting the right information and shoving it into the faces of the people whose information was bad. It seemed like the ultimate expression of what I was trying to do back then, and what I suppose I'm still trying to do now with the newspaper club. Serika said he was amazing. I agreed. No, one more thing. Why do you need me to make him look like the killer? You just want him to solve the case, right? Because that's how it was during the New Generation Madness 6 years ago. It ended with the person who was believed to be the killer clearing his name and solving the case. I know how obsessed you are with the new gen murders. It was your idea to make all the dates match and have the people start calling it the return of the new gen madness. The whole reason you patterned the murders off the new gen killings and left the sumo stickers at the scene for Takaru to find. It was all to let him solve the return of the new generation madness, right? So the theory that I came up with in the newspaper clubroom was actually correct? If so, then Sedika was the one manipulating the characters and setting up the game. And her real goal was me. You were the one who came up with the ideas of how to kill them. Don't blame those nasty ideas on me. Heh. I have to at least test out my mind control a little, or it's no fun. But all the prep work up to this point is done now, right? So why do you have to make this end the same way as the old case? As that old case, rather. I'll say it again. Don't underestimate him. No. Miyashita Takuru will keep on searching without limit. The reason he created me is... And the vision changed again. And that's me. And that's me from that day. When I made it to the shelter after the earthquake. And that's right. That's right. I started remembering what I'd been thinking about at that time. I met the people from my class on the way here. They were probably trying to help a woman who was injured and covered in blood. They'd asked me to help. I couldn't move. I couldn't think clearly, even though I knew how to give first aid. And they seemed to think I was going to just let the woman die. So they looked down on me. I hope I never end up like them, their eyes said. It was what I, as a right-sider, I'd always thought about wrong-siders like them. It was the way I had always looked at them. I was angry and frustrated they looked at me like that. I know all kinds of things that they don't. Are they treating her injuries right? Are they doing it in the right order? I should go back and tell them what to do. I'm sure that I can make the right decisions. And that's what I was thinking to myself at that time. Takuru? What are you doing here? Suddenly, my parents appeared. Right, that was when I ran into them at the shelter. They were yelling something at me excitedly. Then my mom grabbed my arm and I shook her off. Takuru, what are you doing? Don't start causing problems again. You're saved. I'm saved. Just come with me. More of the thoughts I had in the moment continued to flood my mind. I'm saved? Saved from what? The hell I just saw? And I am being saved from it by people who've never even cared about me before? I shook my arm away again. Saved? Me? Why? You people have always neglected me, but now you're going to save me? Why? And the moment after I thought that, I saw myself holding my head in pain. My nails were digging into my flesh. But the pain wouldn't stop, and I kept on screaming inside. No, this isn't right. Those wrong-siders in class never did anything good before, but they suddenly wanted to be good now, and they wanted to look at me like I was worthless. I could see myself screaming more. My heart and head felt like they were going to burst. And now you people are going to save me. You, the people who gave me 1,000 yen and said to take me out to dinner on my birthday? Hell no. I'm not the kind of person who just gets saved by parents who don't even want him. My mom was yelling something. But I couldn't hear what she was saying back then, and I couldn't hear it even now. Shut up. You just think I'm in the way, don't you? Well, I think the same thing. You're in my way. Just, what do I do? What do I want to do? Why am I here? That's right, where's Serika? I remembered that. At the time, I carried Serika on my back to get her to the hospital. But I couldn't feel her on my back through the pain in my head. That's right. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. I'm saving her life. Serika will understand that. She always tells me what I'm doing is right. She always understands what I have to do. She's always on my side. Suddenly, my whole field of vision went white. Shut up. You people should just go away forever. Serika, save me. Please. 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 Give me. That's right. These are probably Serika's memories. And that's when I made my wish. To Serika. Give me something I want to do. Help me do it. Serika's memories went into me through her D-sword. My immediate thoughts as I experienced those memories went into her simultaneously. When she knocked away my D-sword, the visions vanished. When I came back to reality, the first thing I saw was Serika's face. It was filled with despair, like she was about to cry. I'd never seen her like that before. I knew immediately that she'd seen the same things I had seen. Give me something I want to do. Help me do it. And that was the terrible wish I'd made. That was the only reason why Onoe Serika existed. Laughter filled the theater. It took me a long time to realize that it was mine. The pain from the leg my dad had broken was getting worse, but the pain in my heart was somehow worse than even that. As I rose, Serika started to stagger backward, as if she was terrified of me. When I saw her, I laughed even more. I had survived the worst that my dad could throw at me, and a single truth was about to drive me insane. I went forward, dragging my left leg behind me. I looked and saw that where I thought Serika had stabbed me in the stomach, she'd only cut a bit of the skin on my side. It hadn't even reached my organs. This wasn't a fatal wound, which meant this was also... This is all just a big show. The sword that Serika had knocked away came back to me. I reached out my hand for it. In the sense with you claiming to be the real killer. No, that's not right. And this wouldn't make me the one who solved the mystery. I wouldn't feel like it was me. Stop it. I see it. So it was Dad's job to be the real killer. I was supposed to kill
僕が
Dad,
父さん
then
を殺
once
し
I
て
think I ended things with my
自
own
分
two
の手で終
hands,
わらせたと
he
思った
knocked
と
me
ころ
out,
で
and then...
僕を気絶させてそれから
No.
それからお前は
Yeah. You could control what information got released to
世
the
間に流
public.
す情報の調
Was that
整
what
を
you
し
were
たの
doing
か
with your cell phone?
も
Did
し
you
かし
call
て
the police?
さっきスマホをいじってたのはそれ警察にでも連絡したのか
No! Even without Ayumida being here, I could tell that she was lying. Sarika was crying. She was wiping away the tears with her sleeve. She looked like a little girl. No, she didn't just look like a little girl. She probably was one. She was only 6 years old after all.
だよな
Isn't that right? And the new
6
gen
年前の
incident
ニュー
6
ジェネ
years
事件
ago,
で
he was going to
一
be
度あの人は
publicly
公開処刑
executed.
になってるもんな
So you needed to have the police arrest me and drag me in
警察に
front
捕
of a
まえ
lot
さ
of
せて
people.
大勢の前に引きずり出さないといけないもんなで
And at the last minute,
僕が危機に陥った時に
that Sakuma was the real killer comes out.
佐久間が真犯人だったっていう証拠が出てきて僕は一転英雄になる
So, that's
そういうことか
Well, on a way.
なあ尾上
My voice was shaking. Laughter was turning into something different. Sadika kept crying and didn't answer me. Tears started to fall from my eyes, and my vision began to blur. It was as if everything in our hearts were turning into tears and flowing out.
こっちみんなの
Monotoni
大
died
谷
in
が
the
死んだの
Delta
も
case, and Takayanagi died in the audio bleed case. Well, Arimira's
有
friend
村の知り合い
Kakita
だった
died.
柿田が死んだのも
And what about Tabe the journalist died? And when Haida died, it was made to look like Minamisawa was Senri. And when Ito was mind-controlled into killing Yui. And when Nono died. All of that was my fault. No, I did it. That's right, you did it. And I made you do it. I told you, that's not true. Sarika's D-sword sliced apart some of the audience seats. But I kept going. Because Lotso was right. Too many things involving the case were going on around me. But of course they were right. The whole point of the case was for me to solve it. You killed my parents because I wished they would go away, right? Sarika didn't answer. I didn't expect her to. The case was amazing. It was just what I wanted. I thought it was a juicy scoop. Anything less and I wouldn't have wanted to solve it, right? But in the end, after I solved it, all that I'd be left with was an emptiness and the guilt from what I'd done. That's why I knew what I had to do now. Jogging my leg behind me, I finally made it to the edge of the stage. I could see the steps down in the audience area. All that was left was to go down the stairs and out the door. Sarika's expression suddenly changed. She was still crying, but she seemed shocked. Stop it. She must have used her mind reading to see what I was planning to do. She ran to the bottom of the stage to block me. Don't get any dumb ideas. But I looked right at her, as if to say I wasn't changing my mind. Stop it. Please. I said stop! Sedeka raised her D-sword and pointed it at me. It was a warning not to go any further. But that wouldn't make me stop now. You can't kill me. Can you? I'll knock you out again. And when you wake up, everything will be over. You may not like what happens at first. But as time passes, I'm sure that you'll realize. Realize what? What you truly wish for isn't what you're thinking of right now. It's to be known as a hero who solved a case that the world has only seen the likes of once before. To be the man the whole world adores. That isn't what I wish for. It is. I could tell because of who I am. No, I'm the only one who can. Sedeka's words probably came from reading the deepest parts of my heart, and I wouldn't deny that. She was right. If I just let her handle everything, I would become a hero. And if I kept going forward, all that was waiting for me was destruction. When I thought about that, I got scared. I was terrified. But even so... Why? She was still holding her D-sword. It was clear she had no intention of letting me go any further. I grabbed the hilt of my own D-sword and raised it as well. Come on. I said to her from on top of the stage. I said the same thing to her that she'd said to me in that dark prison. Come on onto the stage. Onoe Serika. I could see her on the other side of her D-sword, looking hurt. But she must have read my thoughts and realized that I wasn't going to change my mind, because she still came up. The bright lights illuminated her beautifully. I took several steps back the way I'd come, so I could keep my distance. I must have lost too much blood, because I suddenly staggered. My vision blurred. With only my right leg working, I was barely able to keep my balance. I couldn't stop here. I couldn't. Why? Why are you trying to tell everyone you're the killer? No. Why are you letting them think it was you? The only ones who believe that are people down there, the wrong-siders. You're a right-sider, and they're the people you hate the most. The ones who don't even realize that they're being manipulated by false information. They're just a bunch of idiots who came to watch you kill yourself, the same way they'd all go watch a movie. If you say you're the killer, that'll be just what they want. Why didn't he kill himself? He's an asshole. No, he's the god. You can imagine what they'll say. I knew that. I could easily imagine it. And the ones outside the Hikari-wo building right now were probably the same ones who'd been partying at Shibuya Scramble Crossing earlier. There were probably a lot of people writing irresponsible comments online. The TV was probably filled with self-proclaimed social commentators who were telling the audience exactly what they wanted to hear. But I did the exact same things in the past. It was just as bad as them.
僕は
I'm a wrong sider too.
情弱だ。小さい
And
頃
I
から
never even truly knew or
いつも
understood the
隣にい
childhood
た
friend
幼馴
who
染
was
の
by
こ
my
とさ
side
え
for my entire life.
何も知らなかった。
I gripped my D-sword tightly. It's
も
over
う終わ
now,
ってるんだよ。
Game Maker.
ゲームメーカー。
In the moment she hesitated, I struck myself on the back with my own powers. My vision blurred as I started to accelerate. I knocked myself forward and instantly closed the gap between myself and Serika. Caught off guard, she stepped back and lowered her blade. She was ready to swing it upward. I ignored her and brought mine down. She brought hers up. So Taku, what's the plan?
あの時も
Back then. Another vision came to me as our D-swords collided. Her sword knocked mine away, and I quickly brought it back for another strike. Hey, Taku. Did you see something weird at the end of the video? Here, look. Outside the window. Back then, I saw flashes of several different conversations. I didn't know if they were my memories or hers anymore. But each time our D-swords collided, I saw another. Sedeka wasn't just a normal girl who everyone loved. She was a mastermind who'd set up this whole game for me. And she killed Nono and Yui just to lead me to the end. The symptoms of blood loss were getting worse. My vision was darkening, and it felt like I was about to pass out. She kicked me. The sudden fierce pain in my stomach knocked me off balance. I dropped my D-sword and flung up my hand to try to grab it again. Stop it already! She kicked the sword away and spun all the way to the edge of the stage. Just stop it. I fought through the pain and used my powers on the D-sword. And flew high up into the air. I said stop it! Serika screamed in rage. But I wouldn't stop. The D-sword spun wildly as it launched itself at Serika. Shit. She knocked it away? Well, I'm not done yet. Take this! I used my powers to make the D-sword fly again. The sword attacked her once more. She knocked it away again. Each time it came at her, Serika knocked it down and couldn't land even a single attack. Damn it, why? Why? And then I realized that she was looking at me. She wasn't looking at the sword. That's right, her power. That's why I can't hit her. The sword lost its energy and clattered onto the floor. I fell to my knees and collapsed. You've had enough, right?
めてくれ。
Stop this. Please. Damn it, this isn't going to work. She can read everything I'm thinking. She knows the direction the sword is going to come from, or more precisely, which direction I'll send it in. This is bad. The room seemed to spin, and sometimes my vision would dim. I couldn't move my arms or legs. I felt cold and like I needed to throw up.
そのままおとなしく眠るといい。
The police will be here
そろそろ
soon.
警察がここに来る。大丈夫。
Don't worry.
目が覚め
Once
て
you
時
wake
間が
up
経て
and
ば、
time passes,
お前
you
は
realize what you really
必ず気が
wish
つく。
for.
自分が何を望んでいるのか。
Sarika said it again, that this is what I wished for. But I couldn't let myself believe her. What should I do? What do I do? What if I changed the direction of the lights to blind her and then attacked? But the second I thought it, she knew. What if I pretended to make my D-sword disappear and then concealed it somewhere on stage? The second I thought that, she knew about that, too.
そうだ。
That's right. You
私には
can't beat
絶対
me.
勝てない。
Please. Just
頼む
don't
から動
move.
かないでくれ。
Don't open your wounds anymore.
これ以上、傷口を広げないでくれ。
I didn't have the strength left to attack her myself. Even if I did, it was useless to try and attack someone who could read my thoughts. What do I do? Think.
もうよせ。
Stop it.
余計な
Stop
ことは
thinking
考え
about
るな。
this. Think. There has to be a way. I was the one who created her. Then, suddenly, I had an idea. Her expression suddenly changed. She was staring at me with wide eyes. Her mind reading meant that she already knew. She already knew exactly what I was thinking. But even so, it doesn't matter. Even if she can read my mind, she can't stop this. When I saw the tension on her face, I was sure of it. There was still a way I could win. I formed a strong delusion in my mind. And when I did, I was hit by a headache 1,000 times worse than when I normally used my powers. It was far worse than having a needle stabbed into my temples. It was like having every blood vessel... It was like every blood vessel in my head was being filled with thorns. And the pain was so bad I started to vomit up stomach acid. Stop it! Please stop! Sedika tried to run over to me and stopped. She kept turning around and looking at the exit near the seats. She seemed to be uncertain as to whether or not she should run, which meant that this idea was going to work. It wasn't something anyone had taught me, but I was sure that I could do it. According to Kunasato-san, it wasn't like the other psychics who had each gained a single power after being exposed to what she called the casual factor. She said that I might be a true gigalomaniac, with the power to reboot any of my delusions. And in fact, 6 years ago, I'd created Serika, a human being. Which means I should be able to do this. Stop! Of course I can, right? I twisted my body upward and screamed. A huge number of D-swords appeared above my head. Well then. Of course, they were all fakes. The closest weapon to me that I could easily imagine just happened to be my D-sword. But I drill booted them anyway. They shelled like fierce beasts in search of prey. My head felt like it was going to explode. I imagined each blood vessel bursting one after another. Was I really imagining it? Maybe this was going to kill me, but I didn't care. I had to end it here. I had to let my puppet go free. Terika changed the form of her D-sword and spread it out as far as it would go. She was going to try and block them all. I screamed and set them all flying at Terika. And so, I beat this goddamn game. Hello, it's me. May I give you a lecture before we reach the ending? Man, when was the last time he asked about giving a lecture? It's been 84 years. Miyashiro, are you safe? What happened? Good, I connected. I could hear Arimura and the others calling my name on the other end. I felt so cold and my fingers were shaking. I turned the phone to speaker mode and started looking through its photos. Let's say, for example, that you lived on top of a tall building. You looked down and saw a woman killing a man. You put the phone up to your ear to call the police, but your eyes meet with the woman's. She points at you and says something. What do you think she's saying? Don't tell me you're being mind controlled. You know those psychopathy tests don't work, right? We're this late in the game and there's a tip. I'm not gonna read it though. I should have figured she'd know about that. A normal person would say things like, don't move, don't call the police. But a psychopath would say something different. 1, 2, 3. She'd be counting what floor you're on. That's right. So that she can come kill the witness. Supposedly, it's because they're thinking from the killer's perspective, not the victim's. And there's only silence. She must have decided there was no point in answering. But she was still listening. But I don't think that's right. If you ask me, a real psychopath wouldn't think that. And if you asked Ed Gain or Henry Lee Lucas or any of them, really, they would say they didn't understand the question. They'd be thinking about what they'd have for dinner for tomorrow, or how they don't like the clothes the questioner was wearing. They'd be thinking about something entirely unrelated to the mindsets of the culprit and victim. It's the same with the Rorschach tests or anything else. There's no meaning to the answers they give, because to them, it's all a goddamn game. My finger stopped. I felt like I felt like it had been a long time since I last saw that picture.
だから思うんです。
I wonder what they were thinking.
あいつはあいつ
No matter what you asked
何を
them,
聞かれて
no
も
matter what they said,
何を喋っていて
they
も
were actually looking at something
実は
else.
別のところを見
One
てたんで
single
す。
goal. So nothing they
一
said
つの目
actually
的だけを
mattered.
見てたんです。あいつの口
Are you sure you're not being mind controlled? What happened to Sakuma and Onoe? Are you okay?
お前は無事なのか？
Well, deceased, dying? Yeah. From my understanding. Kunosato-san must have sensed that something was up because the tone of her voice changed.
あなたには
You kinda knew about her.
なんとなく分かっていたんですよね。
The wound in my stomach and the pain in my head counted the time as regularly as a clock. Thud, thud, thud. There was a silence, 10 thuds long.
正確にはもちろん知
I
ら
don't
ない。
know the exact details, of course. But if what I imagined is close to the truth, then
あいつは
she was, without a doubt,
間違いなく
different.
向こう側だ。
In the sense that she was a
シリア
serial
ルキラー
killer,
という意
of
味でも
course.
そうだが、
But also that she was as different from normal people like us as you could possibly
最も
get.
かけ離れた存在だ。
でしょう
I'm
ね。
sure. If you asked her that question,
さっき
she
の
wouldn't
質
tell
問さ
you
れた
about
ら
counting
回数
floors.
なんか数えない。
Kunosato-san understood after all. She knew that something was wrong with Serika.
どうすれば
How could have I known?
僕は知ることができたんですかね。
そんな
It
ことを
doesn't matter.
答えろ。
Answer me. Are
お
you
前は
safe?
無事なのか？
いえ、
No. Don't
僕
worry
のこと
about
はいい
me.
んです。
Do you think I could have ever
どうすれば
understood
彼
her?
女を理解してやれたと思いますか？
I heard a small sigh on the other end, and then a sharp voice that cut it off.
そんなことは
That's
不
impossible.
可能だ。言ったろ。
I told you.
あい
She
つ
was a
は
different
向こう
kind of
側の
human.
人間。
No, a different kind of
存在
existence.
なんだ。
There was no way someone
こちら
normal
側
like
にい
you
る
could
お
have
前に
understood her at
理
all.
解できるはずがない。
Kunosato-san's use of the words different and normal. I thought they were very fitting. Serika was different. I was normal.
どうした？
What's wrong? I had a sudden premonition and looked down at the day sword in my hand. I've used this to reboot Serika. That's right, I'd created her. Which meant I could do it again. No,
いえ、
it's nothing.
何でもありません。すいません。
I'm sorry. Please
後
take
の
care
こと
of
を
the
よろしくお
rest.
願いします。
No, she would understand. Kunosato-san and Shinjo-san could deal with all this. I went to hang up without listening for her answer. But
待て。
wait,
宮代。
Miyashiro,
一つ
tell
だ
me
け
one
聞かせろ
thing.
はい。
Yes.
何
What
で
is
すか？
it?
お前は
I said you were
こちら側にいる
normal
と
back
言ってしま
there.
ったが、
But what would you
ちなみに
say?
お前ならなんて答えるんだ？
さっき
You
の質
mean
問ですか？
that question I just asked? Of
もちろん
course,
僕も
I wouldn't be counting.
1、2、3なんて数えないですよ。
And I wouldn't say not to
でも
call the cops either.
通報するなとも言いません。だって
Because I saw both
ネット
those
で先
answers
に
on the internet already.
答えを見ちゃいましたから。
I ended what would probably be the last phone call of my life. And then I forced myself to get up, despite all the blood I lost. My vision blurred and I staggered. But I had to keep going. I couldn't fall over just yet. I had an idea while I talked to Kunosato-san on the phone. About what I really need to do with my powers. About the one way to save her. instead of releasing her. Ellipsis from Serika. Serika was lying face down, unconscious. She was a mess. There's blood everywhere. But it wasn't fatal. She was still breathing. She was probably just unconscious. I forced my wounded body over to her. I put both hands around the hilt of the D-sword I'd been using to support myself. The sword had no weight, but I felt like I'd drop if I didn't. She must have heard the footsteps, because Serika gave a soft moan. She slowly raised her head and looked at me. I stood close enough to look down at her from the side. And then... her eyes went wide with shock. And then she started to crawl away from me. And that sure is a convenient power, I thought to myself. She knew what I was thinking without me even needing to say it. But you won't be needing it anymore. No. Serika tried to get away, her fingers digging frantically into the stage as she crawled. No! She glared at me and started to get up. But then her strength failed her, and this time she fell flat on her back. She gasped like she was drowning and quickly coughed up some blood. And there were tears in her eyes. I readied my D-sword. Stop it, Taku. I stopped, just this once. I'm not going to kill you. You know that. I'd rather you did. Her scream echoed violently in my ears. Why? I was going to use my D-sword to change her. I was going to change her into a normal girl with no powers, who didn't kill anyone, who didn't even know that I'd created her. I was going to rebuild her into a normal girl. And I can do this. I'm the only one who can. I'd already created her from nothing. I knew I could do it. I could make her normal. I could make her normal. Nearly said I can fix her. No. I don't want to. She was crying like a baby. Are you scared? Afraid? Why? Don't take my reason for living away from me. She was weeping, and her voice was desperate. I've read lots of minds since I was created. Everyone's always worried, and no one ever knows what to do. I can't believe they live like that. How can they smile? They don't even know why they're doing it. I don't want to be normal. Her voice bounced off the stage and hung over the empty seats. No one but me heard it. Her tears fell onto the floor, mixing with my blood. No. You're going to be a normal girl. I spoke softly as I raised my D-sword high. No. Please. Please. Let me help you forever. remembered what was in Nona's letter. Forget everything and live the same life as everyone else does, but don't get buried among the crowd. Doing that is impossible for me now. But I know that you can do it. And this is it. Goodbye.
それじゃあ、さよなら。
POI secured. Person's name is Miyashiro Takeru, 18 years old. He is a third-year student at Hegiho Academy. We have secured Miyashiro Takeru. February 2016. 3 months later. Morning at the Alba dormitory group home.
You? もうできるから。
I can do it on my own now. Minuki finished washing her face and came into the dining room. Yuta was already getting breakfast ready.
私がやるって言ったのに。
No,
座ってていいよ。
you can sit down. She looked inside the kitchen and saw that Yuta had already done all of Uki's work for her. Fine, I'll do the cleanup myself. And she thought that to herself. She sat in her chair without further complaint. Lately, Uki had learned to make a few dishes without resorting to the recipe scrapbook that Kurisu and Yui had made. Of course, her food didn't taste quite as good. But if nothing else, she wasn't trying difficult recipes and burning the pan, like she'd been doing right after she came back here. After a short wait, Yuta brought all the dishes to the table.
ありがとう。
Thanks.
じゃあ、
Okay,
いただきま
let's
す。
eat.
いただきま
Let's
す。
eat. Yuta could also make simple dishes himself now. It was his idea, and he'd been working hard at it. 3 months had passed after everything that had happened. With its owner, Sakuma, Takeru, Kurisu, and Yui gone, Abodorm itself was in danger. The place had only survived because of Sakuma's salary, so that was natural. But when Shinjo had told them it was safe to go back to Shibuya, they both insisted on coming home to Albadorm. Shinjo insisted it was impossible, but surprisingly, it was Momose who helped them out. She called in a few favors, and Alba Clinic had become the property of a completely normal private doctor, and some of the clinic's earnings were dedicated to keeping Alba Dorm alive. Of course, it wasn't a family like it was before. The doctor just worked at the clinic. He didn't manage the dorm. Instead, a nutritionist and nurse, both of whom said they were acquaintances of Momose's, would come by every day. But Uki and Yuta wanted to keep as much of their old lives as possible, so they'd want to make their own food. So on weekends and days when the nutritionist couldn't come, the two of them eagerly went to the kitchen. It's good.
おいしい。少し
I cut a
厚
little
く切り
too
すぎ
thick
たけど。
though. Only very recently had Yuta started to talk more. After what had happened to Yui and Nono, and then what he'd been told about Sakuma and Takeru, had become nothing but an empty shell. The one thing that had saved him was that, even then, Uki had stayed by his side. Yuto had desperately wanted to be with someone after everything that happened. I mean, fair. And of course, the wounds in his hurt hadn't healed. I mean, it's only been a few months since he lost pretty much everyone. No, they probably never would. I mean, yeah, he lost pretty much everyone. The loneliness and regrets would come back to haunt him again and again. Even Uki herself sometimes had trouble sleeping at night. When that happened, she would go to Yuto's room and tell him it was because she knew that he was afraid of being alone at night, and the two of them would endure the terror together. The two of them were brother and sister, inseparable now. Just like Nono and Takeru had been.
あ、そうだ。
Oh, right.
受け入れ
About the
の
proposal.
ことだけど。
Yeah. Yuki's chopstick suddenly froze.
僕は
I'm okay with it.
いいよ。
Huh? She didn't expect that answer. She thought Yuta would refuse.
使ってもらった
It would
方
be
が
better to have someone use them,
いいよ。
I think. They were thinking of accepting new members at Awa dorm, which would mean they'd have to use Takaru or Nano's rooms. She'd wanted to save them personally. Nano wasn't coming back, but she wanted to believe that Takaru might. Oh, girly. Girly's huffing that copium hard. But if Yuto had made his decision, she had to support him as his big sister.
そうだね。
You're right. She smiled the best she could, and started to eat more of her little brother's cooking. Ciao, it's Hinae-chan. The door opened, and Arimura Hinae walked into the newspaper club room.
あれれ
Oh, you guys
花とこも
get free
自習
period too, Hana?
うん。
The owner of the room raised a hand in greeting without even looking up, like she always did.
今日の気
Her
分
mood
は
is
いい
good
方
today. She learned how to tell from the sounds on the keyboard. Arimura sat in her usual spot and took out the book she was reading, Teru Miyake's famous 6,000 Lives and Deaths. There had been an awful lot of free periods lately, and during each one she would either come here and read a book, or work on a novel as part of her literature club activities. Miyashiro, Kurisu, and Ito were gone, so Kazuki was always here alone. And she almost never said anything. There was no need to worry about hearing lies. It was the perfect place for Arimura. After the incident, she spent several weeks in Akihabara before suddenly being allowed to go back to Shibuya. Though, allowed wasn't the right word. She'd been dragged back here. She hated it, but even if it meant another fight with her family, there was nothing else she could think of doing. There hadn't been any problems with psychics since then, at least publicly. Sometimes Shinjo would call to check on her, but nothing special was going on. But she never expected the case to end the way it had.
Oh?
She saw an unfamiliar expression in the book, so she decided to copy it down into the notebook she kept in the newspaper club. Handwriting was the best way to do this stuff, she thought. There was no class in just typing everything onto a computer. She stood up and looked for it on the steel shelves against the wall. But it wasn't where she thought it would be. She reached out her hand toward the back of the shelf. Oops. And the papers that had and the piles and the papers that had been piled there fell off. God, reading. Arimura and Kazuki froze when they saw one of them. It was a big map, folded many times over. She didn't have to spread it out to know what it was. It was the one the newspaper club had put on the wall when they were going over the case. But there was no need for it anymore. So the first thing Kazuki had done after she come back to this room was take it off the wall. Arimura had come back a few weeks later, but she hadn't said a word about it vanishing. No, it would be more accurate to say that she wouldn't. You know, come to think of it. They said Seri reacted to the light a little. They say it's a sign that she might wake up. It was something that Shinjo had just told her on the phone. Kazuki turned around to look at her. What will you do? Her face seemed to say. Arimura frowned and scratched her head. I guess I'll do exactly what Miyashiro-senpai wanted. There was nothing else she could do. That was the promise she'd made to him. Kazuki nodded and looked somewhere else. Arimura followed her gaze. She was looking at the chair that Miyashiro used to sit in. Then she looked at the one Serika used to sit in. For what it was worth, Arimura hadn't sat at there a single time since she'd started coming here. Then, Ito-kun's completely innocent. That was Momose's first question after hearing about what had just happened at the hospital.
はい。
Correct. It seems he really was just being mind-controlled. It's safe to assume he has no information on the committee.
委員会の情報は持ってないと見ていいでしょう。あと可能性
The
があるのは
only other possibilities are on the way and Yashiro, but
この
not
状
with the
況じ
way
ゃ
things are
ね。
looking, yeah. Konosato and Momose both sighed at the same time. Sakuma was dead. They'd gone over everything he owned, as well as his body, but learned barely anything. She had found, with the help of her very, very strange acquaintance in Akihabara, that Sakuma had indeed worked at the basement under AH Tokyo General Hospital, but nothing else.
データを丸ごと
All
消
the
されて
data
しま
was
っては
deleted. There was no data left to Sakuma. She hated to admit it. The committee was good at their work, and fast. Even the police didn't seem to know who he was. That night, 3 months ago, she still didn't know what had happened between Miyashiro on the way and Sakuma back then. But if what she was imagining was correct, especially in light of her final call with Miyashiro, there was a need to question what Serika had told her at Phrygia. She talked a lot about the committee, but looking back, there was a good chance it was a lie used to gain Kunosato's cooperation. As proof, even after she'd taken the sidekicks out of Shibuya, nothing had happened. Her hacker acquaintance had checked his network and hadn't seen anything at all. With no real reason to stay in Akihabara anymore, she'd come back to Shibuya, but while she was gone, all the threads connecting Sakuma to the committee had vanished. Either she'd screwed up, or maybe...
やはり
Maybe Sakuma really was no one of
末端組織の
importance
人間でし
after
か
all.
なかったということか。
Which meant they simply gave up on him when he was no longer useful. But there was a lot of equipment that had disappeared from the underground facility. Even if he was the one who'd moved it, someone else had to be in charge of it by now. If she could just find out who that someone was.
あと、
Another
たどれ
chance
る可能
is...
性があるとすれば。
I mostly looked at Kunosato and tapped her own temples.
ここね。
In here.
カオス
Chaos
チャイルド
Child
症候群。
Syndrome.
はい。
You're right. And that was the one route she still had open to her. It was the piece of evidence that she'd chosen to get her revenge on the committee. And that strange disease that had started showing up in certain victims of the earthquake. Suddenly, her phone began to vibrate in her pocket. She saw the name on the phone and realized that it wasn't time for his usual check-in. That meant something had happened.
どうした
What is it?
尾上が
Onoe has... February 2016. She slowly slept inside into the hospital room. The room was clean. The air was pure. She nodded, satisfied with that. It was disappointing that no one had brought any flowers, but in light of his condition, there was no helping that. The curtain was closed, so she couldn't see him from here. She walked softly, without making a sound. She approached the bed nervously. She put her hand on the curtain and slowly opened it. The person she was looking for was lying there. She sighed in relief. She then brought her face close to his, as if giving a kiss to a loved one. She was close enough that her short hair fell on his face. His fine. Yeah, his fine, she thought to herself. He had lost a little weight, but it was still the face of the boy she'd known for years. She then opened the window. Fresh air blew into the room.
The weather was great. It was a perfect day to go outside. Cute.
行こう。
Let's go.
タク。
Taku. Breaking news. As of 9 a.m. this morning, the killer behind the return of the new generation Mattis murders, Miyashiro Takuru, disappeared from a prison hospital. The bodies of several guards were found, evidently killed in a struggle. As for the reason the killer is being kept at the hospital, the police have stated that he was being examined as a Chaos Child Syndrome patient, and that there was no problem with the site's security. Ooh, that's red. Credits, let's go! I was also jump scared by the music. It does go hard, yeah. Phantasm always goes hard. Hi, Fess. And they're like, oh, you made it this far on the credits? Here, have some fast CGs. Here's your little concert. Oh, is Cafe Lux an actual place? Huh. Definitely an interesting choice to actually have fast CGs, but then also like the credits be all very red. Since, hey Taku, did it come true? Did you get what you wanted? Over Sky End. Okay. Honestly, that little bit of dialogue really puts the cherry on top of that ending for me, because like, okay, now you gotta go get the other ends, right? You're gonna go get those other ends, right? Right? Looks like it's closed permanently, but yeah, Cafe Lux is a real place and should be interesting. Once again, Kale Shot got you like head and hands. Yeah, that's fair. I need a hidden story has been unlocked. I think it's all the stories have been unlocked. Well, except for the truest of ends, but you know. Isn't that fun? I am so glad that we at least did a little bit of chapter 11 last week, but fuck, dude. Like, we did 2 hours of chapter 11 last week, so imagine if we didn't do that. Man, dude. I feel like I had other thoughts that I wanted to share, but I was like, oh yeah, I'll just save it for after the credits scene. But like, I just got so into the vibes of the song that I just forgot what other thoughts I had. I'll be honest. They're gone. I vibed them out of my head. If I have other thoughts, I'm sure they will be located, and I can share them in the Discord. Man, what is there to say about this ending? What is there to be said? Because a lot happened. Oh yeah, finally finding out what the fuck Taku's wish was that real booted Seriko was a lot. Oh yeah. God. We learned a lot, but that just makes me concerned about what we don't know. Because we learned a lot. So what do we not know? What do these other endings have in store for us? Because these games don't... These games don't usually give us a lot of information in the first, like, route. Like, I am happy that, like, if anyone that were to play this game just casually, they could get this ending, be satisfied, and move on with life if they really wanted to, despite the little extra bit of dialogue from Sarah could be like, hey, you happy with this? Because if someone actually was happy with that, they would just like, yep, okay, that's it. I got my ending. Goodbye. And they could move on with life and be happy, but... I know you're not happy with this, but we're already dedicated to completing all of this. Man, if this was shorter, I was gonna get like that first bad ending that we could get, since we had to get this ending first in order to get it full, but they still didn't address Neto figuring out based on Terika not being at the hospital, and you're not looking forward to that twist being twisted. I mean, I think they did address it, like Senri probably told her, I think was the implication. Shrugs. I'm sure it'll be more clear probably during Nono's route, to be honest. I don't know which character route is next, but I do know that when we next get back into this, I'm going to want to get that one bad ending, since that'll be complete, because if we were to have gotten that bad ending before getting this, it would be incomplete. So if we're gonna get a bad ending, it better be the complete bad ending. Does that make sense? Probably. Man, just man. I'm sure if we all have more thoughts to share, because I'm sure we could all yap about this for forever. That can be done in either the YouTube comments or in the Discord. Which, speaking of, when I was trying to find, like, the image of Serika's drawer with, like, the sumo stickers, it's like, oh yeah, this could be good for a thumbnail. I couldn't find it anywhere, unfortunately. Not that I think particularly hard, but, like, in my search for that, like, it's like, oh yeah, the sumo stickers, those are actually a thing in Japan in 2009. So that's fun. That's fun for Japan. Apparently for, like, the anime adaptation, the sumo stickers look different too because of potential copyright, because the actual artist behind the sumo stickers is actually still a mystery too, so I did post it in the Discord if you wanted to see the photographic evidence of sumo stickers out in the wild in Japan. But you know that it is crazy. Take care of your feelings after that ending. Your feelings, everyone's feelings. I will catch you all probably tomorrow, most likely, hopefully. Yes. Yes. I don't know, I'm just gonna shut up and go to my ending screen, okay? Bye. Blah.